Chapter 940. Ancestor Bronze was very excited to be resurrected. He was very glad that his remnant consciousness had met Fong Qin. Fong Qin, thank you. Ancestor Bronze's words were full of gratitude. Then Ancestor Bronze roared into the sky and released all the pent-up emotions that had been suppressed for countless years. Due to the reconstruction of his body, Ancestor Bronze's cultivation was only at the first level of the Mystic King realm. Even so, he was still considered one of the strongest in the world. After venting for a long time, Ancestor Bronze finally calmed down. Looking down at the entire ancient Sword Continent, he couldn't help but sigh. When he was at his peak, the ancient Sword Continent was full of powerhouses. Now there were only a few Mystic King realm powerhouses. Ancestor, let's go back, Fong Qin said. Ancestor Bronze nodded and then turned around to leave with Fong Qin. Following behind Fong Qin, Ancestor Bronze was extremely excited. Back then, he had made the right choice. The once immature youth had grown to such a level, overlord of the mortal continent. This was something that Ancestor Bronze didn't even dare to think about before. After a while, the two returned to the Five Elements Academy. The crisis of the ancient Sword Continent had been resolved. Fong Qin had also stayed on the ancient Sword Continent for a long time. It was time to leave. After refining the heart of the realm and becoming the overlord of the mortal continent, Fong Qin deeply understood the infinity of the universe. With his current strength, he could be considered invincible on the mortal continent. However, it was nothing to the outerverse. He wanted to rush out of the Qingyin domain and step into the legendary outerverse. He wanted to pursue the peak of martial arts and find his mother and wife. Master. After returning to the Five Elements Academy, Ancestor Bronze's appearance attracted the attention of Dean Wuyun and the others. Their faces were filled with surprise. This Mystic King realm powerhouse was very unfamiliar. Could he also be from the Burial Sword Prefecture? Before Dean Wuyun and the others could ask, a figure flashed and hurriedly arrived in front of Ancestor Bronze. Then he knelt on the ground and sobbed. Get up. After experiencing life and death, old Ancestor Bronze understood the relationship between master and disciple even more. While old Ancestor Bronze was conversing with his disciples, Fong Qin introduced him to Dean Wuyun and the others. Dean, this is old Ancestor Bronze from 10,000 years ago. He perished for some reason and was recently revived by me using the World Core. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were amazed by the origin of Ancestor Bronze. Secondly, they were amazed by Fong Qin's means, to be able to revive a Mystic King realm expert. Such an extraordinary ability was something that Dean Wuyun and the others could only look on in the dust. Old Ancestor Bronze. Clearly, Dean Wuyun and the other older generation powerhouses had heard of Ancestor Bronze's name before. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Ancestor Bronze. The ancient Sword Continent is no longer in any danger. I'm preparing to leave. As for old Ancestor Bronze, he will replace me as the leader of the ancient Sword Alliance, Fong Qin said. This was what Ancestor Bronze had told him when he came back. After experiencing life and death, old Ancestor Bronze's spirit had also undergone a great transformation. He had seen through life and death and wanted to spend the rest of his life peacefully on the ancient Sword Continent. Of course, the position of leader of the ancient Sword Alliance was requested by Fong Qin. Fong Qin had done Ancestor Bronze a favor, so the latter immediately agreed after hearing this. With Ancestor Bronze's cultivation, he was invincible on the ancient Sword Continent. Fong Qin was very relieved to hand the ancient Sword Alliance over to Ancestor Bronze. Leader, where are you going? Elder Han was a little surprised and hurriedly asked. I'll return to the Burial Sword Prefecture first, then go to the legendary Outerverse, Fong Qin said casually. Dean Wuyun and the others were filled with hope. They were also very curious about the Outerverse. However, they knew that their strength was too low. Even if they went to the Outerverse, they wouldn't be able to survive. Leader, You must be careful when you go to the outer verse, the Bloody Spearman said. Us old fellows also have to work hard to cultivate and strive to go to the outer verse to find you one day. Sage Master Danchin grinned. The bone weapon Sage Master also looked at Fong Chen with a smile. Because of Fong Chen's existence, the ancient sword continent's crisis was resolved and they were united. Fong Chen shook his wrist, and 3 pills appeared in his hand. He then handed them to Dean Wuyun. I have 3 Heart of Arcane here. I'll leave them to you, Fong Chen said. Hearing this, Dean Wuyun and the others were extremely shocked. They had heard of the Heart of Arcane before. Leader, you should keep a supreme treasure like the Heart of Arcane for your own use, Elder Han hurriedly said. That's right, Leader. You're about to go to the outer verse. The Heart of Arcane will be of great use to you, the Bloody Spearman said. The 4 great sacred experts also refused one after another. Fong Chen shook his head and said, I've already stepped into the Arcane King realm. The Heart of Arcane is useless to me. I'll leave it to you. Under Fong Chen's insistence, Dean Wuyun finally accepted the 3 Heart of Arcane. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze brought his disciples to Fong Chen's side. Fong Chen, be careful, Ancestor Bronze reminded. I will, Fong Chen said. After bidding farewell to the people of the 5 Elements Academy, Fong Chen quietly returned to the Divine Wind Nation. This time he returned to the Fong family to ask his clansmen if they were willing to live in the Heaven-Piercing Peak. The Heaven-Piercing Peak was a space-type supreme treasure. There was a space as big as the ancient sword continent inside, and countless warriors lived there. Although the scale couldn't be compared to the ancient sword continent, it was still a small living space. If his clansmen were willing, Fong Chen could let them live in the Heaven-Piercing Peak. Fong Chen told his father about the Heaven-Piercing Peak. Then his father passed it on to the upper echelons of the Fong family. In the end, only a small portion of the Fong family's disciples were willing to enter the Heaven-Piercing Peak. Most of the Fong family's warriors were used to life in the Divine Wind Nation and were unwilling to leave their hometown. Fong Chen didn't force them. In any case, he had left a trump card for the Fong family. Moreover, with Ancestor Bronze overseeing it, unless it was a high-level Arcane King expert, the Fong family wouldn't be threatened at all. Chen, we old farts won't go. You have to be careful outside. Father Fong looked at his son with a face full of smiles. Father, I will, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. After bidding farewell to his father, Fong Chen took out the token, activated it, and instantly disappeared. Burial Sword State, Tranquil Sword City. Recently, some strange things had happened in the vicinity of Tranquil Sword City. From time to time, warriors would silently disappear. A terrifying shadow shrouded the entire Tranquil Sword City. One day, the disappearance of a low-level Arcane King expert finally attracted the attention of the Tranquil Sword City's City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion sent out a large number of guards to search for this low-level Arcane King expert. Finally, after searching for 3 days, they found this person's corpse. In a pitch-black cave 100 miles away from Tranquil Sword City, there was a corpse. After confirming that this corpse was the Arcane King expert who had disappeared 3 days ago. What's going on? Could it be that someone is targeting our Tranquil Sword City? The Tranquil Sword City Lord paced back and forth in the City Lord Mansion's meeting hall. His face was filled with a gloomy expression. For a month, more than 100 true martial experts had disappeared, and only one Arcane King expert had disappeared. Moreover, this was only the beginning. The other party must be a high-level Arcane King expert. The Tranquil Sword City Lord thought to himself. At this moment, a guard suddenly rushed in to report the news. City Lord, we found a suspicious warrior. The guard hurriedly said, Suspicious warrior? The Tranquil Sword City Lord raised his eyebrows and asked, What's his cultivation? This person's cultivation is profound. We can't see through it. The guard said he just entered the city. I'll go take a look. Thinking that even a low-level arcane king expert had been silently killed, the Tranquil Sword City Lord was prepared to personally take a look. The streets of Tranquil Sword City were bustling with people coming and going. These ordinary warriors had no idea about the strange things that had happened in Tranquil Sword City during this period of time. Fong Chen stood on the streets of Tranquil Sword City with a trace of a smile on his face. This Tranquil Sword City is much more prosperous than the Five Elements Sword City. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Chapter 941. N. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped the area. Fong Chen raised his head to look, and a smile appeared on his face. The city lord appeared in the sky, his aura surging and enveloping Fong Chen. You! The city lord was just about to capture Fong Chen when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Crash! The Anong city lord landed on the street. Immediately, all the martialists on the street retreated. City Lord Fong Chen. The city lord softly asked, City Lord Fong Chen. Fong Chen cupped his hands. Ha ha ha. So it's City Lord Fong. I was too impulsive. After learning of Fong Chen's identity, the city lord mischievously laughed, a bit embarrassed. It's fine. Fong Chen waved his hand. He originally hadn't planned on revealing his identity, but he had been discovered by the city lord as soon as he had arrived. City Lord Fong, how about coming to my residence? The city lord laughed. Fong Chen nodded in agreement. After Fong Chen and the city lord left, many martial artists were flabbergasted. Who was that young martial artist just now for the city lord to invite him like that? According to what the city lord said, he seems to be a city lord. What city lord? Such a young city lord. Could he be the Five Elements Sword City Lord? In an instant, the news of the Five Elements Sword City Lord, Fong Chen's arrival, spread throughout the entire city. The outside world was incomparably lively, but within the city lord's residence, Fong Chen and the city lord were sitting on a stone bench in the garden, chatting wittily. City Lord Fong, how come you have the time to come here? The city lord laughed. I was just passing by and was preparing to rest, said Fong Chen. So it's like that. Then City Lord Fong can stay in my residence, said the city lord. Fong Chen nodded his head. The character of this Anong city lord wasn't bad. City lord, I just entered the city. How did you discover me? Fong Chen curiously asked. After all, even if it was a profound King Realm expert, it was impossible for him to emit his soul force at all times and envelop the entire Ndong Sword City. If that was the case, it would consume a lot of soul power. Hearing this, the Anong City Lord's expression changed slightly before he said, City Lord Fong, you might not know, but recently some strange things have happened in my Anong Sword City. Oh, what strange things? Fong Chen asked. An Anong Sword City's martial artists have mysteriously disappeared. After hearing the detailed explanation from the Anong City Lord, Fong Chen felt that something was amiss. City Master Anong, do you suspect that there are profound kings targeting your Anong Sword City's martial practitioners? Asked Fong Chen with a frown. Other than this, what else is there to explain? The Anong City Lord helplessly shrugged. Fong Chen fell into deep thought. This matter was indeed a little strange. At first, the true martial realm martial artist disappeared. Then the mysterious king realm martial artist disappeared. Can I take a look at the corpse of that profound king realm expert? Fong Chen suddenly asked. Of course. After saying this, the Anong City Lord brought Fong Chen to where the corpse was stored. In the depths of the city lord's mansion, there was a heavily guarded area. The corpse of the profound king realm expert was stored here. In the past few days, the city lord's mansion's experts had been studying the corpse, but they hadn't found anything. City Lord. The two guards cupped their hands towards the city lord. The city Lord nodded his head and brought Fong Chen inside. Within a spacious room, there were quite a few profound King Realm experts, and they were currently studying the corpses. "Did you find anything?" asked the city lord. When they saw this, those profound King Realm cultivators stopped what they were doing, and then one of them said, "City Lord, through our research, we've discovered that he died suddenly from having all the blood in his body sucked dry." Died from having all his blood sucked dry. Hearing this, the city lord tightly frowned. The opponent should have an extremely tyrannical forbidden cultivation technique that can instantly suck away a martial artist's blood and then cause the martial artist's corpse to fester and quickly turn into bones, said another person. The city lord sank into deep thought. As for Fong Chen, he walked straight towards the corpse. Several Mystic King realm martial artists blocked Fong Chen's path. "He's my good friend," said the city lord. Hearing this, they let him go. Fong Chen arrived in front of the corpse and carefully observed it. "Boss, I sense a familiar aura," the little mouse on Fong Chen's shoulder suddenly said. Hearing this, Fong Chen heavily nodded his head. "That's right, he does have a familiar aura," said Fong Chen. Just as he approached the corpse, Fong Chen discovered that this corpse had a very familiar dark aura. He had once felt this dark aura in the God-burying sword prison. Could it be that there's a problem with the God-burying sword prison? Fong Chen inwardly thought. However, at this moment, the communication token vibrated. Fong Chen took out the communication token, and a voice came out. "Fong Chen, you've returned to the Sword Burial Prefecture, right? Recently, that life form under the God-burying sword prison has become extremely active. I suspect that the strange things that have happened in the Sword Burial Prefecture are related to that life form." This message came from the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master. The Palace Master had already known that Fong Chen had entered the Sword Burial Prefecture. "I'm leading some profound kings in front of the whirlpool in the depths of the endless ocean to suppress that life form. I can't leave. I'll have to trouble you to investigate those strange things." The Palace Master said a lot, but it was all in one sentence. He wanted Fong Chen to help investigate the strange things that had happened in the Sword Burial Prefecture. The city lord's expression was incomparably gloomy. He was very unhappy. "City Lord," called Fong Chen. "Yes, City Lord Fong. Have you discovered anything?" asked the City Lord. "I've discovered some clues, but I'll need your cooperation," said Fong Chen. The City Lord was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "No problem. City Lord Fong, just say the word." The sun gradually set, and the Sword Burial Prefecture became incomparably dark. There were only a few twinkling stars in the sky. Late at night, there wasn't a single person on the streets of the city. The streets were so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. However, at a certain hidden spot in the city, something suddenly wriggled a few times. Following that, a black shadow instantly appeared. The moment this black shadow appeared, it was discovered by Fong Chen and the Anong City Lord, who were secretly watching. As expected, someone did it on purpose. Although the city lord didn't clearly see the face of this black shadow, he already couldn't wait to kill it. "Wait a bit," said Fong Chen. On the main street, the black figure moved forward rapidly. It didn't take long for it to find a courtyard, after which it entered the courtyard with ease. Rip! The black shadow grabbed a true martial realm expert who was sleeping soundly in the courtyard and enveloped him in a black mist. In the blink of an eye, the true martial realm expert turned into a skeleton. Then, with a gust of wind, the skeleton turned into powder and was blown away by the wind. "Do it!" Seeing this, Fong Chen and the city lord immediately took action. Voila! A berserk aura instantly filled the air. The sky above the Sword Burial Prefecture was incomparably bright. Fong Chen teleported and appeared on the streets, then rushed towards the black shadow. The black shadow discovered that it had been exposed. Its figure flashed and directly drilled into the ground, then disappeared. Yes, when Fong Chun arrived, the black shadow had already disappeared without a trace. City Lord Fong, where's the thief? The city lord hurriedly asked. He drilled into the ground, said Fong Chin. Then what do we do? Asked the city lord. Follow me. Fong Chin shuttled through space-time and took a step forward, instantly appearing outside tranquil Sword City. Attack the east. Fong Chin roared. Then he waved the hidden star sword. Suddenly, a majestic sword light violently bombarded the eastern land. Seeing this, the Anong City Lord did not hesitate to use his strongest attack, Rumble. The powerful attacks of the two instantly created a large crater outside the Sword Burial Prefecture. Ah! A miserable shriek came from the crater. Then, a black shadow flew out and blood splattered across the sky. He's trying to escape. The city lord roared when he saw that the black shadow was trying to escape. Fong Chun held the hidden star, sword horizontally. Within his Qi Si, 3 completely opposite sword Qi instantly appeared and quickly condensed. The aura around him suddenly rose to its peak. 3 Revolution Radiance, Sword Technique. Chapter 942. The 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique was inherited from the buried Sword Emperor. Although Fong Chin was unable to fully unleash the power of this sword technique with his current cultivation, it was not to be underestimated. Crash! In the sky, a dazzling ray of light pierced towards the fleeing figure at an unimaginable speed. Rumble! The majestic sword light was like a huge arm of light. When the 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Technique was executed, the Dong and City Lord felt his heart palpitate. What sword technique is this? The Dong and City Lord's pupils constricted as he stared at the sword light in the sky in shock. The sword technique that Fong Chin executed was so powerful that it made his heart palpitate. No wonder he's the strongest genius of the Burial Sword Prefecture in the past 10,000 years, the Dong and City Lord thought to himself. While the Dong and City Lord was thinking, the 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique's light shot towards the black figure with a thunderous force. Pucci! The fleeing black shadow suddenly stopped in its tracks. In the next instant, his eyes were filled with disbelief. No. Then, the black silhouette let out a miserable scream. Crack! The 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique pierced the black figure's body, but it did not leave a single mark. Instead, it destroyed the black figure's body from the inside, causing the latter's body to explode. Whoosh! Seeing this, the corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. The 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Technique is extremely powerful. It can destroy a cultivator's body from the inside. If it's cultivated to the peak, it'll be even more powerful, Fong Chen said to himself. The Dong and City Lord landed at the spot where the black figure's body had exploded. At this moment, the black figure's body had already shattered into pieces. How is it? Fong Chin asked the Dong and City Lord. It doesn't look like a human, the Dong and City Lord said softly. Let's go, Fong Chin said after pondering for a moment. This time he had executed the 3 Revolutions Radiance Sword Technique in a moment of desperation and destroyed the black figure's body. After returning to tranquil Sword City, Fong Chin discussed with the tranquil East City Lord and decided to continue waiting. That night, another ghostly shadow silently appeared on the streets of Ndong Sword City. I don't know where Hei San went. The black silhouette muttered to itself. Then he sneaked into a house and prepared to commit murder. Looking at his proficient appearance, it seemed that he had done some scouting during the day. This time, Fong Chin didn't give him a chance and attacked together with the Anong City Lord. A moment later, the black shadow was captured by the 2 men. All of you will die, the black silhouette said crazily. Fong Chin flicked his wrist, and a majestic aura instantly shot toward the black shadow. Immediately, The black mist around the black shadow was blown away. At this moment, the face of the black shadow was finally revealed. When he saw the face of the black shadow, the Anong City Lord was astonished. The black shadow's body was the same as a human's, but its brain was very different. There were 2 horns on its head, and its nose was as big as a pig's nose. Its ears were also very big, and its eyes were red. City Lord Fong, do you know what it is? The Anong City Lord asked. Fong Chin shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Who are you? Why are you attacking the cultivators of Indong Sword City? Fong Chin asked in a deep voice. Humph! The black shadow coldly snorted, and a terrifying light shot out from its red eyes. Crack! Seeing this, Fong Chin grabbed the black shadow's neck and activated his saint-level strength. The black shadow was choked by Fong Chin, and it couldn't breathe properly as it constantly struggled. However, Fong Chin was too strong and it couldn't resist. Who are you? The Anong City Lord asked. Don't even think about it. The black shadow's attitude was still very unyielding. Puchi! Fong Chin grabbed the black shadow's arm and pulled with force, breaking the black shadow's arm. Ah! The black shadow let out a miserable cry, and blood flowed out continuously. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. However, its eyes were filled with anger. It lowered its head, ignoring Fong Chin. Interesting. The corners of Fong Chin's mouth curled up as he laughed coldly. He grabbed the 2 horns on the black figure's head and used his strength to pull them out. At this moment, the black shadow finally moved. Countless strange auras were emitted from his forehead. As the strange auras poured out, the cultivator's aura became incomparably weak, as if he were about to die. You only have 1 chance, Fong Chin said coldly as he grabbed the black shadow's neck. The black shadow's body was incomparably weak, and it finally stopped resisting. I said you have to promise not to kill me, said the black shadow. All right, agreed Fong Chin straightforwardly. We were all born by Lord Meng. It told us to infiltrate the Sword Burial Province and absorb the blood of human cultivators to strengthen ourselves and listen to its orders, said the black shadow hastily. Lord Meng, asked Fong Chin after exchanging a glance with the Anong City Lord. Where is Lord Meng? Asked the Anong City Lord. This matter seemed a bit unusual. Lord Meng is in a secret place. I don't know. We were born by Lord Meng, so we can only listen to Lord Meng, continued the black shadow. Actually, Fong Chen had already guessed that the Lord Meng that the black shadow mentioned should be the extraterritorial creature that was suppressed under the God Burial Sword Prison. How did Lord Meng give birth to you? If he wanted to deal with Lord Meng, he had to thoroughly understand its situation. Lord Meng is a very powerful extraterrestrial being. It's very powerful. As long as it absorbs enough energy, it can give birth to countless beings, said the black shadow. We're the child bodies, while Lord Meng is the mother body. As long as the mother body doesn't die, we'll continue to give birth. Hearing this, Fong Chin and the Anong City Lord's heart sank. A queen mother? Legend had it that there was a very powerful being in the extraterrestrial universe called the Dark Queen Mother. Under normal circumstances, powerful warriors wouldn't dare to provoke the Dark Queen Mother's tribe. This was because as long as a member of the Dark Queen Mother's tribe reached adulthood, they would have a special ability to give birth to an endless number of child bodies. As long as the mother body didn't die, the child bodies would continue to be created. This way, every being in the Dark Queen Mother's tribe seemed to have an army of their own. It was very intimidating. Dark Queen Mother, it's actually the Dark Queen Mother. Fong Chin was shocked. He didn't expect that the extraterrestrial being suppressed by the God-bearing sword prison was actually the Dark Queen Mother. I've already told you what I know. You can't kill me, said the black shadow as it stared at Fong Chin with its blood-red eyes. I won't kill you. Fong Chin glanced at the Anong City Lord as he spoke. The latter smiled knowingly and took a step forward. He raised his sword and chopped off the Black Shadow's head. City Lord Fong won't kill you, but I didn't say anything. The Anong City Lord looked at the Black Shadow and slowly said, after killing the Black Shadow, Fong Qin and the Anong City Lord returned to the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Fong, as long as the mother body doesn't die, the child bodies will continue to appear. This will be a disaster for our sword burial prefecture. What should we do? Asked the Anong City Lord as he anxiously paced around. Fong Qin sank into thought. These child bodies weren't strong, and their offensive power wasn't high. With the power of the various city lords, they could definitely deal with them. Right now, the biggest threat was the Dark Queen Mother suppressed by the God-burying sword prison. Palace Master, what's the situation on your side? Fong Chen sent a message to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master. A moment later, the Palace Master replied, I don't know what kind of energy those extraterrestrial beings have absorbed, but they're extremely active. The God-burying sword prison is almost unable to suppress them. Upon hearing the Palace Master's reply, Fong Chen's face was filled with helplessness. Palace Master, the strange things that are happening all over the sword burial prefecture are caused by the Dark Queen Mother's child bodies. If we don't kill the mother body, the child bodies will continue to appear, continued Fong Qin. What method do you have? Asked the Palace Master. Fong Qin pondered for a moment and then asked, Palace Master, how long can you last? According to this situation, the most I can last is half a year, said the Palace Master. I want to try going to the God-burying sword prison, said Fong Qin. The Palace Master directly replied, Perhaps that's the best method. Chapter 943. After a simple conversation with the Palace Master, Fong Chen made up his mind to enter the God-burying sword prison after notifying the City Lord of Tranquil East. However, he discovered that the City Lord of Tranquil East was not in the City Lord Manor. Fong Chen ejected his soul and scanned the Tranquil East Sword City. He instantly discovered that the City Lord of Tranquil East was in the sky above the city. There seemed to be a mystic king realm cultivator beside him. Crash! With a thought, Fong Chen traveled through space and arrived in the sky. City Lord of Tranquil East, what are you doing? Fong Chen asked. City Lord Fong, this is an array Saint Master. I invited him here to set up a Tao Great Array to protect the Tranquil East Sword City. If a shadow appears, I will immediately discover it, said the City Lord. Hearing this, Fong Chen suddenly thought of an idea. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Within the City Lord Manor in a hidden courtyard, Fong Chen's body was filled with a majestic aura. In this courtyard, there was one array after another. Fong Chen was currently trying to break through to the Divine Array Master Realm. In the ancient Sword Continent, the Divine Array Master Realm was the strongest realm in the Tao of Arrays. Fong Chen had long since reached the peak of the Divine Array Master Realm in the Tao of Arrays. Today he had gained some inspiration and was preparing to break through to the Divine Array Master Realm. If I can set up a Divine Array Master Realm and cover all the major cities, the Dark Knight Mother's child body will not be able to break through, muttered Fong Chen. Fong Chen was very confident in breaking through to the Divine Array Master Realm. At this moment, he was constantly trying to break through. Rumble! One array after another quietly appeared. These arrays were mixed together by Fong Chen, and he was constantly studying and setting them up. In 3 days, Fong Chen had completely mastered these arrays and broke through to the Divine Array Master Realm. Divine Array Master! A large number of arrays around Fong Chen were removed. He stood up with a smile on his face. City Lord Manor, Conference Hall. City Lord of Tranquil East. I have something I need to talk to you about, said Fong Chen. City Lord Fong has been cultivating for the past 3 days. Did you break through? Asked the City Lord of Tranquil East. Fong Chen nodded and said, I've already reached the Divine Array Master Realm, and I can set up a divine array master realm. I've already reached divine array master realm. I've as my divine array master. After hearing Fong Chen's words, the Anong City Lord understood Fong Chen's intentions. His face was filled with excitement. Tranquil, 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 tranquil palace hall. Of tranquil, tranquil array master. Realm, tranquil realm. The tranquils, tranquil, 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 s. Of divine, tranquil heaven. City Lord Fong, when do you plan to set up? The Anong City Lord asked with a smile. How about now? The tranquil, tranquil. I've made a fool of myself in front of City Lord Fong. After learning that Fong Chen was a divine array master, the alchemy Saint Master respected Fong Chen even more. Fong Chen took a step forward and flicked his wrist. Immediately, countless purple crystals were scattered all around in Dong Sword City. Crash after the purple crystal drilled into the ground. A majestic aura surged around Fong Chen's body. He began to set up a divine level formation. Setting up a God-grade array formation wasn't as simple as drawing an array formation model. Instead, one had to go deep into the core of the array formation and operate it thoroughly. Ordinary people would never be able to see a divine-level array formation. And now, Fong Chen was actually setting up a divine-level array formation. Swoosh after the 108 purple crystals were all in place. With a flick of his wrist, Fong Chen activated his saint-level sword body. Majestic sword Qi soared into the sky and turned into 108 sword lights. Bang bang bunga 108 streaks of sword light swooped down and stabbed into the 108 violet crystals. Hum with a deafening sound, the array foundation was formed. Next, it was time to set up the core of the array formation. For this, Fong Chen and the City Lord of Indong City brought a piece of purple crystal soulstone. With the purple crystal soulstone as the core of the array and the 108 streaks of sword Qi as the array foundation, the divine level array formation was instantly formed. Crash! After the formation of the divine level array, the entire Indong Sword City was filled with an oppressive aura. 108 streaks of sword light were faintly discernible. What a powerful array formation! The City Lord of Indong City and the alchemy Saint Master couldn't help but sigh. City Lord of Indong City, this is the chant to control the array formation. Fong Chen passed the chant to the City Lord of Indong City before bidding farewell and leaving. In the following time, Fong Chen shuttled through one city after another. He constantly set up the divine level array to protect these cities. On a certain day, Fong Chen arrived at the Five Elements Sword City. The City Lord is back. No one knew how the news spread, but the entire Five Elements Sword City was in an uproar. The current Fong Chen was the god of the Five Elements Sword City, the faith of the Five Elements Sword City. All the cultivators were loudly shouting Fong Chen's name. That's the City Lord. On the streets, the eyes of some cultivators were filled with fervor. An imposing figure was floating in the sky, setting up a peerless array formation. Before long, the array formation was complete. What a terrifying array formation! Many cultivators in the Five Elements Sword City were shocked. After setting up the divine level array, Fong Chen left a few words for the Five Elements Palace Lord before leaving. After that, Fong Chen went to the Azura Sword City, Gold Sword City, and other places. Half a month later, all the cities in the Burial Sword Province were enveloped by the divine level array. And at this time, Fong Chen hurriedly headed to the Endless Ocean. In the depths of the Endless Ocean, in front of a huge whirlpool, with the palace lord at the lead, over 10 profound kings were standing there with grave expressions. Palace Lord, the alien life form struggle is getting stronger and stronger. What should we do? Asked a profound king. Do your best to suppress it, said the palace lord. After the palace lord finished speaking, his heart stirred. He turned his head and saw that Fong Qin had arrived. "Palace Lord, what's the situation?" asked Fong Qin. "It's not too optimistic," said the Palace Lord simply. Fong Qin frowned and said, "Palace Lord, all the cities in the Burial Sword Province have been enveloped by the divine level array formation I've set up. There's nothing to worry about for now." The other profound kings looked at Fong Qin with surprise when they heard this. "You've stepped into the divine master realm?" asked the Palace Lord. Fong Qin nodded and went straight to the point. "Palace Lord, time is of the essence. I need to enter the God Burial Sword Prison now." Before the Palace Master could speak, the expressions of the other profound kings turned grim, and they directly spoke out to stop the Palace Master. "Palace Master, we're utterly unable to open the God Burial Sword Prison in our current state." "That's right, Palace Lord. If we forcefully open the God Burial Sword Prison, the alien life form might escape." "Palace Lord, you can't do that. Once the alien life form escapes, the Burial Sword Province will be bathed in blood." The Mystic Kings all refused. "What's going on?" asked Fong Qin. "To open the God Burial Sword Prison, we need to make it float. That way, the seal will loosen a lot." The God Burial Sword Prison suppressed the alien life form. Once it floated, the seal would loosen, and the alien life form would escape. They couldn't take that risk. Everyone's expressions were grave. Even the Palace Lord was hesitating. A medallion appeared in Fong Qin's hand. "Palace Lord, I think you've misunderstood me. There's no need for you to open the God Burial Sword Prison. I can go in myself," said Fong Qin. All the profound kings, including the Palace Master, were shocked when they heard this. "A medallion bestowed by the sword-bearing emperor?" asked the Palace Lord. Fong Qin nodded. The Palace Lord's eyes were blazing. "All right, Fong Qin. Even if we have to risk our lives, we'll buy time for you." "You just need to go in," said the Palace Lord. The other profound kings nodded heavily as well. Only the Palace Lord knew that Fong Qin had received the sword-bearing emperor's approval. Now that these mystic kings knew about it, they were extremely supportive of Fong Qin. Perhaps Fong Qin was the only one who could resolve the Burial Sword Province's crisis. Fong Qin activated the medallion and disappeared. He entered the God Burial Sword Prison. "Palace Lord, Fong Qin really received the sword-bearing emperor's approval?" asked one of the profound kings in disbelief. "That's right. Fong Qin already received the sword-bearing emperor's approval. That's why I placed all my hopes on him," said the Palace Lord. After all, the Burial Sword Province was formed from the sword-bearing emperor's body. Chapter 944. God-Burying Sword Prison. This was the second time Fong Qin had entered this place. With his current strength, there was almost no resistance in the first 10 floors. When he arrived at the 11th floor, Fong Qin was still unstoppable. Roar! A large number of Mystic King Realm beasts appeared on the 11th floor. Most of these beasts were low-level Mystic King Realm beasts. To Fong Qin, they were nothing. Break! The 3 Revolution Radiance sword technique was executed. With one slash, a large number of beasts were killed. Then he used the space-time true meaning and disappeared from the 11th floor. Then he entered the 12th floor. There was still not much danger on the 12th floor. When he entered the 13th floor, he finally forced Fong Qin to use his strongest attack. The 3 Revolution Radiance sword technique was executed to the extreme. The Saint-class sword body was also fully activated. The space-time true meaning was executed continuously. However, he still managed to kill his way out and entered the 14th floor. The 14th floor was peaceful. Fong Qin felt a little strange. Crash! Suddenly, the ground on the ground loosened, and a huge skeleton appeared instantly. "Human, if you want to enter the 15th floor, you will have to pass through me." A voice came from the skeleton. The skeleton was a human expert when he was alive. After he died, his skeleton mutated and became what it was now. 3 Revolution Radiance Sword Technique. Fang Chen attacked without any hesitation. A wild sword light immediately shot out from the hidden star sword. Ding! Ding! In a flash, the hidden star sword and the skeleton clashed a few times. The skeleton's body retreated a few steps. Fang Chen's body was also pushed back a little. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen stared at the skeleton with a complicated look in his eyes. "You dare to challenge me with such strength?" The skeleton laughed eerily. He did not attack Fang Chen. Instead, he stood quietly and sneered. The skeleton was very strong. It was at least a 4th-level Mystic King Realm expert. From the fact that it could easily block his 3 Revolution Radiance sword technique, it could be seen that he could not pass through with his current strength. Crash activating the true will of space-time, Fang Chen returned to the 13th level, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating Void Meteor Annihilation. He had obtained a secret art from the heaven-reaching peak, but he had yet to learn it. Now, Fang Chen had no choice but to cultivate Void. Fang Chen's mind was filled with information about the Void Meteor Strike. Because Fang Chen was proficient in the space-time true intent, cultivating the space-time meteorite strike was much easier than expected. In order to unleash the full power of the Void Meteor Strike, it required the assistance of the true intent of Void. On the other hand, Fang Chen's true meaning of space-time was much stronger than the true meaning of Void. Naturally, it was more compatible with the Void Meteorite Strike. Dong the Golden Heart beat rapidly. In an instant, Fang Chen felt as if he had fallen into a dream. He saw a little golden man in his mind, holding a long sword and brandishing a messy sword technique. Swoosh! Suddenly, the little golden man waved the long sword in his hand. Immediately, a majestic sword chi condensed in the air above his head. The majestic sword chi fused into the void and turned into a transparent long sword. On the transparent long sword, majestic sword chi was constantly dissipating. Void Meteor Annihilation. Following the little golden man's loud roar, the transparent long sword suddenly pierced out with a loud rumble. Rumble! A deafening sound was heard. The transparent long sword pierced into the void far away, tearing the void apart and forming a spatial turbulence. Phew! When the power of the Void Meteor Annihilation dissipated, Fang Chen suddenly woke up. What a powerful Void Meteor Annihilation! Fang Chen stood up, holding the hidden star sword in his hand, and began cultivating the Void Meteor Annihilation. Half a month later, in the 13th level of the God-burying sword prison, Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible. The true intent of void around him spread out, spiritual energy surged, and the hidden star sword in his hand contained a majestic power. Void Meteor Annihilation. When performing the Void Meteor Annihilation, Fang Chen pushed the true intent of space-time to the extreme. Swoosh! The transparent long sword suddenly took shape, and then it directly pierced out. Rumble! Under the control of Fang Chen, the transparent long sword bombarded a mountain in the distance. Suddenly, the mountain was annihilated. What a strong power! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The power of the Void Meteor Annihilation was stronger than the 3 Revolution Radiance sword technique. It's worthy of being the master of Tongtian Island's unique skill. Fang Chen secretly exclaimed. The previous owner of Tongtian Peak was known as the master of Tongtian Island, an extraterrestrial overlord. The power of his lifetime's ultimate skill was extremely powerful. Fang Chen had only learned a little, but he felt that his strength had increased a lot. If the Void Meteor Annihilation is so powerful, I wonder how strong the Star Sky skill is. Fang Chen was looking forward to the Star Sky skill, but right now the most important thing was to reach the 18th floor and become the inner disciple of Zhang Jianemperor. Then he would save the burial sword state. Zhang Jianemperor was definitely stronger than the master of Tongtian Island. It wasn't that the 3 Revolution Radiance sword technique wasn't strong, but that Fong Qin couldn't unleash its full power. As for the void meteor annihilation, it could unleash even more power with the assistance of the true intent of spacetime. In the future, when Fong Chen's cultivation increased, he would be able to unleash the true power of the 3 revolution radiance sword technique. With my current strength, I wonder if I can deal with withered bones. Fong Chen muttered to himself. When he entered the 14th floor again, he was immediately discovered by withered bones. Kid, you're here again. Fong Chen realized that withered bones seemed to have some restrictions and couldn't attack him. This gave him plenty of time to prepare. 3 revolution radiance sword technique. Fong Chen shouted and executed the 3 revolution radiance sword technique. A majestic sword light shot towards withered bones. Ding, ding, ding. As Fong Chen expected, the 3 revolution radiance sword technique couldn't defeat withered bones. Insignificant skill. Withered bones sneered and shattered the majestic sword light. At this moment, the true intent of spacetime was executed. Swish! Fong Chen's body instantly disappeared. When he disappeared, time actually stopped for a short moment. This is the power of time. Withered Bones, who was originally disdainful, suddenly exclaimed. In the next moment, a transparent longsword appeared and pierced towards Withered Bones. Rumble! The void meteor annihilation attacked with full power, causing the earth to tremble. One of Withered Bones' arms was chopped off. Ah! Withered Bones cried out in shock. Fong Chen's secret technique was too powerful and chopped off one of Withered Bones' arms. Still not enough? Seeing that Withered Bones had entered a frenzied state, Fong Chen curled his lips and executed the true intent of spacetime, hiding in the 13th floor. Damn it! Fong Chen couldn't help but curse. Withered Bones' strength was stronger than he had imagined. Continue to cultivate. Fong Chen didn't have much time left, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. While Fong Chen was immersed in cultivation, on the 18th floor of the God-burying sword prison, the 8 guardians stood side by side. In front of them was a bright mirror, and there was a clear image on the mirror. This kid's potential is really incredible. Yeah, to be accepted as a personal disciple by the God-burying sword emperor. It's enough to show how outstanding he is. I wonder if he can enter the 18th floor this time. The 8 guardians were paying attention to Fong Chen's every move. Due to the restriction of the rules, they couldn't help Fong Chen. On the 13th floor, after another half a month, the void meteor annihilation had been cultivated to the extreme. According to the classification, he had reached the transcendent realm. At this moment, Fong Chen was very familiar with the use of the void meteor annihilation. One strike could destroy a mountain. Even a level 4 profound king realm martial artist couldn't withstand it directly. So powerful. When the void meteor annihilation was cultivated to the extreme, Fong Chen realized that this secret skill could really break the void. This time, Fong Chen was full of confidence. Let's try again. On the 14th floor. Kid, I'm going to kill you this time. Withered Bones said eerily when he saw Fong Chen. His face was filled with anger. I'm afraid you'll be the one to die. Fong Chen sneered and disappeared. At the same time, he executed the void meteor annihilation. A long river like the Milky Way appeared instantly. Sword Qi rolled in the long river, and its aura shook the heavens. Rumble. Chapter 945. In the void, the long river surged, and the majestic Sword Qi rolled. The skeleton was trapped in the long river, and it let out a miserable cry. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton was corroded by the Sword Qi and finally shattered into pieces. Splash! After the skeleton shattered, the Sword Qi stopped rolling, and the long river gradually disappeared. Fong Chen's face was full of smiles. When the void meteorite strike was cultivated to the extreme, it could transform into a long river. It was extremely powerful. Let's go. After passing the 14th level, they entered the 15th level. On the 15th level, there were densely packed creatures on the ground, and in the sky there was a leader, Cold Moon Cat Demon. Suddenly, a gust of cold air invaded, and Fong Chen's face changed slightly. The Cold Moon Cat Demon was a terrifying demonic beast. However, it also had its weaknesses. It was extremely fast, and its attack power was also very strong, but its defense was weak. Boss, let me do it. Little Mouse had wanted to take action for a long time, but Fong Chin did not let it do so. Now, it was finally time for it to take action. Little Mouse stood in the air with its paws on its waist and said arrogantly, "How dare a cat demon show off in front of me? Hurry up and make way for my boss." Hearing this, the Cold Moon Cat Demon in the sky was furious and roared loudly. Roar! Following the cat demon's loud roar, the black mass of creatures on the ground all rushed towards Fong Chin. "Boss, I'll leave this little minion to you." Little Mouse grinned. Fong Chin nodded and used the 3 Revolution Radiance sword art. At the same time, he used the true meaning of space-time, and all the creatures near Little Mouse were all imprisoned. Roar! Little Mouse used its special ability, and a purple light surged, and the shadow of a purple mouse condensed behind it. Then, a majestic attractive force spread out. The Cold Moon Cat Demon was about to attack when it was suddenly frightened by the attractive force. No. The terrifying attractive force instantly enveloped the Cold Moon Cat Demon, and it was unable to resist. Your special ability is even stronger. Fong Chen looked at Little Mouse and nodded slightly. Even the Cold Moon Cat Demon could not resist Little Mouse's special ability. Swoosh! The Cold Moon Cat Demon was unwillingly sucked into Little Mouse's bloody mouth. Crack! The Little Mouse's tough teeth crushed the Cold Moon Demon Cat. After the Cold Moon Demon Cat died, the countless creatures on the ground retreated in fear. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. Boss, this cat demon isn't challenging at all. Little Mouse jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder and grinned. The Cold Moon Cat Demon's defense was not strong enough to withstand the Little Mouse's innate divine ability. If it was a creature with a strong defense, it would be more or less the same. Fong Chen was already used to the Little Mouse's innate magical powers, but the 8 guardians on the 18th floor were shocked. "Didn't you notice that this innate divine ability is very familiar?" asked one of the protectors. It instantly released a powerful suction force. The Cold Moon Cat Demon was sucked into its mouth without any resistance. This Little Mouse's teeth can actually crush the Cold Moon Cat Demoness. This little mouse reminded me of something. Are you talking about the heaven-devouring god mouse that once accompanied Emperor Zongjian? The 8 guardians were shocked. Outside, 5 Elements Sword City. The god-slaying sword formation released a majestic aura that tightly enveloped 5 Elements Sword City. The 5 Elements Palace Lord was very happy. Ever since he obtained the god-slaying sword formation, he had already easily killed several of the Dark Knight Mother's princes. Palace Lord, with this god-slaying sword formation, 5 Elements Sword City will not be in any danger. That's right. Just as the Palace Lord finished speaking, he suddenly felt the god-slaying sword formation tremble. Voila! The 5 Elements Palace Lord stood in the sky and looked down. Palace Lord, there's a creature attacking from the southwest corner. An elder hastily said. Palace Lord, there's a creature attacking from the west. Palace Lord, there's a creature attacking from the north. One after another, the elders continued to report the situation. The god-slaying sword formation was facing so many powerful attacks at the same time. The 5 Elements Palace Lord sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? The 5 Elements Palace Lord's expression was grave. Dong! Deafening sounds came one after another. The creatures outside the god-slaying sword formation seemed to have grasped a method to break the god-slaying sword formation. outside the god-slaying sword formation north. Boss, with this void-breaking pearl, we'll definitely be able to break this formation. A dark knight mother's princes grinned. Continue to increase the attack. The leading creature held a pearl that emitted a resplendent light in its hand. Because of this pearl, the god-slaying sword formation seemed to not be so stable. The god-slaying sword formation is spreading. In the blink of an eye, the Five Elements Palace Lord realized that something was wrong. Attack with all your strength. The Five Elements Palace Lord roared. The Five Elements Sword City began a crazy counterattack. However, not long after, the Five Elements Palace Master discovered that their counterattack was simply useless. What should we do? What should we do? The Five Elements Palace Lord was extremely anxious. At this moment, in the sky 100 miles away from the Five Elements Sword City, 11 cultivators were flying rapidly. Zhang Jian and the others had already returned to the Sword Burial Province and had been in seclusion. As soon as they came out, they learned of the crisis in the Sword Burial Province. Then, they prepared to head to the Endless Ocean to support the Palace Lord. However, they happened to pass by the Five Elements Sword City and were prepared to solve the crisis of the Five Elements Sword City. Fang Chen, the city lord, Dark Sword said. We're almost there, Taoist Tianhong said. When the 11 of them arrived, the god-slaying sword formation shook and was about to shatter. The leader of the Dark Knight Mother's princes held the void-breaking pearl in his hand and was extremely excited. Increase the attack, the formation is about to shatter. Inside the formation, the Five Elements Palace Lord was extremely anxious. Once the god-slaying sword formation shattered, a huge number of creatures would attack. With his strength alone, he would not be able to resist at all. How could this be? The Five Elements Palace Lord was very distressed. However, at this moment, the Five Elements Palace Lord suddenly heard a trace of something wrong. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The shaking of the god-slaying sword formation gradually stopped. Through the formation, the Five Elements Palace Lord discovered that there were powerhouses killing the princes of the Dark Knight Mother. 8 extreme powerhouses. The Five Elements Palace Lord recognized Dark Sword and the others and was extremely excited. Outside the formation, Zhang Jian and the others began to kill. Miserable cries continued to ring out. In the blink of an eye, a large number of the princes of the Dark Knight Mother died. Zhang Jian found the leader, and a brilliant light shot out from his body, instantly enveloping the leader. Crack! The leader's arm was instantly shattered. Zhang Jian waved his hand and held the void-breaking pearl. Return my void-breaking pearl! The leader roared loudly. Die! As soon as Zhang Jian finished speaking, he killed the leader. With the death of the leader, a large number of the princes of the Dark Knight Mother were all killed. The crisis of the Five Elements Sword City was finally resolved with the arrival of the 11 powerhouses. Zhang Jian, what is this thing? The 11 powerhouses gathered together and discovered the void-breaking pearl in Zhang Jian's hand. I'm not sure either, Zhang Jian said as he played with it. Let me see, the Ice Fire King suddenly said. Zhang Jian casually threw the void-breaking pearl to the Ice Fire King and carefully observed it. No one noticed that when the Ice Fire King held the void-breaking pearl, a trace of heat flashed across his eyes. This pearl seems to be a little extraordinary. Can I study it? The Ice Fire King asked. Everyone nodded. In any case, this thing wasn't of much use to them. In the end, the Ice Fire King put away the void-breaking pearl. Thank you for your help. At this moment, the Five Elements Palace Master flew out and cupped his hands to thank the 11 people. This is Fang Chen's territory. We naturally won't leave you in the lurch, said the Dark Sword. The other powerhouses nodded. Everyone, do you want to go to the Five Elements Sword City for a visit? Asked the Five Elements Palace Master. We still have urgent matters to attend to, said Taoist Tianhong. In that case, we won't disturb you, said the 5 Elements Palace Master with a smile. The 11 of them looked at each other, then turned around and disappeared. After flying for a while, the Ice Fire King suddenly stopped. Everyone, I have some urgent matters to attend to. You can leave first. I'll catch up later. Ice Fire King, what's the matter? Do you need our help? Asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. No need. I can handle it myself. The crisis of the Sword Burial Province cannot be delayed, said the Ice Fire King. Chapter 946. The God-Burying Sword Prison was full of mystery. Everyone thought that the God-Burying Sword Prison was a prison that held the resentment of the Almighties who had fallen during the dark turmoil. However, one would only realize that the God-Burying Sword Prison was not as simple as a prison after experiencing it for themselves. As Fang Chun went deeper, he vaguely felt that the God-Burying Sword Prison was meant to nurture top experts. Every level of the God-Burying Sword Prison seemed to be dangerous, but there was still a chance of survival. Moreover, there were very few resentment of the Almighties in the sword prison, but there were many extraterritorial creatures. Fang Chun suspected that these extraterritorial creatures were meant to train the warriors who entered. Although the Cold Moon Cat Demon on the 15th level was powerful, it posed no threat to Fang Chun at all. The Cold Moon Cat Demon's physical defense was strong, but its soul defense was weak. Therefore, it could not withstand Little Mouse's gifted superpower attack. Now, Fang Chun finally stepped into the 16th level. Soon, I just need to persevere for 2 more levels, and I will be able to reach the 18th level safely. Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat. As soon as he entered the 16th level, Fang Chun discovered a large number of demonic beasts. Seeing these demonic beasts, Fang Chun was completely shocked. The demonic beasts on the 16th level were all mutant golden demons. How is this possible? A great storm took place in Fang Chun's heart. Mutant golden devils were extremely rare to begin with, and now Fang Chun had encountered so many golden demon clan monsters. Mystic King realm mutant golden demons. Little Mouse, who was on Fang Chun's shoulder, also narrowed its eyes. A mutant golden demon was nothing to Little Mouse, but there were so many of them that even his gifted superpower could not help. Boss, what should we do? Little Mouse asked anxiously. Run. Without hesitation, Fang Chun activated the space-time true meaning to the maximum and disappeared into the void. Roar! Countless mutant golden demons roared and chased after Fang Chun. Swoosh! Every time Fang Chun revealed his true form, he would swing his sword. The power of the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique was abnormally strong. However, there was no reaction from the mutant golden devil. He's immune to physical attacks to this extent? Fang Chun couldn't help but click his tongue. These mutant golden devil's immunity was too strong. Bang! After fleeing for a while, Fang Chun was finally stopped by a mutant golden fiend. The 3 revolutions radiance sword technique was displayed, and the hidden star sword directly pierced towards the mutated golden devil. Ding, ding, ding! The sound of metal colliding instantly rang out. The mutant golden devil's body was forced back. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chun used a soul attack secret art, Ice Secret Sword. Swoosh! A majestic soul emerged in an instant and then condensed into a long sword of ice. Carrying a majestic power, it pierced towards the mutant golden demon. Dong! When the Ice Secret Sword stabbed towards the mutant gold devil, the latter's body paused for a moment, and then it let out a miserable cry. Seeing this, Fang Chun's eyes flashed with a fiery light. The attack of the Ice Secret Sword is effective. In the following time, Fang Chun used the true meaning of space and time while using the Ice Secret Sword. Every time he used the Ice Secret Sword, a mutant golden devil would fall to the ground. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During this time, Fang Chun had been fleeing, But in the process of fleeing, the mutant golden devils were also being killed. After 6 hours of fleeing, Fong Qin finally grasped the knack of it. The mutant golden devils are afraid of the ice secret sword. Fong Qin said to himself. Fong Qin's soul was very strong. It had reached the late stage of the green class and was only 1 step away from the cyan class. The ice secret sword was a soul attack secret art, and its attack power was very strong. Moreover, coupled with Fong Qin's true meaning of ice, no mutant golden devil could get close. At this time, on the 18th floor, the 8 guardians looked at the mirror and let out a sigh of relief. It seems that we all underestimated this kid. Yeah, the mutant golden devil's weakness is their soul. His soul secret art is so strange, and it just so happens to counter the mutant golden devils. This kid's soul is continuously using soul attack secret arts. It seems like his soul is about to break through. Look, his soul is breaking through. One of the guardians suddenly yelled. On the mirror, a large number of mutant golden devils were constantly rushing towards Fong Qin. The latter's eyes flickered, and his soul was enveloped. Swish, swish. One by one, the mutant golden devils fell to the ground. At a certain moment, the soul around Fong Qin's body suddenly underwent a change. Rumble. The late stage of the green class, soul, broke through to the early stage of the cyan class. I broke through. Fong Qin, who was attacking, revealed a smile. He didn't expect that his soul would break through under continuous high-intensity attacks. The later stages of soul cultivation, the harder it was to break through. This breakthrough wasn't inferior to breaking through from the true martial realm to the mystic king realm. Fong Qin was extremely excited. When his soul broke through to the early stage of the cyan class, he no longer feared the mutant golden devils on the 16th floor. You weak ants. After being chased for several hours, he could finally hold his head high. Fong Qin quietly floated in the sky, the space-time aura around him flashing. Thousands of mutant golden devils were constantly converging, crazily roaring at Fong Qin. Secret sword of ice. A substantial light shot out from Fong Qin's eyes. Then a majestic cyan soul instantly appeared like a long river. Soul power surged in the river, and at a speed invisible to the naked eye, it instantly condensed into one secret sword of ice after another. A cyan-class soul could activate the strongest power of the secret sword of ice. The current Fong Qin could condense 100 secret swords of ice in one go. Bang! Bang! The mutant golden devils who were hit by the secret sword of ice fell to the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 100 mutant golden devils closest to Fong Qin were all dead. The mutant golden devils behind immediately rushed forward, but what greeted them was still the terrifying secret sword of ice. Whoosh! His soul cultivation had reached the early stage of the 5th stage, and the power of the secret sword of ice had reached its peak. Although the mutant golden devils were immune to physical attacks, they were no longer a threat to Fong Qin. Indeed, only on the verge of life and death can one comprehend the fastest, Fong Qin said as he used the secret sword of ice. The little mouse on his shoulder also grinned. In the blink of an eye, thousands of mutant golden devils died. The remaining mutant golden devils finally felt fear. Fear appeared in their eyes, and their bodies kept retreating. Roar! One of the mutant golden devils roared at the sky. Countless mutant golden devils behind also roared at the sky, as if responding. In the end, under Fong Qin's gaze, these mutant golden devils all retreated like the tide. They retreated. The little mouse's eyes flickered. Although they are immune to physical attacks, my secret sword of ice is extremely powerful. I can kill hundreds of them at once. I'm not afraid of them taking turns to fight me. Fong Qin said with a smile. On the 18th floor, the 8 guardians couldn't help but shake their heads. Fong Qin's potential was too monstrous. In the pursuit of life and death, his soul had reached the early stage of the Scion level. He has cultivated for less than 20 years, and his soul has reached the early stage of the Scion level. Even the younger generation of some large forces outside the domain can't compare. As expected of a martial artist who was accepted as a personal disciple by the buried Sword Emperor, it seems that we are about to leave the buried God Sword prison. The 8 guardians discussed with each other. They sighed in their hearts. Fang Chen's appearance gave them great hope. At this moment, a figure floated over. Qin Yang. The 8 guardians saw Qin Yang and nodded slightly. Although Qin Yang wasn't a guardian, his strength was on par with theirs. Furthermore, when Qin Yang had competed for the position of guardian, he had lost to one of the guardians by a small margin. They respected Qin Yang very much. "Qin Yang, why are you here?" asked one of the guardians. "Humph, only you can look. But I can't," sneered Qin Yang. The 8 guardians understood Qin Yang very well and were used to his attitude. Chapter 947. After passing the 16th level, it was time for the final hurdle, which was the 17th level. Many people thought that the 18th level was the most dangerous. Little did they know that there was no danger at all on the 18th floor. After entering the 17th floor, Fang Chen looked around. "Yeah, there's nothing." Fang Chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, the 17th floor should be very dangerous. "Boss, something's wrong," Little Mouse suddenly said. Fang Chen frowned and asked, "What did you find?" "I can feel my bloodline moving," the Little Mouse said. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, the Little Mouse's figure suddenly flashed, and then it leaped away. Seeing this, Fang Chen followed closely behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the 17th floor, the spirit chi was extremely dense. The faster he moved, the more Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. What happened? Why is there a purple aura in the air here? The purple aura in the air was exactly the same as the purple luster emitted by the Little Mouse. Could it be that the sky-devouring godly rat that followed Monarch Zhongjian was buried here? As he thought of this, Fang Chen felt a little excited. After flying for about an hour, the Little Mouse stopped in its tracks. When Fang Chen arrived, he was surprised to find a bottomless cliff in front of him. The sky above the cliff was filled with an extremely dense purple aura. When the Little Mouse saw these auras, its body kept trembling. "Boss!" Little Mouse's voice was trembling. He had long known that he was a member of the heaven-devouring divine rat clan. However, when the Little Mouse sensed the purple aura in the cliff, it still felt strange. "Boss, my ancestor might have perished here," the Little Mouse continued to say. "What did you find?" Fang Chen asked. "I want to enter this place," the Little Mouse said. "It won't be dangerous, right?" Fang Chen was a little worried. "I have to go in," the Little Mouse said, and entered the cliff. Rumble, the majestic purple aura, instantly enveloped the Little Mouse and then disappeared. As Fang Chen stood on the cliff, he could clearly sense that the purple aura was obstructing him. "I hope you're all right," Fang Chen muttered to himself. Outside the god-burying sword prison, in the whirlpool, the Dark Knight Queen's activities were getting more and more intense. Bang, at a certain moment, a cracking sound could be heard. Then a vast aura suddenly spread out. After that, all the profound kings, including the palace master, were instantly blasted flying. Poochie, everyone spat out mouthfuls of blood as their faces turned extremely pale. "Palace Master, what's going on?" asked one of the profound kings. "The Dark Knight Queen seems to be coming out." The Palace Master's face was extremely ugly. "Then what should we do?" The group of people was extremely anxious. Once the Dark Knight Queen came out of the god-burying sword prison, it would be the end of the sword burial state. "We must work together to seal it," the Palace Master said in a deep voice. Dong! Suddenly, the god-burying sword prison trembled more and more violently. It seemed like the Dark Knight Queen was about to come out. "Palace Master!" At this moment, 11 experts suddenly appeared in the distance. Yes, the palace master was overjoyed. Palace master, what's going on? Asked Zongjian. The Dark Night Queen is about to break out of the seal. We must seal it again. Palace master, do you have any ideas? Asked Taoist Tianhong. There's only one way now. The palace master was expressionless. It seemed like he had made a very big decision. Palace master, could it be? The ox-nosed old Taoist seemed to have discovered something and asked in shock. The palace master nodded. The god-burying sword formation. Hearing the words god-burying sword formation, everyone's expression changed greatly. Palace master, once the god-burying sword formation is used, we'll all be devoured, said a profound king. The god-burying sword formation is too dangerous. Once it's used, it'll harm others and ourselves, said another profound king. The expressions of Zongjian and the others also changed. The god-burying sword formation was the sword burial state's forbidden formation. It was the sword burial immortal palace's trump card. It would only be used when the sword burial state was in the most danger. Because the god-burying sword formation was too dangerous, it would consume a lot of energy. If it weren't for the fact that the palace master had no other choice, he wouldn't have used it so easily. There's no other way. The palace master smiled bitterly. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. For the sword burial state will go all out. After reaching an agreement, everyone's gaze fell on the palace master. I'll activate the god-burying sword formation. All of you, pour all your energy into the formation, said the palace master. As soon as the palace master finished speaking, his body trembled. Countless tiny rays of light shot into the whirlpool. Rumble. Immediately, the boundless sword energy in the sword burial state was sucked dry. A ball of light appeared in the palace master's hand. The sword energy contained within the ball of light was 10 times more than the spirit energy in the sword burial state. Activate the god-burying sword formation. The water in the endless ocean instantly evaporated. The whirlpool was exposed to everyone. At this moment, the ball of light in the palace master's hand shot toward the whirlpool. Dong! The earth trembled, and the water in the whirlpool in the dried-up sea suddenly stopped flowing. Then, the boundless sword energy within the ball of light spread out. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the vortex. The sword energy enveloped the whirlpool, and its movements became smaller and smaller. Ha ha ha, has it been sealed? Laughed a profound king. The whirlpool is shattering. The extraterrestrial has been sealed. The faces of the mystic kings were filled with smiles. The god-burying sword formation was too powerful. It had almost sucked all their energy dry. Fortunately, they'd managed to persevere. Dong! However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The sword energy enveloping the whirlpool suddenly cracked. Not good, shouted the palace master. He immediately poured all his energy into the god-burying sword formation. Rumble! More than 20 profound kings poured all their energy into the god-burying sword formation. Immediately, the god-burying sword formation erupted with resplendent light, continuing to suppress the whirlpool. Crack! The whirlpool struggled, and cracks appeared on the god-burying sword formation. Uft! Some of the weaker profound kings spat out blood, their faces pale. Their bodies were trembling, and they couldn't hold on any longer. The god-burying sword formation had sucked all their energy dry, and their vitality was fading. Is the sword burial prefecture about to be destroyed? Asked Zhang Jian expressionlessly. There's no other way. Some mystic kings had already given up. The god-burying sword formation had sucked all their energy dry, but it still couldn't suppress the extraterrestrial. The Dark Night Queen's birth was unstoppable. All the cultivators, including the palace master, had gloomy expressions. They were the top experts of the sword burial prefecture. They were usually high and mighty, but they couldn't protect their home. Even if we die, we have to use our last bit of energy. Suddenly, Zhang Jian roared. The other profound kings also let out their last shouts. They used all their energy to continue pouring energy into the god-burying sword formation. For the sword burial prefecture, I have no regrets, even if I die. A profound king roared loudly, and then charged into the god-burying sword formation. Dong! The entire ground was shaking. This mystic king realm expert had self-destructed. The self-detonation of a profound king was extremely powerful. In an instant, the god-burying sword formation absorbed the power of the self-detonation and grew stronger. The cracks on the sword array were gradually disappearing. Another mystic king realm expert was exploding. 5 profound kings self-detonated in a row, stabilizing the god-burying sword formation. At this moment, the atmosphere around the whirlpool was incomparably heavy. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Their bodies were extremely weak, and their faces were pale, but they used their last bit of energy to protect the sword burial prefecture. Crack! The god-burying sword formation only lasted for the blink of an eye before cracks appeared again. At this moment, all the cultivators were thoroughly disappointed. The heavens want the sword burial prefecture dead. The palace master laughed miserably. Dong! Another profound king self-detonated, using his life as the price to suppress the extraterrestrial. Let me do it, said the palace master hoarsely. Chapter 948. Palace Lord, you can't. Many profound king realm experts shouted to stop him. The palace lord was the symbol of the sword burial prefecture. Once he died, the prefecture would be destroyed. No matter how many profound kings died, they wouldn't be able to damage the foundation of the sword burial prefecture. Once the palace lord died, the sword burial immortal palace would stop operating. The palace lord resolutely walked toward the whirlpool as he looked at the swaying god burial sword formation. His figure was incomparably lonely. The entire endless ocean was filled with a strong aura of sadness. The faces of Zhang Jian and the others were also filled with helplessness. Damn it! Some people clenched their fists, hating that they weren't strong enough to kill the Dark Knight Queen. Rumble, when the palace lord approached the whirlpool, his aura rose to the peak. This was the aura of self-destruction. Spiritual energy surged in his sea of chi. Palace Lord! All the martial artists cried out loudly, their hearts filled with grief. But it didn't help. In the end, the palace lord stepped into the whirlpool. I'll use my body to return peace to the sword burial prefecture. The palace lord's hoarse voice came from the whirlpool. Let's do it. Sensing the palace lord sacrificing himself to suppress the alien, everyone's emotions were stirred. They released their strongest auras and charged toward the whirlpool. It seemed that these warriors were about to self-destruct. At this moment, the whirlpool suddenly began to tremble. Dong! The whirlpool shook faster and faster until the last person was sent flying out. Palace Lord! Seeing the person on the ground, everyone was shocked and hurried to the Palace Lord's side. Palace Lord, are you all right? Asked Dark Sword. What's going on? The palace master's face was filled with astonishment. He was clearly about to self-destruct when he was suddenly sent flying out of the vortex by a tyrannical force. Is the Dark Knight Queen about to be born? Thinking of this, the palace lord's face darkened and his heart was filled with sorrow. Taoist Tianhong helped the palace lord up. The palace lord took a step forward and stared at the whirlpool. Is the heavens going to destroy the sword burial prefecture? Asked the palace lord. I'm not late, right? Just as everyone's expression turned solemn, a series of clamorous voices suddenly rang out. Then, 8 figures appeared in front of the vortex. This sudden turn of events caused all the profound kings present, including the palace master, to turn pale with fright. The palace master's face was extremely solemn as he stared at the 8 people. You are the current palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace? One of the guardians asked. That's right. May I ask, sir? The palace master asked. At this moment, another figure emerged from the vortex. Qin Yang. Seeing this person, Dark Sword and the others were completely shocked. The newcomer was actually Qin Yang. At this moment, Dark Sword and the others looked at the 8 guardians again. They finally understood. Among the 8 people, one of them was the expert who had forced Qin Yang to retreat. The Sword Burial Prefecture is saved. The 8 ultimate powerful beings burst out laughing. The powers of these powerful beings were so strong that they could not detect them at all. Qin Yang, it's you. The palace master also recognized Qin Yang. Palace master, these 8 people are the guardians of the God-burying sword prison. Step back and let us deal with them, Qin Yang said. He was also a cultivator of the Sword Burial Prefecture. Since the Sword Burial Prefecture was in danger, he would naturally step forward. Hearing this, the palace master and the others nodded heavily and hastily retreated. Their eyes were blazing with desire. Ha ha ha! The Sword Burial Emperor really did leave behind a backup plan. Everyone laughed. The 8 guardians joined forces with Qin Yang. The 9 of them attacked together. Immediately, the starlight in the sky became dazzling and a majestic aura spread out. Suppress! When the 9 of them said the word suppress, they directly stretched out their palms. 9 giant handprints, carrying with them an extremely majestic power, came crashing down. Rumble! The God-burying sword prison above the vortex instantly shattered. Then, the 9 large palms pressed down on the vortex. Dong! Under the suppression of the 9 large palms, the struggling vortex slowly sank into the ground. The dangerous aura that had spread out gradually disappeared. Everyone was incomparably excited. With the vortex suppressed, the Dark Knight Queen was unable to come out. The crisis of the Sword Burial Prefecture was over. Seeing this, the 9 of them withdrew their auras and turned to look at the palace master and the others. Thank you for your help. The palace master cupped his hands and said with a grin, No need to thank us. If you want to thank someone, thank Fong Qin. One of the guardians said with a grin, Fong Qin. Hearing the guardian's words, many martial artists, including the palace master, were shocked. May I ask where Fong Qin is? The palace master asked. Whoosh! A ripple appeared in the space, and then a figure appeared. Palace master. Fong Qin's figure appeared. Golden light flowed around his body, and his aura was very powerful. Fong Qin, you! The palace master was very excited when he saw Fong Qin. After greeting the palace master, Fong Qin turned to look at the 9 of them. How is it? The vortex is temporarily suppressed by the 9 of us, and the Dark Knight Queen is unable to come out. However, this is not the best plan, the guardian said. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded. His deep eyes looked at the place where the vortex disappeared. Leave the rest to me. After Fong Qin finished speaking, he took a step forward and stood in the air above the vortex. He muttered, Let's end it here. When everyone saw Fong Qin's imposing figure, they were speechless. Whoosh! A token appeared in Fong Qin's hand. This token was the token that the Zong Sword Emperor had given to Fong Qin before. This token had not been completely activated by Fong Qin before. It was only activated after Fong Qin became the Zong Sword Emperor's inner disciple. The 8 guardians were completely under Fong Qin's command. They were sent by Fong Qin to rescue the palace master and the others, while he was accepting the inheritance. Now that he had accepted the inheritance, it was time to completely kill the Dark Knight Queen. Whoosh! Sword chi and spiritual energy surrounded it. A strange aura shot out from the token and directly into the vortex. Dong! A deafening sound rang out, and a tall tower that reached into the clouds appeared from the vortex. This was the God-burying sword prison. Under Fong Qin's summon, the God-burying sword prison slowly appeared. In the blink of an eye, it was standing above the vortex. There was a terrifying aura around the god-burying sword prison. Fong Chen's wrist shook, and the strange aura in the token directly integrated into the god-burying sword prison. Crack! Then, the god-burying sword prison gradually turned into specks of starlight under everyone's gaze. The god-burying sword prison is broken. How is this possible? The god-burying sword prison is broken. Could this be the means left behind by the Zong Sword Emperor? Many Mystic King realm experts roared. The god-burying sword prison had existed for a long time, but now it was completely broken. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the god-burying sword prison turned into countless specks of starlight and integrated into the token in Fong Chen's hand. After doing all this, Fong Chen put the token into the vortex. Retreat! Fong Chen bellowed. His figure flickered as he flew out of the endless ocean. Seeing this, everyone flew away quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! When everyone flew above the endless ocean, there was a heart-wrenching roar from the vortex. The Dark Knight Queen was making a final struggle, but she couldn't resist the power of the token. How could the Dark Knight Queen resist the means left behind by the Zong Sword Emperor? Roar! The entire Sword Burial Prefecture shook. All the martial artists were panicking, not knowing what was going on. Is this the end? Someone roared. The source was in the sky above the endless ocean. As Fong Chen looked at the gradually collapsing boundless sea below, his heart trembled. Even though he had fallen for such a long time, he was still capable of such a feat. It was truly shocking. As expected of Master, Fong Chen said to himself. After Fong Chen accepted the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance and became his inner disciple, the remnant consciousness of the Zong Sword Emperor completely disappeared. Roar! The roar of the beast became weaker and weaker. In the end, the endless ocean collapsed and turned into nothingness. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Dark Knight Queen that threatened the Sword Burial Prefecture was finally dead. Everyone was overjoyed and looked at Fong Chen. Chapter 949. The Zong Sword Emperor's methods were too powerful. Just a remnant consciousness was enough to destroy the endless ocean and turn it into nothingness. The Dark Knight Queen, who had been suppressed by the vortex, had also disappeared completely. Everyone returned to the Sword Burial Prefecture when they heard Fong Chen's words. The 8 guardians and Qin Yang also returned together. Fong Chen's eyes flickered when he saw everyone leave. He stared at the empty space below and reached his hand down. Crash! When Fong Chen's hand returned, there was an egg in his hand. Master's words are indeed true, Fong Chen said with a smile. The egg wasn't simple. It was the inner core of the dead Dark Knight Queen. Back in the God Burial Sword Prison, the remnant consciousness of the Zong Sword Emperor had told Fong Chen that the Dark Knight Queen would leave behind an inner core after her death. It told Fong Chen to get the inner core no matter what. If he got the inner core, he might be able to give birth to a new Dark Knight Queen. Fong Chen put the inner core into his interspatial ring and returned to the Sword Burial Prefecture. In the Sword Burial Palace, the 8 guardians obeyed Fong Chen's orders and lived in the Sword Burial Palace to protect the Sword Burial Prefecture. The palace master was excited when he heard the news. 8 peak mystic kings guarding the Sword Burial Prefecture. Who would dare to offend them? As for Qin Yang, he returned to the sect with the ox-nosed old Taoist. With the Dark Knight Queen's death, the Sword Burial Prefecture's crisis was resolved. The entire Sword Burial Prefecture was completely peaceful. After a few words with the palace master, Fong Chen chose a secluded place and began his seclusion. When he received the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, Fong Chen's cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the Mystic King realm. Now he needed to digest the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. Fong Chen sat cross-legged in the secluded place. My soul has reached the peak. My ice secret sword has also reached the peak. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His soul couldn't be improved anymore. In terms of physical body, his sword body had already reached Saint Tier. While it might seem like he had reached the pinnacle, there was still room for improvement. Fang Chen had obtained a new body refinement method from the Zong, Sword Emperor's inheritance. Great accomplishment, sword body. Although it was similar to minor success sword body, its power was incomparable to that of a minor success sword body. It was said that if one cultivated the greater success sword physique to the pinnacle, one could shatter the stars and annihilate the starry sky with a single punch. Let's first cultivate the great success sword body. There was no longer any danger in the sword burial prefecture. Soon he would be able to leave the sword burial prefecture for the Outlands. But before that he had to arm himself. He would try his best to make himself stronger. Fang Chen's skin gradually turned bronze as he recited the chant for the greater success sword physique in his mind. Sword chi surged around him, and the sword body was activated. The power unleashed by the saint-level sword body was extremely powerful. Physical body. Fang Chen muttered. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been practicing his great success sword body. After 3 months, he finally cultivated the great success sword body to the beginner level. As expected of the cultivation method left by Master, it's so powerful. Fang Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. It took him 3 months to cultivate the great success sword body to the beginner level. It was enough to show how powerful the great success sword body was. After cultivating the great success sword body to the beginner level, Fang Chen's skin became more bronze, and his power became more powerful. His sword body had reached the pinnacle of the saint level. His sword body seemed to have reached a bottleneck, so Fang Chen temporarily gave up on cultivating it and turned to other cultivation methods. In the following time, Fang Chen cultivated the 3 revolutions radiance, sword technique, and the void meteor annihilation to the extreme. His strength also skyrocketed as a result. Master didn't leave me many cultivation methods, but they contain his life's comprehension, Fang Chen said. The disciple of the Zong Sword Emperor was definitely different from ordinary people. Although he had accepted the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, he didn't obtain any powerful cultivation methods. The most important thing was his life's comprehension. The Zong Sword Emperor's comprehension was very profound. Fang Chen only had a slight comprehension, but it had greatly improved his understanding of the sword principle. Moreover, Fang Chen felt that the Golden Heart was also absorbing the Zong Sword Emperor's comprehension. Thump, thump the Golden Heart's beating trajectory was very strange. Half a year later, the space-time true intent had reached the peak of the 4th grade, and the other true intents had also improved greatly. The biggest improvement was his sword intent, which had reached the 7th grade. As for the darkness intent, it was slightly weaker, reaching the 3rd grade. As for the ice true intent, it was the same as the darkness true intent, reaching the 3rd grade. Fang Chen was very happy that his strength had improved. After cultivating in the Sword Burial Immortal Palace for a year, Fang Chen finally stopped cultivating. One day he opened his eyes and a sword-shaped token appeared in his hand. This was given to him by his master, the Zong Sword Emperor. Before his master completely disappeared, he said that when he had the strength to step into the place where the immortals lived, he could use this token to find his wife. In short, this token was useless in the early stage. If I go all out now, I won't be afraid of a 6th-level Mystic King realm martial artist. Fang Chen thought to himself, the thing that made him the happiest was the space-time true intent. The space-time true intent was mentioned in the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. This kind of true intent was very powerful, and there weren't many who had this kind of true intent in the entire universe. It was very difficult to increase the grade of a true intent. Through the guidance of the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, the space-time true intent had reached the peak of the 4th grade. He had completely grasped the time stop, and he had already touched a trace of the concept of time acceleration. He had also completely grasped the space shuttle. Once the space-time true intent was used, low-level Mystic King realm martial artists wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even a mid-level Mystic King realm martial artist would be caught off guard and fall for it. After cultivating in seclusion for a year, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Fong Qin, you've come out of seclusion. The palace master immediately sensed that Fong Qin had come out of seclusion and came to ask. Fong Qin nodded. How is the Sword Burial Prefecture? After a year of recuperation, the Sword Burial Prefecture has recovered to its previous state. In fact, it's even stronger than before. If this continues, the Sword Burial Prefecture will definitely grow stronger, said the palace master. What about the 8 protectors? Asked Fong Qin. The 8 protectors are in seclusion, said the palace master. Fong Qin nodded and then notified the 8 protectors to come to the Immortal Palace. A moment later, the 8 protectors came out of seclusion. Fong Qin, you've come out of seclusion. The 8 protectors had called Fong Qin their master, but Fong Qin had tried his best to dissuade them, telling them to just call him by name. Although they called him by name, there was a clear master-servant relationship. The 8 protectors were completely loyal to Fong Qin. I've already received my master's inheritance. I'm about to leave the Sword Burial Prefecture for the Outer Realms, said Fong Qin. Once I leave, I hope the 8 of you can protect the Sword Burial Prefecture. The only thing Fong Qin was worried about was Qin Yang. If Qin Yang wanted to seize power, only the 8 protectors would be able to stop him. Don't worry. With the 8 of us here, unless it's an expert surpassing the Profound King realm, they won't be able to pose any threat to the Immortal Palace. Fong Qin nodded when he heard this. Fong Qin, are you really going to leave the Sword Burial Prefecture? Asked one of the protectors. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Asked another protector. Actually, with your talent, once you reach the peak of the Profound King realm, it'll be easier for you to go to the Outer Realms. Although none of them had gone to the Outer Realms, they knew how dangerous it was. With Fong Qin's potential, he could definitely reach the peak of the Profound King realm before leaving. Fong Qin shook his head. The martial path is a path that defies the heavens. Once you lack passion, you'll gradually lose yourself. But now there was no danger in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fong Qin stood at the peak of the Sword Burial Prefecture. Without the slightest pressure, Fong Qin's cultivation base had stagnated. If he wanted to get stronger, he had to compete with other geniuses. If he continued to stay in the Sword Burial Prefecture, his cultivation base would definitely continue to grow. But that wasn't the life Fong Qin wanted. He still had to find a wife and a mother. He couldn't afford that. Fong Qin, I've long since seen that your stage won't be limited to the Sword Burial Prefecture. I hope you'll be able to shine in the Outer Realms, said the palace master. Chapter 950. The Burial Sword State had a very strong seal. When the Burial Sword Emperor died, his body turned into the Burial Sword State to protect it. The Burial Sword State had existed for countless years, but no cultivator had ever been able to leave the Burial Sword State. It would be very difficult for Fong Qin to leave the Burial Sword State. Of course, as the direct disciple of the Burial Sword Emperor, how could he not have a way to leave? When Fong Qin received the Burial Sword Emperor's inheritance, he already knew the way to leave the Burial Sword State. However, it would be very difficult for Fong Qin. Even with his current strength, it would take a lot of effort. However, Fong Qin was almost invincible in the Azure Cloud domain. There was no point in continuing to cultivate. Fong Qin told the palace master of the Burial Sword Immortal Palace to merge with the 3 continents of the Azure Cloud domain. The palace master immediately decided that the burial sword state would head to the 3 continents every once in a while to take in disciples with great potential. Somewhere in the sky of the burial sword state, a few cultivators stood on a white cloud. The leader was the palace master of the burial sword immortal palace. Behind him, the 8 guardians stood side by side. Even Qin Yang had come. As for the 8 extreme powerhouses, Lu Jingyun and the others, they didn't come. Everyone present, be it in terms of strength or status, was superior to them. Fang Qin, you must be careful when you go there. The palace master looked at Fang Qin, who was at the end of the clouds, and warned him. I will. Fang Qin nodded. Since the burial sword emperor has chosen you, we believe that you will be able to restore the burial sword emperor's glory, the 8 guardians said. Qin Yang's eyes were strange, and he exuded a strange aura. However, he didn't say a word. Everyone stood there quietly as they sent Fang Qin off. Farewell, Azure Cloud Domain. Fang Qin took one last look at the Azure Cloud Domain before his figure flashed and disappeared into the clouds. The palace master and the others waved at the clouds before turning around and leaving. The burial sword state was at the edge of the Azure Cloud Domain. As long as they could break through the seal of the sword burial prefecture, they would have a chance of entering the outer realm. This time, Fang Qin was heading to a star in the sky of the burial sword prefecture. The star was formed by the eyes of the Zhongjian monarch. Normally, it would emit a blinding glow. While displaying the space-time true intent, Fang Qin's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he approached the star. So hot. Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. His forehead was full of sweat, and his whole body was soaked. The stars formed by Zhong Sword Emperor's eyes were extremely hot. Fang Qin's body was enveloped in black flames, but he still felt hot. However, it was a good thing that his sword body had reached the peak of the saint level, so he was able to withstand it. Whoosh! Finally, after much effort, Fang Qin arrived at the star. The huge star was like a desert, stretching as far as the eye could see. Everywhere on this piece of land was filled with scorching hot flames. A small mortal continent, Fang Qin said softly. The size of the star was beyond the imagination of mortals. The star in front of him was formed by the eyes of the Zhongjian monarch. It was a fake star. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be considered a star. The exit is on this star, Fang Qin muttered to himself with a thought. The flame aura on this star was extremely strong. Even a high-level mystic king, realm martial artist, couldn't get close to it. If he hadn't received his master's inheritance and had his master's aura, he wouldn't have been able to get close to it. Boss, I'll look for it with you. Little Mouse suddenly appeared and said with a smile. When they were on the 17th level of the God-burying sword prison, Little Mouse merged with the skeleton of the Zhongjian monarch's heaven-devouring divine rat and absorbed its inheritance. Until now, Little Mouse was the only heaven-devouring divine rat in the universe. After receiving the inheritance, it activated its bloodline. As a result, Little Mouse's strength skyrocketed. After stepping into the Mystic King realm, Little Mouse's body was so tough that it could easily block Fang Qin's full-strength attack. This made Fang Qin even more shocked. Of course, it wasn't just its body that was tough. Little Mouse's innate ability was even more heaven-defying. If one wasn't a soul cultivator who specialized in soul cultivation, it would be even more difficult to block Little Mouse's innate ability. Fang Qin nodded when he heard this. Then, the man and mouse split up and quickly searched. There was no one on the star. It was endless. While Fang Qin and Little Mouse were searching for the exit, a figure quietly approached the star. Who would have thought that the Void Breaker Pearl would contain such a treasure? The Ice-Fire Monarch revealed a sinister smile. Back in the 5-element Sword City, he had obtained the Void Breaker Pearl. After that, he bade farewell to everyone and left in a hurry. Now, the Ice-Fire Monarch had an evil aura and his eyes were scarlet. Splash! The Ice-Fire Monarch stepped onto the star. I hope I can leave this godforsaken place. the Ice Fire Monarch said sinisterly. Then the Void Breaker Pearl appeared in the Ice Fire Monarch's hand, and he squeezed it hard. Suddenly, a wild aura spread out and enveloped the Ice Fire Monarch. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The Ice Fire Monarch disappeared into the void, and no one could detect a trace of his aura. Hiding in the void, the Ice Fire Monarch quietly moved forward. After a while, he saw Fong Chen and Little Mouse. Fong Chen, when you find the exit, I will kill you, the Ice Fire Monarch thought to himself. At this moment, Fong Chen, who was looking for the exit on the star, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and looked into the distance. Boss, what's wrong? Little Mouse walked over and asked. Fong Chen frowned slightly, and his eyes were filled with doubt. When he heard Little Mouse's question, he shook his head slightly and said, Nothing. Let's continue looking. In the following time, Fong Chen and Little Mouse searched the entire star. Finally, at the edge of the star, they found a dry well. Boss, this dry well is emitting a strange aura. It seems to be different from the aura of the Burial Sword Prefecture, Little Mouse said in a deep voice. Fong Chen stood in front of the dry well and could clearly feel that there was an aura coming out of the dry well. Could this be the aura of the extraterritorial region? Fong Chen had never seen such an aura before. The spiritual qi contained in this aura was countless times stronger than that of the Burial Sword Prefecture. It must be here. Fong Chen was overjoyed. Boss, are we going in directly? Little Mouse asked. Just as Fong Chen was about to speak, the Ice Fire Monarch suddenly appeared out of thin air. Fong Chen, it's time for you to die. As soon as the Ice Fire Monarch finished speaking, the true intents of ice and fire spread out. Then, an evil aura emerged from the void-breaking pearl, and a powerful attack shot toward Fong Chen, courting death. Seeing the Ice Fire Monarch appear, Fong Chen sneered. He used the 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Art, and a majestic radiance, sword light, fiercely collided with the Ice Fire Monarch's attack. Crack! The radiant sword light was actually destroyed by the Ice Fire Monarch's attack. At this moment, Fong Chen realized that something was wrong with the Ice Fire Monarch. Are you surprised? The Ice Fire Monarch paused for a moment, then looked down at Fong Chen and sneered. You're not the Ice Fire Monarch, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. That's right, I'm not the Ice Fire Monarch. Back then, I was lucky enough to not die. Then I possessed the Ice Fire Monarch's body and snuck into the Sword Burial Prefecture. Because I was too heavily injured, my cultivation base dropped. After these years of cultivation, my cultivation base has finally recovered to the profound King Realm. And now, it's time for me to return to the outer firmament. Fong Chen's heart sank when he heard the Ice Fire King's words. He hadn't expected this person to be able to endure for so long. It seemed he had some secret technique to extend his lifespan. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price, said Fong Chen. You have a spatial true intent, but so do I. What advantage do you have in front of me? Sneered the Ice Fire Monarch. The void-breaking pearl activated, and the Ice Fire Monarch instantly vanished. What advantage do I have? Fong Chen sneered and used his true intent of space-time. Dong! Time stopped. With Fong Chen as the center, the surrounding time stopped. The Ice Fire Monarch's body gradually appeared, his face filled with shock. You! The Ice Fire Monarch struggled. He had never expected Fong Chen's spatial true intent to be able to seal space. Even so, what can we do? Chapter 951. Whoosh! The Ice Fire King struggled out of time stop and quickly retreated. Fong Chen's time stop had a limited range. As long as he wasn't within its range, he wouldn't have to fear it. But this made it impossible for him to get close to him. Brat, I didn't expect you to have time-type true intent. I'll have to kill you. Time-type true intents were at least high-grade true intents. There might even be transcendent grade, true intents. Fong Qin came from the Sword Burial Prefecture. He couldn't let such a monstrous talent live. You'll be the one to die. Fong Qin didn't know how the Ice Fire King's cultivation had suddenly risen to the 6th level of the Profound King realm. But Fong Qin wasn't afraid. Die. The Ice Fire King roared and used a long-range attack. A spear appeared in the sky and pierced through the void, shooting toward Fong Qin. Void Meteor Annihilation. Fong Qin used the Void Meteor Annihilation. He only raised his hand slightly and the void was torn apart. The Void Meteor Annihilation's power reached its peak at this moment. Crack! The Ice Fire King's spear was shattered by the Void Meteor Annihilation. The Ice Fire King couldn't help but retreat a few steps. He turned his head and saw dry well behind him. Damn it! The Ice Fire King roared in his heart. He was incomparably crazy, wanting to kill Fong Qin. Void Meteor Annihilation. When Fong Qin used the Void Meteor Annihilation, the little mouse also used its innate ability. Roar! A bestial roar resounded through the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying suction force spread out and enveloped the Ice Fire King's body. No! The Ice Fire King instantly felt fear. This suction force was forcefully pulling his body and absorbing his soul. How is this possible? The Ice Fire King had never dreamed that Fong Qin's spiritual pet would be so strong. No, I can't die. He was about to regain his freedom. At this crucial moment, how could he let all his previous efforts go to waste? Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Ice Fire King chopped down with his palm and cut off one of his arms. All of the attractive force of his innate ability instantly enveloped the severed arm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Ice Fire King jumped directly into the dry well. Not good. Fong Qin exclaimed inwardly. Using the true meaning of space and time, he arrived in front of the dried well in an instant. The dry well trembled, and a majestic aura was emitted from it. Retreat! Fong Qin yelled as he quickly retreated. When Fong Qin and the little mouse retreated to a distant peak, a deafening voice resounded in the sky. Dong! There was an explosion in the well. The power of the explosion was even stronger than the self-destruction of a Profound King realm martial practitioner. Crack! The dry well was instantly submerged in the sea of fire. Fong Qin's face twitched when he saw this. The dry well was the path to the outer realm. How could it be destroyed? Boss, what should we do? After a long while, the explosive force in the well gradually dissipated. The area within 100 miles of the dry well was a complete mess. Fong Qin and the little mouse arrived in front of the dry well. They saw that the dry well had already collapsed into ruins. They could vaguely see a 5-colored altar inside the dry well. There were a few bones on the altar. Could it be that after the baptism of time, something happened to the dry well? Thinking of this, Fong Qin felt a wave of lingering fear. If the Ice Fire King hadn't appeared, perhaps he and the little mouse would have already entered the dry well. But now the Ice Fire King had rushed into the dry well and wanted to go to the outer realm, but he had been blown to pieces. The dry well has been destroyed. How are we going to leave? Asked the little mouse anxiously. Fong Qin stared at the 5-colored altar in the ruins and pondered. After a long while, Fong Qin walked into the ruins and cleaned up the ruins around the 5-colored altar. That explosion just now would have killed even a peak Profound King. But this 5-colored altar is completely fine. Just what kind of material is it made of? The little mouse opened its mouth and prepared to gnaw on one of the stones on the altar. Don't! Fong Qin hastily stopped it. This 5-colored altar should be the path to the outer realm. It couldn't be easily touched. Boss, this 5-colored altar seems to be damaged, said the little mouse. Fong Qin also noticed that one of the corners of the 5-colored altar was missing a small piece. Could it be that something like that happened because the 5-colored altar was damaged? Fang Chen was puzzled. In the end, Fang Chen and the little mouse decided to search for materials to repair the five-colored altar. Boss, the materials on the five-colored altar are so hard. Where are we supposed to find them? Fang Chen felt a headache coming on. Even such a powerful explosion hadn't been able to damage the five-colored altar. Where were they supposed to find such materials? Let's give it a try, said Fang Chen. But right at this moment, the little mouse's paw touched the damaged corner of the five-colored altar. Crash! The five-colored altar's corner was too sharp. It immediately cut through the little mouse's paw. A drop of blood fell onto the five-colored altar. Are you all right? Fang Chen and the little mouse hadn't noticed the changes to the five-colored altar. I'm fine. Let's go, said the little mouse. Fang Chen and the little mouse left the five-colored altar and began to search for materials. After searching for half a month, they didn't find anything. This made Fang Chen and the little mouse speechless. Boss, how about we try it? The little mouse whispered as it held a nimble bird in its paw. Fang Chen nodded. Apart from this, there was no other way. This nimble bird was a mutated nimble bird. It lived on this star all year round, and its body contained the aura of the true meaning of fire. While the little mouse was searching for materials, it caught the nimble bird and prepared to let it test the five-colored altar. Before long, the two arrived in front of the five-colored altar. The scene in front of them shocked Fang Chen and the little mouse. At this moment, the small disc on the five-colored altar was actually spinning on its own. What's going on? The little mouse asked in surprise. The five-colored altar was damaged and couldn't be activated. Why was it spinning on its own now? Even Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. Fang Chen walked forward and stared at the five-colored altar. He found that it was operating normally. What's going on? Fang Chen whispered. No matter what, let's give it a try, said the little mouse. Fang Chen nodded. The little mouse threw the nimble bird into the small disc on the five-colored altar. Crash! With a flash of white light, the nimble bird disappeared. Seeing this, Fang Chen hastily released his spiritual force to check on the nimble bird. Success! Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. His spiritual force was unable to detect the nimble bird's aura. Ha ha ha, it really worked. The little mouse was extremely excited. Boss, let's go. The little mouse was already impatient to step onto the five-colored altar, but Fang Chen was incomparably cautious. Boss, since the nimble bird was able to succeed, the five-colored altar should be operating normally, said the little mouse. Fang Chen hesitated for a long time and then looked for several more mutated nimble birds to test. The 6 mutated nimble birds were all successful. At this time, Fang Chen finally made his decision. Let's go, said Fang Chen. At this time, somewhere in the outer region of the universe, suddenly a ripple appeared out of thin air, followed by the appearance of a nimble bird. Poochie! The nimble bird appeared in an unfamiliar place and was a little alarmed. However, it was immediately stunned by the extremely dense spiritual qi. Where is this place? The nimble bird excitedly shouted in its heart. It then spread its wings and flew into the distance. After the nimble bird flew away, the other 5 nimble birds appeared. The 6 nimble birds were supposed to live their entire lives in the star formed by the Zhongjian Emperor's eyes. However, they were accidentally thrown into the five-colored altar by the little mouse, allowing them to come to a place with such dense spiritual qi. The 6 nimble birds secretly remembered Fang Chen and the little mouse in their hearts. On the five-colored altar, Fang Chen and the little mouse slowly stood on the altar. However, at this time the altar's speed slowed down a lot. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart sank. He was a little worried. I'm not sure, said the little mouse. Buzz! A soft sound came from the altar. In the next moment, a white light flashed and the man and the mouse disappeared. Chapter 952. When the man and mouse disappeared from the five-colored altar, the altar instantly stopped operating. Then, cracks began to appear on the incomparably hard, five-colored altar. Crack! The cracks grew bigger and bigger until the five-colored altar exploded. Bones scattered on the ground as if they had existed since ancient times. If the little mouse was here, it would definitely be shocked. That was because these bones had the same aura as its body. It didn't even need to think to know that the reason why the five-colored altar was so hard was because the materials used to create it were the bones of the heaven-devouring god rat that had followed Emperor Zongjin. The five-colored altar seemed to have completed its mission. The bones on the ground disappeared from the star. The entire star returned to its desolate state. At this time, a man and a mouse suddenly appeared in a certain space in the outerverse. Boss, is this the outerverse? The little mouse hastily looked around and asked excitedly. The outerverse was a place that countless cultivators from the mortal continent yearned for, and now they had relied on their own efforts to finally arrive at the outerverse. Fong Qin carefully looked around and said, "The spiritual qi is very abundant and the laws are complete. This is the outerverse." The little mouse asked, "Boss, where are we going now?" This place was a void that stretched as far as the eye could see. They didn't know where to go next. Before Fong Chen could finish speaking, a tyrannical aura enveloped this place. Then a cold voice rang out in Fong Chen's ears. "The two of you, quickly come and report." Hearing this voice, Fong Chen's heart shook. "Boss!" The little mouse also heard this cold voice. It raised its guard and looked at Fong Chen worriedly. "Let's go." Fong Chen pondered for a moment, then brought the little mouse and quickly flew forward. The gravity is so strong. After flying for a while, Fong Chen felt that his body was incomparably heavy and he was gasping for breath. He had comprehended the space-time true intent, so flying was nothing to him. In the mortal continent, he could even use the space-time true intent to teleport. But in the outerverse, it was so difficult for him to fly. As expected of the outerverse, Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. The outerverse wasn't something the mortal continent could compare to. Here, the laws were complete, the spiritual qi was abundant, and the gravity was countless times stronger than the mortal continent. Profound King Realm experts would probably only possess the lowest level of combat strength here. While Fong Chen was deep in thought, he unknowingly arrived at an empty land. Fong Chen and the little mouse's figure. "Interesting," a man in armor said thoughtfully with a smirk on his face. Fong Chen carefully observed his surroundings and discovered that there was a void teleportation door here. There were 4 men in armor standing in front of the void transfer gate. Their auras were extremely sharp. According to Fong Chen's guess, these 4 people were at least high-level Mystic King realm martial artists. "Brat, this is Scar Island. Since you've rushed out of the mortal continent and come here, you have to abide by the rules here," the slightly plump armored man said in a deep voice. Scar Island? Fong Qin knew nothing about the outside world. This was the first time he had heard of Scar Island. However, he still nodded. "Senior." Just as Fong Qin was about to ask, he was stopped by the armored man. "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense when you're not supposed to." Hearing this, Fong Qin obediently shut his mouth. Even the little mouse quietly stood on Fong Chen's shoulder. "The 4 of us are the guards of the Void Transportation Gate. Every martial art practitioner from the mortal continent will come to Mark Island through the Void Transportation Gate," the skinny armored man explained. When Fong Chen heard this, he frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. According to this person, every martial art practitioner from the mortal continent would pass through the Void Transportation Gate. Why didn't he pass through here? However, the armored man's next words resolved the doubts in Fong Chen's heart. Although it's an iron law that one can only leave the mortal continent through the Void Transportation Gate. However, every once in a while, there will be some amazing geniuses who can rely on their own strength to break through the restrictions of the mortal continent and come here. the skinny armored man said. Fong Qin understood when he heard this. It seemed like they didn't know about the method left behind by Emperor Zongjian that led to the outside world. According to the rules of Scar Island, if you discover a genius who relied on his own strength to break through the restrictions of the mortal continent and come here, you will receive a reward of 10,000 purple crystals. As he spoke, the armored man handed over 10,000 purple crystals to Fong Qin. Fong Qin was overjoyed when he saw this. He had already spent all his purple crystals. He had just come to the outside world and needed purple crystals. Thank you, seniors. Fong Qin put away the purple crystals and thanked them respectfully. The expressions of the four eased a little when they saw this. Which domain are you from? The armored man with a pointed mouth and ape-like chin asked. I'm from the Qingyun domain, Fong Qin said. Hearing this, a trace of astonishment flashed across the faces of the four people. Obviously, they didn't expect Fong Qin to be from the Qingyun domain. However, their expressions calmed down in an instant. They nodded, and the armored man took out a small booklet. He handed it to Fong Qin and said, This booklet is an introduction to Scar Island. Read it carefully. The rules of Scar Island were strict. Once one violated the rules, death was inevitable. Many martial art practitioners from the mortal continent died because they accidentally violated the rules. After that, the four registered Fong Qin's name and identity information and gave Fong Qin a token. Okay, with this token, you can freely move about Scar Island. What happens next depends on your luck, the plump armored man said. Fong Qin cupped his hands in thanks and left with Little Mouse. Looking at Fong Qin's departing figure, the four armored men looked at each other. Boss, it's been a long time since a martial art practitioner came out of the Qingyun domain. This kid is so young and can rely on his own efforts to come out. If he doesn't die prematurely, he will have great achievements in the future. The four armored martial art practitioners chatted with each other. After flying for a while, Fong Qin saw a city. Sky Sword Mansion. Above the city, there was a golden plaque with the words Sky Sword Mansion written on it. It was powerful and imposing. Boss, the Sky Sword Mansion is so big. I can't see the end of it, Little Mouse said with a smile as he looked into the distance. Let's go. Let's go in first, Fong Qin said. Then Fong Qin and Little Mouse easily entered the Sky Sword Mansion through the token. The streets of the Sky Sword Mansion were filled with Mystic King realm martial art practitioners. What a strong aura! The martial art practitioners walking on the streets had strong auras. Fong Qin's arrival did not attract their attention at all. A Mystic King realm martial art practitioner is already considered a top expert in the mortal continent. In the extraterritorial domain, he's at the bottom, Little Mouse said with a smirk. Fong Qin sighed. However, at the same time, his heart was burning with passion. To pursue the peak of martial arts, one had to constantly fight with geniuses. On the edge of life and death, one had to comprehend the true essence of martial arts. The extraterritorial domain was obviously more suitable for Fong Qin. As a newcomer, Fong Qin wanted to find a place to stay and study the rules in the booklet. The rules of Scar Island were strict. Fong Qin did not want to be killed for violating the rules. Therefore, he had to thoroughly study the rules in order to survive. Just as Fong Qin was about to leave, a commotion suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, Fong Qin hurriedly walked to the front of the crowd. At this moment, two Mystic King realm martial art practitioners were fighting in the crowd. An ant from the mortal continent dares to attack me? You're courting death. The white-clothed man with a folding fan sneered in disdain when he saw the opponent's attack. Rumble! The battle between the two was extremely intense. Although the white-clothed man with a folding fan was from the extraterritorial domain, his strength was comparable to the martial art practitioner from the mortal continent. Neither of them could defeat the other. How dare you bully me? I'll definitely destroy you. The martial art practitioner from the mortal continent was in high spirits as he roared. However, at this moment, a large group of guards rushed over. Chapter 953. Who dares to cause trouble in the heavenly sword mansion? The leader of the guards scolded loudly. There were over 100 of these guards, and each one of them was a profound king. Their auras were astonishing. Seeing their arrival, the white-clothed man with a folding fan revealed a smile. "And it's time for you to die." "Humph! People from the outer realms are only SOSO," sneered the mortal continent cultivator. When the guards arrived, the white-robed man hastily cupped his hands and said, "Lord Guard, this person is rude and unreasonable. He attacked me. Why did you attack him in the heavenly sword mansion?" The guard leader icily asked the mortal continent cultivator. "He bullied me. Can't I retaliate?" "Openly attacking someone in the heavenly sword mansion is a violation of the rules." "Only death awaits you," said the guard leader emotionlessly. As he spoke, the guard leader extended his hand and directly suppressed the mortal continent cultivator. "He also attacked me. Why is it unfair for me to be punished?" The mortal continent cultivator was also a bit anxious. He has a cultivation rank and can attack in the heavenly sword mansion. But you can't." After saying that, the huge hand pressed down, and the cultivators of the mortal continent were instantly killed. Seeing this scene, Fong Qin sighed. Those who can come from the mortal continent to the outer realms are all outstanding geniuses. How could they be bullied by others? Fong Qin thought to himself, "It seems this person didn't carefully read the booklet. Only death awaited those who violated the rules." After this matter, Fong Qin became even more cautious. After the guards left, the spectators all dispersed. "Boss, those guards are really tyrannical," said the little mouse. "Of course. If these guards were placed in any of the mortal continents, they would be able to reign supreme," Fong Qin said. "But in the heavenly sword mansion, they were only guards of the city, Lord's mansion." "But boss, what is the cultivation rank the guard leader spoke of? Can you attack as you please with the cultivation rank?" The little mouse blinked and smiled. Fong Qin shook his head, indicating that he did not know. After the crowd dispersed, Fong Qin took the little mouse and found a cheaper inn to stay in. A night's stay costs 100 purple crystals. If you rent it for a month, you'll have to pay 3,000 purple crystals, the waiter said. "Is there an independent courtyard?" Fong Qin asked. It was too noisy here, and he preferred silence. "We do, but it's a little expensive," the waiter said. "An independent courtyard costs 8,000 purple crystals a month." Fong Qin nodded and paid 8,000 violet crystals before being led to an independent courtyard by the waiter. Before arriving at the courtyard, Fong Qin's face revealed a look of surprise. "Sir, the independent courtyards of our inn all have formations that gather spiritual energy. The spiritual energy is very rich," the waiter said. Fong Qin nodded and entered. "Boss, the spiritual energy in this courtyard is more than 10 times richer than in the Burial Sword Prefecture." As expected of the extraterritorial region, the little mouse said excitedly, jumping up and down. Fong Qin suppressed the excitement in his heart, sat on the stone stool, and took out a small booklet. Let's take a look at the contents of the booklet first. In the following time, Fong Qin began to carefully read the contents of the booklet. It took him a total of 3 days to finish reading all the information in the booklet. After 3 days, Fong Qin put down the booklet with a smile on his face. The booklet recorded, "In the vast universe, there was a void sea. The various islands in the void sea were the residences of martial artists. Scar Island was a small island in the vast universe. Although it was a small island, it was tens of thousands of times larger than the ancient Sword Continent. A mystic king realm martial artist would need a year to cover the entire Scar Island if they flew at full speed. Scar Island had 72 regions, and the Qingyan domain was one of them. Each region was made up of many mortal continents. For example, the Qingyan domain only had 3 mortal continents. As for the other regions, some had more than 10 mortal continents. Scar Island was divided into 24 prefectures, and each prefecture controlled the void portal of 3 different regions. The void portal of the Qingyan domain, where Fangchen was, belonged to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The Demon Cloud Prefecture was one of the 24 prefectures of Scar Island. Within the Demon Cloud Prefecture, there were void portals of 3 different regions, including the Qingyan domain. Among the 24 prefectures, the Demon Cloud Prefecture strength was considered below average. Within the Demon Cloud Prefecture, there were 8 prefectures. Each prefecture controlled a vast amount of land. The Sky Sword Prefecture was one of the 8 prefectures of the Demon Cloud Prefecture, and it happened to be one of the prefectures that controlled the void portal of the Qingyan domain. The highest authority of the Sky Sword Prefecture was the City Lord Prefecture, which directly belonged to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. Within the prefecture, there were 4 major armies that protected the Sky Sword Prefecture. The army that Fangchen saw before was one of them. Within the Sky Sword Prefecture, one could not casually attack unless one had a rank. What was a rank? A rank was when some cultivators with boundless potential were chosen by the prefectures of the Demon Cloud Prefecture and absorbed into the Demon Cloud Prefecture. Once they became a member of the prefecture, they would have a rank. Ranks were also divided into high and low ranks. The white-clothed man with a folding fan had only been absorbed by the Sky Sword Prefecture and had the lowest rank, the 9th rank. Even so, he was still able to act brazenly on the streets and not be punished. The size of the universe outside is simply unimaginable. Fangchen sighed inwardly. In the vast universe, there were countless small islands, and Scar Island was only one of them. If Scar Island was so large, then how big was the universe? At the very least, Fangchen could not touch the level of the universe at this stage. After thinking for a moment, Fangchen's mood calmed down. He had just arrived at the extraterritorial domain, and everything had to start over. He could not bite off more than he could chew. Only by surviving would he have the opportunity to improve his cultivation. If you want to survive in the Sky Sword Prefecture, the fastest way is to have a rank. Fangchen's eyes shone with a golden light as he muttered to himself. It was very difficult to be absorbed by the Sky Sword Prefecture. The Sky Sword Mansion was vast and had countless Mystic King realm martial artists. There were very few geniuses that could be absorbed by the prefecture. The common currency of the universe was purple crystal and purple crystal soul stone. Of course, in a place like the Sky Sword Prefecture, purple crystal was the common currency, and purple crystal soul stone was very rare. However, just as Fangchen was thinking, he suddenly thought of the master of Sky-Piercing Peak, the Sky-Piercing Island Master. Sky-Piercing Island Master, Scar Island. Thinking of this, Fangchen's consciousness entered Sky-Piercing Peak. Master. The half-beastman and the artifact spirit cupped their hands when they saw Fangchen appear. "I want to ask you something," said Fangchen. "Master, please speak," said the artifact spirit. "Why is the master of Sky-Piercing Peak called the Sky-Piercing Island Master?" asked Fangchen. The artifact spirit directly said, "Master, there is a small island in the universe called Sky-Piercing Island. The old master was the master of Sky-Piercing Island, and his strength was heaven-defying." As expected, Fangchen's guess was correct. Sky-Piercing Island was the same as Scar Island. It was also a small island in the universe. "Master, why are you suddenly asking about this? Could it be that you've left the mortal continent and arrived in the universe?" The artifact spirit suddenly asked excitedly. The half-beastman also looked at Fangchen with burning eyes. Fangchen nodded, not hiding anything. "I've left the Qingyan territory. I'm currently in a prefecture city in the Demon Cloud State, which is under Scar Island," Fangchen said. "Scar Island?" The artifact spirit and half-beastman were very excited. Although Fong Chin was currently on Scar Island, he had at least successfully left the mortal continent. Master, if you have the chance, you can go to Sky-Piercing Island. The old master was the master of Sky-Piercing Island. Although he has died, the old master's trusted subordinates are still on Sky-Piercing Island. Do you know the distance between Sky-Piercing Island and Scar Island? Asked Fong Chin. The artifact, Spirit, shook its head. I don't know, but it should be very far. I once heard the old master say that the universe is very vast and the distance between each island is also very far. The closest island is at least 100 million miles away. Fong Chin was stunned when he heard this. The universe was much larger than he had imagined. I won't be able to leave Scar Island for a while. Chapter 954. Every martial artist who broke through the mortal continent with their own strength would be rewarded with 10,000 purple crystals. Although 10,000 purple crystals wasn't much. However, Fong Chin was only left with 2,000 purple crystals after paying 8,000 purple crystals. I need to find a way to get some purple crystals. Fong Chin thought to himself. Without purple crystals, not only would he be unable to cultivate, but he wouldn't even have a place to stay. If there was no other way, he could only accept some missions. In the Sky Sword Mansion, there were some special forces that specialized in issuing missions. As long as a martial artist completed a mission, they would be able to obtain the corresponding purple crystals. After reading the booklet, Fong Chin had some understanding of the extraterritorial realm. Of course, it was just the Scar Island. Fong Chin didn't know anything about the world outside of the Scar Island. The extraterritorial realm was too vast. Even an almighty wouldn't be able to travel to every place in the extraterritorial realm. Just the Scar Island alone was unimaginably huge. The extraterritorial realm's cultivation system was basically the same as the mortal continents. However, the strongest realm in the mortal continent was the Mystic King realm. It was only the lowest realm in the extraterritorial realm. Above the Mystic King realm, there was the powerful Heaven Star Border realm. It was said that Heaven Star Border realm experts could absorb heaven and earth's vital energy to strengthen themselves. They could release a large amount of vital energy to attack their enemies invisibly. Of course, the Heaven Star Border realm was still a little far away for Fong Chin. 3 days later, Fong Chin was in the middle of meditating when the waiter suddenly rushed in. Sir, I've heard some news. The waiter looked at Fong Chin and hurriedly said. For the past few days, Fong Chin had given the waiter some purple crystals as a tip to ask about the city, Lord Mansion. When the waiter came in, Fong Chin opened his eyes and asked, What news? Dear customer, just 3 days ago, the Sky Sword Mansion's first army was carrying out a mission and suffered disastrous casualties. Just today, the mansion master of the Sky Sword Mansion personally released the news that he wants to recruit some geniuses into the first army, said the waiter. Fong Chin's eyes lit up. The number 1 army of the Sky Sword Mansion was recruiting geniuses. Wasn't this an opportunity for him? Soon after, he continued to ask, When will you recruit them? Sir, I've already asked around for you. The registration date is today. Then the waiter explained the details of the registration to Fong Chin. After that, Fong Chin left the courtyard and headed for the Sky Sword Mansion. Although the Sky Sword Mansion was called a mansion, it had a vast territory and a large area of jurisdiction. Within the Sky Sword Mansion, there was a mansion. This was the City Master's mansion. Outside the gates of the City Lord's mansion, there was a small martial arts arena. This martial arts stage was usually used to issue missions. Today, the martial arts practice platform was packed with martial artists. All the warriors' eyes were filled with passion as they stared at the martial arts practice platform. As long as they could join the Sky Sword Mansion's number 1 army, it would mean that they would have a higher rank. At that time, even if they made a small mistake, nothing would happen to them. Moreover, they were protected by their ranks. Ordinary powerhouses would not dare to attack them. Other than that, with a rank, one could obtain resources from the sky Sword Mansion. Just thinking about it made them extremely excited. When Fong Chen arrived, the huge square was filled with a sea of people. Fong Chen could clearly feel that the aura in the crowd was extremely dense. There are so many high-level Mystic King realm powerhouses, Fong Chen thought to himself. With his current strength, he did not feel any pressure when facing a mid-level Mystic King realm powerhouse. Even if he faced a 7th-level Mystic King realm powerhouse, he was confident that he could escape unscathed with the space-time true intent. However, if the opponent was stronger, Fong Chen would not be able to deal with it. His cultivation was his weakness. If his cultivation could reach the 3rd or 4th level Mystic King realm, he would definitely be able to join the first army. No matter what, I'll give it a try, Fong Chen thought to himself. At this moment, an old man came out from the city master's mansion. He stood on the martial arts practice platform with an imperial edict in his hand. Everyone, the first army suffered heavy losses while carrying out a mission a few days ago. We need to recruit new blood to maintain the number of people in the first army, the old man said slowly. Instantly, there was silence as everyone listened attentively. This time, the first army is recruiting 200 people. Anyone who wants to join the Sky Sword Mansion can sign up. Of course, there is also a strength restriction. The minimum strength requirement is the mid-level Mystic King realm. Anyone below the mid-level will not be recruited. After hearing the old man's words, everyone nodded their heads. The members of the 4 armies of the Sky Sword Mansion were all abnormally strong. It was impossible for the Sky Sword Mansion to recruit low-level Mystic King realm powerhouses. Such powerhouses were at the bottom of the Sky Sword Mansion's territory. Must I be at the mid-level Mystic King realm? Hearing this, Fong Chen revealed a trace of a smile on his face. If his cultivation did not meet the requirements, but his strength did, he could sign up. First, I want to make it clear to everyone. Don't think that you can live peacefully after joining the Sky Sword Mansion. The old man waved his hand and said, "It's not like that. If you join the Sky Sword Mansion, you will have to carry out missions for the Sky Sword Mansion at any time. Some missions are so dangerous that even the leader of the army is afraid of them." The old man said this to get some cowardly powerhouses to withdraw. The Sky Sword Mansion did not need cowardly powerhouses. The majority of the powerhouses that had come to sign up this time knew why the first army was recruiting powerhouses. They were already mentally prepared. Even though the old man said this, no one withdrew. Seeing this, the old man nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Since that's the case, let's begin the registration." On the martial stage, there were several staff members beside the old man. As long as someone went up to sign up, they would record that person's information into a token and give it to the applicant. Just as the old man finished speaking, the first person to sign up went up. He was wearing black clothes and emitted a terrifying aura. There was a sword scar on his face that was incomparably demonic. His appearance caused an uproar. "Young Master Jianhen? Why is he here?" Seeing this person, everyone cried out in alarm. Young Master Jianhen had a certain amount of fame in the Sky Sword Mansion's territory. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Mystic King realm. Most importantly, his father was in the Sky Sword Mansion. With such a prominent status, he actually wanted to join the first army. With young Master Jianhen's strength, there's no doubt that he'll join the first army. Young Master Jianhen has come to sign up. I wonder if Genie Dao has come. Young Master Jianhen finished his registration amidst the clamor. Right at this moment, a man wearing golden clothes and carrying a golden saber on his back stepped onto the martial stage. When he saw young Master Jianhen, the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a sinister smile. Genie Dao had arrived. "Genie Dao, you also want to join the first army?" asked young Master Jianhen suddenly. "If you can join, why can't I?" From their tone, it was obvious that there was some enmity between the two of them. After saying that, Genie Dao no longer paid any attention to young Master Jianhen. After signing up, he turned and left. In the following time, one cultivator after another went up to sign up. Occasionally, some cultivators would cause a stir. After waiting for 4 hours, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. Fang Chen went up to sign up. "Release your cultivation base," said the staff member. Spiritual energy surged around Fang Chen as he released his own aura. MN, second level of the Mystic King realm. The staff member frowned slightly and said with a bit of displeasure, "Not up to standard." According to what that senior said, the minimum requirement for strength is the middle stage of the profound king realm, not cultivation base, said Fang Chen bluntly. "You're saying your strength is comparable to a middle stage profound king realm cultivator?" asked the staff member. Fang Chen nodded. Then he gently threw out a punch. Seeing this, the staff member hastily punched out to block Fang Chen's attack. Then his expression kept changing. In the end, he changed his attitude and chuckled. "Your strength is comparable to a fourth stage profound king realm cultivator. You can sign up." After saying that, he helped Fang Chen with the registration process. No one cared about Fang Chen's registration. What kind of waves could a second stage profound king realm cultivator cause? After Fang Chen finished his registration, the registration process ended. The total number of people who signed up was 80,000. Among them, there were 30,000 high-stage, profound king realm cultivators. Hearing this number, Fang Chen couldn't help being speechless. Chapter 955. A small army recruitment had attracted more than 80,000 people. Fang Chen sighed. There were too many experts in the Sky Sword Mansion. The registration is over. The official assessment will be held in 3 days. The old man entered the city lord's mansion after he finished speaking. The crowd in the square dispersed, and Fang Chen returned to his courtyard. "Boss, out of the 80,000 people who signed up, there are 30,000 high-level Mystic King realm martial artists. You don't have any advantage." The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and said. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. "I underestimated the Sky Sword Mansion's martial artists." Fang Chen said in his heart. Of course, Fang Chen wouldn't give up so easily. He had carefully observed the crowd when they signed up. Among the 30,000 high-level Mystic King realm martial artists, there were 5 people who were feared the most. These 5 people were known as the strongest in the 8th level Mystic King realm. Among the 30,000 high-level Mystic King realm martial artists, the strongest was in the 8th level Mystic King realm. As for the 9th level martial artists, they were focused on breaking through to the Heaven Dipper realm. Jian Hen Young Master, Jini Dao, Dai Hongxian, Han Luo, and Fairy Chiyu. These 5 people were the cream of the crop among the 80,000 martial artists who signed up. They were also recognized as the strongest in the 8th level Mystic King realm. If I don't meet these 5 people in the assessment, I might still have a chance. Fang Chen said to himself. His space-time true intent had reached the peak of the 4th grade, and he had completely mastered time stop and space travel. Facing a 7th level Mystic King realm martial artist, it wasn't a problem for him to escape unscathed. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The competition this time was very stressful. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Chen came to a place called the Sky Sword Square as promised. There was a sea of people here. All 80,000 martial artists were present. Everyone's eyes were filled with a burning desire. At the front of the Sky Sword Square, there were 5 figures. The crowd seemed to be afraid of these 5 people and retreated. After a while, the old man appeared. Everyone, today is the day of the Sky Sword Mansion's #1 Army recruitment test. The old man said loudly, after our City Lord Mansion's research, this examination is divided into 3 stages. If you pass all 3 stages, you can become a member of our Sky Sword Mansion's #1 army. The old man briefly explained the 3 tests. The first stage was a chaotic battle. The Sky Sword Square could accommodate more than 200,000 people at the same time. The plaza was extremely huge, and these 80,000 people were going to engage in a chaotic battle on the Sky Sword Plaza. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, those who could last until the end would be considered to have passed the test. Those who failed would be eliminated. A smile appeared on Fong Chen's face when he heard that. If it was a head-on battle, he had no chance of winning. However, the chaotic battle was very advantageous to him. I have the true meaning of space-time. It's impossible for others to attack me. Fong Chen thought to himself. As for the other martial artists, they were frowning in distress. Initially, he thought that he could fish in troubled waters, but now there was no other way. In the chaotic battle, if you take the initiative to leave the Sky Sword Plaza, you will be considered to have admitted defeat. Others cannot chase after you. The old man said in a deep voice. His words were filled with a majesty that could not be defied. Subsequently, the old man's wrist shook, and an array appeared on the Sky Sword Plaza, enveloping everyone. Chaotic battle began. As soon as the old man's voice fell, the 80,000 people suddenly moved. Go to hell! The martial artist closest to Fong Chen threw a punch at Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen had used the true meaning of space-time and disappeared. The martial artist's punch missed, and he did not have time to think before he went to deal with the next person. Bang, bang, bang. The people of the Sky Sword Mansion were watching the chaotic battle from the outside. The chaotic battle had just begun, and hundreds of people were eliminated. In a chaotic battle of 80,000 people, even the 5 great experts did not dare to be careless. Once they were surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the 5 great experts' figures were constantly flickering, not giving the crowd a chance to surround and attack. Everyone, attack Jian Scar Young Master together. Someone shouted in a certain area. Suddenly, hundreds of martial artists surrounded Jian Scar Young Master. Pucci Jian Scar Young Master's figure flickered, and every time he pointed the long sword in his hand, there would be martial artists that were heavily injured or killed. I admit defeat. A martial artist felt that his life was in danger, and he directly jumped out of the Sky Sword Plaza and shouted to admit defeat. The group that surrounded Jian Scar Young Master was instantly disintegrated. In the chaotic battle, Fong Chen was the most relaxed one. The true meaning of space-time was an exceptional true meaning, and it was extremely profound. He could easily dodge everyone's attacks, and it was very satisfying. Outside, the old man finally noticed Fong Chen. And this person has a true meaning of space-time, the old man said. True meaning of space-time was very difficult to comprehend. Among the 80,000 people, besides Fong Chen, there was no other martial artist that had a true meaning of space-time. One could imagine how powerful a true meaning of space-time was. However, the old man soon sighed, shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, this person's cultivation is too low." The chaotic battle was still ongoing. Sometimes martial artists would be eliminated, and sometimes martial artists would be killed. When there was only half an incense's time left, the number of eliminated people had reached 10,000. Even the death toll was more than 1,000. The chaotic battle was too cruel. In the plaza, although there were people who noticed Fong Chen, there was no time to waste. However, there was no time to waste. Hence, more people gave up on pursuing Fong Chen. Pucci, the attacks of the 5 experts were very fierce, and as long as someone approached, they would be killed immediately. As time passed, there were actually 5 people who dared to approach the 5 experts. Space freeze. At a certain moment, just as Fong Chen's figure appeared, a 4th-level Mystic King realm martial artist came to kill him. Fong Chen executed the true meaning of space-time, causing the surrounding space to freeze temporarily. Then he threw out a punch. In an instant, the 4th-level Mystic King realm martial artist was killed. It's almost time. Fang Qin said. Continuously executing the true meaning of space-time consumed too much energy. Outside, the 5 experts are all very powerful. There's no problem for them to join the army, an old man from the city governor's mansion said. Yeah, the first place will definitely be born from the 5 of them. Thinking of the city governor's words, the few of them felt a slight warmth in their hearts. The old man in charge of recruitment did not mention the reward for the first place to the crowd at all. However, this was said by the city governor himself. The person who won first place in this recruitment would be rewarded handsomely. While the few of them were discussing, the time was finally up. Whoosh! After the incense finished burning, the array on the sky sword square was removed. It's over. The people who were left behind woke up from their nightmares, and their faces were filled with excitement. Fang Qin no longer executed the true meaning of space-time and revealed his true body. The first round of the assessment is over. 40,000 people have been eliminated, the old man in charge of recruitment said. Fang Qin's heart trembled when he heard that. 40,000 people were eliminated in the first round of the assessment, and there were thousands of deaths. It was too cruel. The 5 experts were still standing at the forefront. The remaining 40,000 people will have a day to rest. The second round of the assessment will begin tomorrow. After the first round of the assessment ended, everyone received the news. The eliminated martial artists were depressed. The martial artists who stayed behind were extremely excited. Fang Qin left quietly and returned to the courtyard. However, there were people who noticed Fang Qin. Investigate this person's background for me. Jian Scar young master waved his hand, and a martial artist ran over. Yes. The martial artist disappeared into the crowd. After a while, he came back with news. Jian Scar young master, this person just came to the Sky Sword Mansion recently. He seems to be from the mortal continent and has no background. Jian Scar young master's eyes flickered when he heard that. He then smiled and said, Since that's the case, bring a gift and visit this person. Invite him to join my camp. Jian Scar young master saw Fang Qin's true meaning of space-time in the chaotic battle. Although this person's cultivation was at the second level of the profound king realm, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Jian Scar young master wanted to take this person under his command. Young master, don't worry. I'll go now. Fang Qin returned to the courtyard. As soon as he sat down, the waiter ran over. Sir, there's someone outside who wants to see you. Yes. I just came to the Sky Sword Mansion and don't know anyone. Who is it? As he spoke, a person walked in from outside the courtyard. Young Master Fang Qin. I'm young Master Jian Scar's subordinate. I'm here to invite you on behalf of young Master Jian Scar. After speaking, the person took out an interspatial ring and placed it on the stone table. Jian Scar young master. Fang Qin was a little puzzled when he heard that. If you're willing to join young Master Jian Scar's camp, you will definitely be put in an important position by him. Chapter 956. Fang Qin sank into contemplation. Seeing Fang Qin's hesitation, he continued, Young Master Jian Hen will definitely be able to join the First Army. If you join him, no one in the Heavenly Sword Mansion will dare to attack you. What do I need to do? Asked Fang Qin. You only need to wholeheartedly work for young Master Jian Hen, said that person. From then on, your life will belong to young Master Jian Hen. After hearing this person's words, Fang Qin shook his head and rejected. Sorry, but I don't want to join any power for now. Are you openly going against the Jian Scar young master? That person's expression changed, and he icily said, Just a moment ago, he had been polite to Fang Qin. But in the blink of an eye, his attitude had completely changed. His words contained a sharp aura. It was as if Fang Qin didn't obey, he would be in danger of dying. I have no intention of opposing young Master Jian Hen, said Fang Qin calmly. As a newcomer, he was very weak. He couldn't casually provoke an enemy. This young Master Jian Hen was someone that even Fang Qin was a bit afraid of. Young Master Jian Hen wants to recruit you. This is your fortune. You actually refused, said that person icily. Fang Qin was about to speak when a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Since when has young Master Jian Hen become so overbearing? Others don't even have a choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Yidao casually walked in. Jin Yidao. Seeing this, the man frowned. Scram! You're not welcome here, berated Jin Yidao. Jin Yidao, I'm working for young Master Jian Hen. You. That person wanted to use young Master Jian Hen to pressure Jin Yidao. Unfortunately, the other party was Jin Yidao. I won't scram. Jin Yidao frowned. His aura began to revolve around him. Seeing Jin Yidao's anger, that person left in a panic. Many thanks for your help, brother. Fang Qin cupped his hands towards Jin Yidao. Jin Yidao was very surprised to see him here. However, Fang Qin faintly guessed something. Was this Jin Yidao the same as the young master of the sword scar trying to recruit him? Fang Qin, right? Jin Yidao stared at Fang Qin and asked. Fang Qin nodded and pointed to a stone stool. Sit. The two of them sat on the stone bench and looked at each other. After a long time, Jin Yidao laughed heartily. Who would have thought that a second-level, profound king realm martial artist would actually be able to come to the foreign lands, said Jin Yidao. Fang Qin didn't say anything. He was trying to figure out Jin Yidao's intentions. You don't have to be wary of me. Just like you, I'm also from the mortal continent. Jin Yidao shrugged. Fang Qin was startled. He looked at Jin Yidao in astonishment. It turned out that this person was also from the mortal continent. Those foreign aboriginals look down on us from the mortal continent, so we should be even more united. Jin Yidao said, I have no other intentions in coming here this time. It's just that I can't stand the way Sir Jian Hen does things. Hearing this, Fang Qin nodded. This Jin Yidao had a straightforward personality. It seemed like he could make friends with him. In the following time, Fang Qin and Jin Yidao chatted a lot. In the end, Jin Yidao left. He told Fang Qin that if he was able to help during the trial, he would lend a hand. It could be considered as his investment in Fang Qin. It was also to help the martial artists from the mortal continent. After a silent night, the next day arrived. On the Heavenly Sword Plaza, 40,000 people stood quietly. The 5 great experts were still standing at the forefront. When Fang Qin arrived, the sword scar young master glanced at him, intentionally or unintentionally. Fang Qin felt a flash of killing intent in Sir Jian Hen's eyes. This Sir Jian Hen wants to kill me, Fang Qin said to himself. Soon, the old man in charge of recruitment appeared. He smiled and said, Everyone, today is the second round of the assessment. The plaza was silent. Everyone was waiting for the old man to speak. I believe everyone knows how cruel the first round was. The old man looked around and asked, I can tell you without exaggeration that the remaining 2 rounds will be even crueler than the first round. You still have the chance to choose. If you want to withdraw, leave the Heavenly Sword Plaza. The old man gave everyone a chance, between life and cultivation level, which was more important. Without a doubt, life was more important. As long as one was alive, anything was possible. Hearing the old man's words, some martial artists were shaken. The sound of discussion instantly spread out. I withdraw. Rather than lose my life, I'd rather withdraw. With the first, there would be a second. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 people withdrew. Most of these martial artists were at the bottom of the middle level of the Mystic King realm. Their withdrawal did not affect the recruitment of martial artists at all. Apart from these 1,000 people, the others did not have any thoughts of withdrawing. Seeing this, the old man nodded and said, You chose your own path. You will bear the consequences. Next, we will proceed to the second round of the assessment. The second round of the assessment was not at the Heavenly Sword Plaza, but at a mountain range called the Sword Peak. The Sword Peak mountain range is the location of the second round of the assessment. The old man led everyone to the Sword Peak mountain range. There are a large number of Mystic King Realm beasts in the Sword Peak mountain range. Your goal is to seize the beast cores of the Mystic King Realm beasts. The 1,000 people with the most beast cores will enter the third round. Hearing this, there was an uproar. This second round would actually eliminate over 30,000 people. The competition this time was much more intense than the first round's chaotic battle. Moreover, there was no room for negotiation. When encountering danger, there was no way to withdraw. Time is 3 days. Go in, the old man said. Rumble, numerous martial artists swarmed into the Sword Peak mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, they scattered. The danger of this round did not only come from the beasts, but more importantly, from the competitors. The city lord's mansion wanted to recruit martial artists who bathed in the edge of life and death and constantly fought, not martial artists who reaped the fruits of others' labor. To them, the death of over 10,000 martial artists did not affect them much. Outside the Sword Peak mountain range, I don't know how many people will die in 3 days, an old man said. We've already given them a chance. They can't blame others if they die, the old man in charge of recruitment said in a deep voice. The few old men nodded slightly, recruiting 200 people, but there were 80,000 people who signed up. Before the start, they had already expected that the competition would be more intense than before. Fong Chen entered the mountain range and used the space-time, true meaning to fly, rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he separated from the others. The purpose of this was to prevent a sneak attack. The Sword Peak mountain range was very large. Fong Chen came to a deep forest. There's the aura of beasts here. Little Mouse stood on Fong Chen's shoulder. Let's go. Even Heaven Star Realm martial artists could not release their soul power to observe the Sword Peak mountain range at all times. Therefore, the participants did not have to be afraid. They would be discovered if they killed others. And Fong Chen naturally did not have to worry about Little Mouse being exposed. A man and a mouse quickly entered the deep forest. Roar! Sure enough, there were beasts around. A beastly roar was heard. Then Fong Chen and the little mouse saw a demonic beast with black scales all over its body walking towards them. The beast did not say anything and directly attacked. Bang! Fong Chen executed the 3 Revolution Radiant sword art to attack the black-scaled beast. However, it did not leave a single wound on the beast. The defense of these scales is so strong. Fong Chen could not help but exclaim. He had never seen such a beast before. In the vast outer region, there were thousands of beasts. There were all kinds of beasts. This demonic beast's attack power is approximately at the 5th level of the Mystic King realm. Fong Chen muttered to himself. The black-scaled beast's attack was not enough to threaten Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen's attack was also unable to break through the black-scaled beast's defense. Boss, let me do it. After attacking for a while, it was unable to do anything to the black-scaled, demonic beast. Then, Little Mouse executed its innate ability. It opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force enveloped it. The black-scaled beast sensed the danger of death and struggled desperately. However, there was nothing it could do. Crack! The hard black scales were easily crushed by Little Mouse. After the black-scaled beast died, the little mouse spat out a black inner core from its mouth. The first inner core. Little Mouse passed it to Fong Chen, who smiled. Your teeth are getting more and more domineering. Fong Chen gently stroked Little Mouse's head. Chapter 9, 57. In the following period of time, Fong Chen encountered some demonic beasts that were very weak and were easily killed. In just one morning, Fong Chen obtained 10 cores. There were nearly 40,000 people in the Sword Peak mountain range, and they were all crazily killing demonic beasts to obtain cores. Of course, these competitors would also kill each other. In a certain clearing, there were 2 cultivators working together to kill a demonic beast. Take this core first. When we kill the next demonic beast, the core will belong to me, the man in green said with a smile. The man in black nodded and took the core, preparing to put it away. Right at this moment, a trace of killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. Then, when the black-clothed man was caught off guard, a dagger was stabbed into his chest. You. When the man in black felt that something was wrong, he was already heavily injured. This time my goal is to join the army. This core is mine. The man in black fell to the ground unwillingly. Not only did the man in green take back the core, but he also took all the cores in the man in black's interspatial ring. Then he turned around and disappeared. Things like this were everywhere in the Sword Peak mountain range. This was only a small part of it. Of course, they were weak in terms of speed in killing demonic beasts. No one could compare to the 5 great experts. They were strong, and killing demonic beasts was like playing. The number of cores the 5 great experts had was far ahead when they entered the Sword Peak mountain range. In the morning, Fong Qin didn't encounter any danger. In the afternoon, Fong Qin encountered a competitor. How lucky to encounter this kid. A 5th-level Mystic King Realm cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent when he saw Fong Qin. Fong Qin had the lowest cultivation in the 2nd stage. Although his combat strength was comparable to a 4th-level Mystic King Realm cultivator, this person wasn't afraid. Kid, hand over your core obediently and I can spare your life. Pucci as he spoke, Fong Qin killed a demonic beast with a backhand slash and took the core. At this moment, he turned around to look at this person. I was just worrying about how to get the core. And someone came knocking on my door, Fong Qin said with a smile. The 5th-level Profound King Realm martial artist had a wisp of displeasure between his brows when he saw Fong Qin smile. Kid, I hate you. So not only do you have to hand over your core, but you also have to hand over your life. After speaking, this person attacked Fong Qin. What a joke! A 5th-level Mystic King Realm cultivator wasn't worth mentioning in Fong Qin's eyes. Bang Fong Qin did not even use the 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Art. Instead, he punched out with his physical strength. Crack! This martial artist's arm was directly blasted off by Fong Qin. A miserable cry came out of the man's mouth. You hid your strength. This person looked at Fong Qin in horror and shouted. In that instant, he knew that he was no match for Fong Qin's strength. Now you know how to be afraid. Fong Qin looked at this person playfully. This person continuously retreated. At the same time, he said, Brother, I was wrong. How about we let this matter go? If you can't beat me, then beg for mercy. Fong Qin replied with a question. Then what do you want? Asked this person. Hand over your core, said Fong Qin. Whoosh! This person had no choice but to hand over his core. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over all your cores. Otherwise, a sinister expression flashed across Fong Qin's face as he said in a cold voice. Hearing this person retreated in terror. Clenching his teeth, he handed over all his cores to Fong Qin and said, I've also handed over my cores. Can you let me go now? However, in his heart, he remembered Fong Qin. Kid, just you wait. After this trial, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. Sorry, but I'm afraid you can't leave yet, said Fong Qin. What are you planning on doing? This person became vigilant. Because I never planned on letting you leave alive. After saying this, he used the true meaning of space-time. His fist instantly smashed into this person's head. A miserable scream rang out. This person didn't even have the chance to resist before he was killed by Fong Qin. After that, Fong Qin took the man's space ring and quickly left the place. Not long after Fong Qin left, a group of cultivators hastily arrived. Fifth brother, The person at the front cried out in grief when he saw the cultivator lying on the ground. No matter who you are, you killed my fifth brother. I'll kill you. This person roared furiously. Then he led the crowd in the direction that Fong Qin had left in. 2 hours later, Fong Qin found a safe place. Then he began to take stock of his cores. As expected, robbing other people's cores is faster. Fong Qin said with a grin, the person that he killed must have snatched the inner cores of other people before. In addition to the cores he obtained in the morning, he had a total of 30 cores. I still need to work harder, Fong Qin muttered to himself. He was at a disadvantage in killing demonic beasts and obtaining cores, so he had to work harder. However, just as Fong Qin was thinking, he suddenly heard some voices. Boss, what's wrong? I feel that the murderer is in this area, said the person at the front. He had a unique method that could roughly determine the murderer's location, but he couldn't find out the exact location. Search this area. I won't let him go for killing my fifth brother. In the cave, Fong Qin gradually understood when he heard these words. These people seem to be looking for me. Then he thought of the 5th-level Mystic King Realm cultivator he killed earlier. It seemed that these people were in cahoots with that person. Through the entrance of the cave, Fong Qin discovered that there were a total of more than 30 people in this group. The person at the front was at the 7th-level Mystic King Realm, while the others were mid-level Mystic King Realm cultivators. Boss, are you tempted? Asked the little mouse. Since I already have enmity with them, I don't care about anything else, said Fong Qin. That's great. The little mouse smiled excitedly. Fong Qin used the true meaning of time and space to hide in the void. He quietly walked out of the cave and began to hunt these 30 people. The 30 people quickly spread out and searched the area for the murderer. As for Fong Qin, he had locked onto the weakest warrior. 4th-level Mystic King Realm, I'll choose you. Under the true meaning of time and space, the others couldn't detect Fong Qin at all. Boss is really angry this time. If I find the murderer, Boss will definitely reward me, this person muttered to himself. However, he never dreamed that this would be the last sentence he would say in his life. Pucci the Ice secret sword silently pierced this person's head and instantly shattered his soul. His body softly fell to the ground. Fong Qin put away the interspatial ring and disappeared again. In 15 minutes, Fong Qin killed 10 cultivators. Finally, at a certain moment, someone noticed that something was wrong. Ah, there's a corpse up ahead, someone said. Immediately, he hurriedly ran over. Seeing the corpse, his expression changed, and he shouted, Boss, this is bad. Whoosh, 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 the boss flew over and asked, What's wrong? Boss, look. This person pointed at the corpse on the ground. It must be the murderer. He's in this area, the boss roared, his veins popping out. Not long after, they found the 10 corpses. Damned murderer! I'll tear you to pieces, the boss roared angrily. The other cultivators looked at each other in fear. Boss, this murderer is very strong. He killed so many of our brothers without anyone noticing, someone said timidly. Continue searching. Don't be more than half a mile away from each other. If you find the murderer, notify me immediately, the boss said coldly. The murderer didn't dare to appear directly. This meant that he was afraid of his strength. The boss guessed that the murderer would appear again. The remaining 20 people continued to scatter and look for the murderer. However, the distance between them was very small. If something was wrong, the others would know right away. Fong Qin, who was hiding in the void of space, looked down. You think you can stop me like this? Sneering, Fong Qin once again chose a target. After that, he used the true meaning of time and space to imprison a cultivator. Pucci the Ice secret sword attacked, and the cultivator fell to the ground. The murderer has appeared. At that moment, the nearby cultivators all shouted, Whoosh, whoosh, but when the boss arrived, Fong Qin had already put away the interspatial ring and disappeared. Where is he? Chapter 958. The boss was furious. The murderer had killed his subordinates, right under his nose. Boss, the murderer had already escaped when we found him, a martial artist said. Hearing this, the boss suppressed the anger in his heart. You guys continue to search. After that, the boss turned and left in a flash. The remaining martial artists were on tenterhooks as they searched for the culprit. On a towering tree, the boss hid there, waiting for the murderer to appear. The murderer is too cunning. Please don't let me meet him. This was the thought of one of the martial artists. However, just as he was thinking, Fangchen appeared. Bang! He killed the martial artist with a punch, and then his body flickered continuously. Finally appeared. Seeing that, a trace of madness flashed through the boss's eyes. Then he leapt down from the enormous tree. Go to hell! The boss exerted all his strength and launched a powerful attack. After knowing that he had been discovered, Fangchen made an even crazier decision. He suddenly performed the 3 Revolution Radiance sword technique. The sword flashed and a cold light shrouded the area. The remaining few martial artists let out blood-curdling screams as they all died. After doing all this, Fangchen shook his wrist and put away the interspatial ring. Then he turned to look at the boss's attack and grinned. He used the space-time true meaning and disappeared. Bang! The boss's attack missed. He roared loudly and then quickly chased after Fangchen. Kid, you're definitely going to die. The boss was a 7th level Mystic King realm martial artist and was extremely fast. Although Fangchen had the space-time true meaning, he was still slightly slower than the boss. After 15 minutes, the boss was getting closer and closer to Fangchen. Swoosh! After a while, Fangchen appeared in the boss's attack range. Then, the boss did not hesitate and exerted all his strength. A mace appeared in his hand and he swung it fiercely. The mace turned into a red mist in the sky and enveloped Fangchen. Not good. Fangchen shouted in his heart and then performed the space-time meteorite annihilation. Swoosh! The void was torn apart as the meteorite-like attack smashed into the red mist. However, he did not manage to break through the red mist. The red mist made Fangchen feel dizzy. His face was solemn as he quickly fled. As he fled, he attacked at the same time. Void meteor annihilation. Ice secret sword. Fangchen's series of attacks were unable to force boss back. His mace. Finally, Fangchen realized that something was wrong. Even if he wasn't a match for an ordinary 7th level Profound King realm martial artist, he could still escape with ease. Yet, before that person's attack, he was actually unable to escape unscathed. The seemingly simple mace caused Fangchen a lot of trouble with every attack. No, I have to think of a way to shake him off. Fangchen thought to himself. The true will of time and space was pushed to the extreme as he fled at top speed. 100 miles away from Fangchen, there was a figure. Pucci the golden-clad genie Dao killed a demonic beast with a single slash and collected its core. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. Someone is fighting. After saying that, Jin Yi Dao stood in the sky and looked into the distance. Fangchen. Jin Yi Dao discovered Fangchen and saw him fleeing in a sorry state. Humo is chasing after Fangchen. Seeing this, Jin Yi Dao sneered and rushed in the direction of Fangchen. The fleeing Fangchen also saw Jin Yi Dao. He was overjoyed. Jin Yi Dao might be able to save him. Brother Jin! Fangchen shouted. Fangchen, come to me, Jin Yi Dao said. Crash! Fangchen stopped in front of Jin Yi Dao with a smile on his face. Kid, why don't you run? Humo's mocking laughter came from behind. However, when he stopped and prepared to kill Fangchen, he discovered Jin Yi Dao. Jin Yi Dao, are you trying to stop me? Asked Humo. Jin Yi Dao didn't say anything. He only sneered. Seeing this, Humo's aura suddenly surged and he quickly fled. Whoosh! In the sky, a resplendent saber light instantly slashed down. A resplendent saber light cut a large hole in the place where Huemo had fled. Blood sprinkled down from the sky where Humo had fled. "He escaped," said Genie Dao as he put away his saber. "Brother Jean, thank you for helping me." Fong Qin felt very grateful. If Jin Yi Dao hadn't helped him, it would have been very difficult for him to escape from this person. "Brother Fong, I've said it before. People from the mortal continent should help each other," said Genie Dao with a smile. In a certain dark area, a figure fell to the ground with a bang. Looking carefully, it was Humo. His body was covered in blood and he was heavily injured. Especially his palm, it had directly exploded. "Damnable Genie Dao!" Humo was infuriated and roared. If it wasn't for the spiked club, he would have already died at Genie Dao's hands. "I will definitely take revenge for this." Genie Dao was one of the 5 great experts. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Profound King realm. His saber techniques had reached perfection. Even young Master Jianhen didn't have absolute confidence in being able to defeat Genie Dao. Facing Genie Dao, Humo could only flee. In Genie Dao's eyes, Humo was nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, when Humo fled for his life, he did not chase after him after he slashed out with his saber. "Brother Fong, why were you being chased by Humo?" asked Genie Dao. Fong Qin told Genie Dao about the grudges between him and Humo. Hearing this, Genie Dao laughed loudly. "Good kill! Ha ha ha!" After laughing, Genie Dao warned Fong Qin, "Fong Qin, there are still 2 more days. Be careful." After exchanging a few words with Genie Dao, the two separated. "I'm still a bit weak." After his battle with Humo, Fong Qin deeply understood that his strength was insufficient. He needed to increase his strength. Fong Qin counted the nadins he had obtained. The total number of nadins from 30 cultivators adds up to 170. Adding on the original 30, the total number had reached 200. A day's time quickly passed. At night, Fong Qin found a secluded place to cultivate. Late at night, Fong Qin was awakened by the roar of a beast. "There's a beast roar." Fong Qin was puzzled as he walked out of his secluded place. At this moment, on a mountain peak not far from Fong Qin, there was a group of demonic beasts attacking human cultivators. Young Master Jianhen and Dai Hongxian were standing back to back, killing demonic beasts. "Dai Hongxian, there are more and more demonic beasts. Can you do it?" asked young Master Jianhen as he killed a demonic beast that approached him. "Don't worry, I'll hold on for a bit longer," said Dai Hongxian. In the center of Dai Hongxuan's palm, there was a ball of black light that was condensing. The black light was emitting a destructive aura. The two of them were occupying a high vantage point, using the smell of blood to attract a large number of demonic beasts. As far as the eye could see, there were over 1,000 corpses of demonic beasts. They were all killed by young Master Jianhen and Dai Hongxian. Of course, these demonic beasts weren't too strong. Roar! More and more demonic beasts appeared. At a glance, the entire mountain peak was densely packed with demonic beasts. Young Master Jianhen was gradually unable to hold on. But at this moment, the mountain peak suddenly shook. Roar! A deafening roar came from the distance. Young Master Jianhen casually killed several demonic beasts and looked over. His eyes burned with desire. Dai Hongxian, it's appeared. Dai Hongxuan's lips curled into a wide grin. In his hand, the ball of black light had already formed. "I've already finished my preparations. If this big guy comes up, it'll definitely die," said Dai Hongxian confidently. "All right, I'll lure it up." Young Master Jianhen tapped his foot and leaped onto the mountain peak. He killed demonic beasts along the way and arrived in front of the big guy. Whoosh! He slashed out with his sword and instantly attracted the big guy's attention. Then, young Master Jianhen returned to the mountain peak. The big guy chased after him. The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard is already here. The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard was one of the overlords of the Sword Peak mountain range. Its strength was comparable to a 9th-level Profound King realm martial artist. It was abnormally strong. Initially, with young Master Jianhen's strength, he definitely wouldn't dare to target the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard. But Dai Hongxian found him and explained the plan. Chapter 959. Roar. The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard was 30 meters tall, and its body was huge. Its arrival made countless demonic beasts roar in joy. The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard walked towards the peak, and the other demonic beasts made way for it. Dong! Every time the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard walked, the peak would shake. Our plan will succeed if we kill the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard. Jian Scar, young master, shouted excitedly. As he spoke, the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard charged towards them. Crash! The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard was covered in scales. Its claws suddenly clawed out, and the space seemed to be torn apart. There was a destructive black light on its claws, and an 8th-level Profound King realm martial artist would not be able to block it. What a powerful attack! Jian Scar, young master, was a little worried when he saw the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard attacking. He turned to Dai Hongxian and asked, "How is it?" Dai Hongxian nodded. Then he waved his hand. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of death spread out. The black light devoured the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard's attack and enveloped it. Success! The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard couldn't open its eyes as it was enveloped by the black light. The two people on the peak laughed. "Let's go and take a look," Dai Hongxian said. The two of them came before the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard and saw the destructive black light. Jian Scar, young master, couldn't help but sigh. Dai Hongxian, your trump card is really powerful. Of course, if it wasn't for the first place, I wouldn't be willing to waste the black demon light, Dai Hongxian said. He also felt the pain of using the black demon light. However, it was worth it to kill the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard. Why is the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard still struggling? Jian Scar, young master, asked when he saw the black light wriggling. The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard is comparable to a 9th-level Profound King realm martial artist. It won't be able to break through the seal of the black demon light with its strength. Dai Hongxian was confident in his trump card. Let's hurry up and kill it, Jian Scar, young master, urged. All right. Dai Hongxian nodded and waved his hand, preparing to control the black demon light to kill the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! On the mountainside, a dense horde of monster beasts rushed towards Hei Maguang as if they had gone mad. Bang, 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 these demonic beasts disregarded life and death as they rammed into the black devil light. Crack, these demonic beasts rushed over in a frenzy, but they would die as soon as they came into contact with the black demon light. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed demonic beasts were all killed by the black demon light. Roughly estimating, there were at least 3,000 corpses of demonic beasts on the mountain. Humph, you're courting death, Dai Hongxian sneered. Not good. Cracks have appeared in the black demon light. Sword Scar, young master, noticed the crack on the black demon light, and his expression changed greatly. It doesn't matter. Everything is over, Dai Hongxian said. As soon as Dai Hongxuan's voice fell, a vast aura erupted from the black demon light. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. The black demonic light collapsed and turned into countless fragments that disappeared into the void. Pucci! The black demon light shattered. The explosive power was extremely tyrannical, directly affecting Jianhen Prince and Dai Hongxian. Jian Scar, young master, vomited blood on the spot. When he heard the beast roar, he realized that something was wrong. Run! Jian Scar, young master, immediately made his decision. He dragged his injured body and fled far away. As for Dai Hongxian, he was incomparably miserable. When the black demon light shattered, his body suffered a backlash. Seeing the huge body of the black-scaled demonic leopard, Dai Hongxian was terrified. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Dai Hongxian escaped. Whoosh! After running for a full hour, Dai Hongxian finally stopped. His body was covered in blood. Jian Scar, young master, stood in front of him with an ashen face. Dai Hongxian, this is the trump card you were talking about? Jian Scar, young master, asked in a deep voice. His voice was filled with anger. After working hard for an entire night, he did not obtain thousands of demonic beasts' cores just to kill the black-scaled demonic leopard. However, he did not manage to kill the black-scaled demonic leopard and did not obtain the demonic beast's cores. The two of them had almost died there. How could Jian Scar, young master, not be furious? Dai Hongxian's face turned pale when he heard this. Things had already reached this point. No matter what he said, he could not recover the loss. On the mountain peak, the black demon light's aura had completely dissipated. Looking at the corpse of the demonic beasts on the mountain peak, the black-scaled demonic leopard was furious. However, its life force was gradually dissipating. In just half an hour, it could no longer stand and could die at any time. Black demon light was too tyrannical. Although the black-scaled demonic leopard had broken through the seal, it was seriously injured and could not recover. After another quarter of an hour, the black-scaled demonic leopard's body fell to the ground. It was at this time that Fang Qin, who had rushed over from afar, appeared at the foot of the mountain. There seems to have been a great battle here. Seeing the sorry state of the mountain peak, Fang Qin guessed. Then Fang Qin saw the corpses of demonic beasts all over the mountain. Yes, the demonic beasts' cores were not taken. Fang Qin's face was filled with joy, but he immediately calmed down. He carefully looked at the mountain peak and found that there was no one on the mountain peak. What's going on? So many demonic beasts died, but there's no one on the mountain peak. Fang Qin came to the mountain peak and found the corpse of the black-scaled demonic leopard. Could it be that the black-scaled demonic leopard and the human cultivator were both injured and the human cultivator escaped? The strength of the black-scaled demonic leopard was extremely tyrannical. To be able to kill it, the other party was at least at the level of the 5 great masters. Thinking of this, Fang Qin's eyes were burning. A windfall from the sky. Quick, quick, quick! Fang Qin pushed the true meaning of time and space to the extreme. He quickly collected the inner cores of the demonic beasts. After a quarter of an hour, the inner cores of more than 3,000 demonic beasts were all taken by Fang Qin. Finally, Fang Qin's gaze fell on the body of the black-scaled demonic leopard. Take it away. After thinking for a while, Fang Qin put the black-scaled demonic leopard into the interspatial ring and disappeared. An hour after Fang Qin left, 2 figures flew quickly from 2 directions. Fairy Qiyu, Han Luo said. There was a great battle here. Fairy Qiyu's eyes flickered as she asked, looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts all over the mountain. Han Luo's face was gloomy. It must be the 3 of them. In a hidden place, Fang Qin sat cross-legged, checking the inner cores in the interspatial ring. I don't know who I took advantage of. The other party must be one of the 5 great experts, but Fang Qin couldn't be sure who it was. After cleaning up, Fang Qin found that the number of inner cores he had had increased to 4,000. He was very excited. 4,000 inner cores! If it was just me alone, it would be impossible to do it in 3 days. With these 4,000 inner cores, Fang Qin's confidence grew even more. After checking the inner cores, Fang Qin's gaze shifted to the body of the black-scaled demonic leopard. Boss, this black-scaled demonic leopard should be the overlord of the Sword Peak mountain range. The little mouse appeared and said, These scales are harder than the black-scaled demonic beasts we encountered before, Fang Qin said. The reason why he took away the body of the black, scaled demonic leopard was because Fong Chen already had a plan in mind. With the increase of his strength, the grade of the Hidden Star sword could no longer allow him to exert its full power. Therefore, he wanted to improve the grade of the Hidden Star sword. And this black, scaled demonic leopard scales were the first choice. If these scales are integrated into the Hidden Star sword, its hardness will definitely increase greatly, Fong Chen said. The grade of the Hidden Star sword was a Dao weapon. After integrating with the scales, it would definitely become a divine weapon. However, before that, I'll have to improve my weapon crafting skills. To the current Fong Chen, the art of refining weapons was not difficult. After all, the refining skills of the mortal continent were very weak compared to those of the outer realm. After spending an entire day, Fong Chen raised his refining skills to the divine level. Then, with the help of the little mouse, he removed all the scales from the black, scaled demonic leopard. Finally, he integrated the scales into the Hidden Star sword using a special method. Hiss! The Hidden Star sword flickered with brilliance, and a sacred aura spread out. The divine weapon was a success. Once upon a time, the divine weapon was an unattainable thing. And now, the divine weapon was in his hands. The divine weapon could absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to nourish itself. With continuous nourishment, it would gradually develop intelligence. 2 days had passed, and there was only 1 day left. This day was destined to be the most tragic day of the competition. Some people would succeed and become famous. Chapter 960. The last day was also the craziest day. On this day, many martial artists who had hopes of entering the top 1,000 launched a frenzied counterattack. As long as they could enter the top 1,000, they would have a chance to enter the top army. Fong Chen reappeared on this day, preparing to continue hunting demonic beasts and obtain their inner cores. A windfall fell from the sky as he obtained more than 3,000 inner cores. Now his total number of inner cores had reached 4,000. However, these 4,000 inner cores were not enough for him to enter the top 1,000, so he had to work harder. Huff, huff, the atmosphere in the Sword Peak mountain range was heavy. All the martial artists were crazily killing. Some of the martial artists formed groups, while others acted alone. As the martial artists crazily killed, the number of demonic beasts was constantly decreasing. After a short day of recovery, Dai Hongxian and Jian Hen Prince had basically recovered. After all, the two of them were ranked among the top 5 experts. He had a lot of trump cards on him, so this injury was nothing to him. On the last day, the top 5 experts no longer killed the weak demonic beasts, but focused on the 8th level demonic beasts. They were not a match for the 9th level demonic beasts. It was more than enough to deal with the 8th level demonic beasts. Previously, the old man in charge of recruitment had also mentioned this before. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the more precious its inner core was. Of course, the lowest inner core a martial artist could obtain was the inner core of a 4th level Mystic King realm demonic beast. Inner cores below the 4th level Mystic King realm were considered invalid. Take the inner core of a 4th level Mystic King realm demonic beast as an example. A 5th level Mystic King realm demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 5 4th level Mystic King realm demonic beast's inner cores. A 6th level Mystic King realm demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 10 inner cores. A 7th level Mystic King realm demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 20 inner cores. An 8th level demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 30 inner cores. A 9th level demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 100 inner cores. Hunting for the inner cores of high-level demonic beasts was a shortcut. Of course, this shortcut was also very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chen's speed was extremely fast as he shuttled through the Sword Peak mountain range. With the space-time true intent, Fong Chen was not in any danger. If he encountered a weak, demonic beast, he would kill it. If he encountered a demonic beast that he could not defeat, he would run away. Pucci in just one morning, Fang Qin had killed more than 30 demonic beasts. At a certain moment, when Fang Chen killed a 6th-level profound king realm demon beast, he suddenly felt a ghastly aura. "Someone is approaching," Fang Chen said softly. Just as he was thinking, a familiar figure appeared. After Humo recovered from his injuries, he had been searching for demonic beasts to hunt. Just a moment ago, he had sensed the aura of a battle. Soon after, he began to approach. He didn't expect to see Fang Chen. "Brett, it's actually you." Humo's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he uttered a roar. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not run away. Instead, he stared coldly at Humo. Previously, Humo had chased after him. If Genie Dao had not appeared, he did not know what would have happened to him. And now, his hidden star sword had reached the divine weapon realm. He did not fear Humo. At the very least, he could escape unscathed in front of Humo Dai. Humo did not give Fang Chen a chance to escape. The aura around him surged, and he immediately rushed towards Fang Chen. When Humo rushed over, a mace appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards Fang Chen. "Mace again!" Seeing the mace, Fang Chen frowned and said in a low voice. He immediately performed the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique. The 3 sword lights in his chi merged into a holy sword light and pierced towards the mace. Bang! Bang! The holy sword light collided with the mace, producing a deafening sound. In an instant, a strange aura was emitted from the mace, and it actually devoured the holy sword light. Seeing this, Fang Chen was shocked. Immediately, he performed the void meteor annihilation. Whoosh! A divine aura emerged from the hidden star sword. The void was torn apart, and a dazzling sword light suddenly swooped down. "Brat, no matter how you struggle, you will definitely die." Humo laughed sinisterly. He held the mace in his hand and smashed it towards the dazzling sword light. Dong! When the two collided, the entire ground shook. When the void meteor annihilation was cultivated to the highest level, it could tear apart the void and deliver a destructive blow. Crack! Humo actually withstood the void meteor annihilation. His mace made Fang Chen feel uneasy. What grade of weapon is the mace? Fang Chen thought to himself. Go to hell. In fact, Humo was also shocked. A guy at the 2nd level Profound King realm could perform such a heaven-defying attack. In the entire Sky Sword Mansion, no martial artist at the same level could do it. This brat has incredible potential. He must die. Humo did not want to leave a threat behind. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to kill Fang Chen. Humo crazily activated the mace and released his strongest attack. In the sky, the mace emitted streaks of gray aura. The gray aura transformed into spiked maces one after another. Fang Chen knew that this was Humo's ultimate move. True meaning of space-time. Fang Chen activated the true meaning of space-time. His figure flickered as he approached Humo. When he was extremely close to Humo, he instantly imprisoned Humo Dong. Humo crazily controlled the mace and bombarded the space around him. In an instant, Fang Chen's imprisonment was broken. Then, countless mace blasted towards Fang Chen. Not good. Fang Chen cried out in his heart. Above him, countless spiked clubs, both real and illusory, smashed towards him. I have to find the real mace. Fang Chen was extremely anxious in his heart. Being targeted by the mace, his true meaning of space-time was also a little powerless. Kill! Fang Chen did not want to give up. He roared and activated the 7th grade sword true meaning. His body was filled with extremely dense sword chi, which then gathered into the star-concealing sword. Finally, he slashed out. 3 Revolution Radiance, Sword Technique. 3rd Revolution Revered. Fang Chen's frenzied attacks caused the golden heart to react abnormally. Dong! The beating of the golden heart filled Fang Chen with strength. Crack! The radiant sword light was directly destroyed by the mace. Just as the mace was about to hit Fang Chen, a bright golden light shot out from the latter's body. The golden heart's beating speed was raised to the extreme. Third level. Fang Chen's body was filled with violent power. His face was full of smiles. Under the strong pressure of the battle, he broke through to the third level of the profound king realm. Rumble. Reaching the third level of the profound king realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased in all aspects. Kill! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and displayed the third revolution radiant sword technique. Above his head, countless radiant sword lights appeared in an instant, blocking the mace's descent. Then, Fang Chen displayed the void meteorite strike. How is this possible? While Huemo was blocking the void meteorite strike, Fang Chen silently displayed the secret ice sword technique. Whoosh! The extremely cold soul attack secret technique pierced into Humo's mind. In an instant, Humo's soul was shattered. No! Huemo screamed miserably. He frantically activated the spiritual qi in his body, wanting to shatter the secret ice sword technique. But he was shocked to find that his life force was flowing away. Crack! The spiked clubs in the sky shattered into pieces. At this moment, Humo's body fell to the ground. Bang! The real mace fell to the ground and became an ownerless object. Phew! Seeing that Huemo was dead, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation at the last moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After resting for a while, Fang Chen took Humo's interspatial ring, picked up the mace, and turned to leave. After finding a safe place, Fang Chen checked Humo's interspatial ring. When he checked, he was given a huge fright. 10,000 inner cores! There were actually 10,000 inner cores in Humo's interspatial ring. This shocked Fang Chen. It seemed that Huemo had snatched many people's inner cores. After happily putting away the 10,000 inner cores, Fang Chen looked at the mace. There were complicated patterns on the mace, and it emitted a sacred aura. It's a divine weapon, said Fang Chen. Divine weapons were also divided into different grades. Fang Chen's hidden star sword was the lowest grade of divine weapon. Chapter 961. Divine weapons were divided into 9 levels, and each level was completely different. A divine weapon like the hidden star sword did not even have a level, and could only be considered as the most ordinary divine weapon. Such divine weapons could be found everywhere in the extraterritorial region. Level 2 divine weapon. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily as he carefully observed the spiked club. The entire Sky Sword Mansion had at most level 1 divine weapons. As for level 2 divine weapons, the small Sky Sword Mansion did not have any. Who would have thought that Huemo, who is at the 7th level of the Mystic King realm, would have a level 2 divine weapon? No wonder the mace is so powerful. Fang Chen recalled the scene where Huemo used the mace to escape from Genie Dao's hands. One must know that even the 5 strongest cultivators only had first-level divine weapons. The value of a level 2 divine weapon was too great. Ordinary martial artists could not afford it at all. Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich this time. Fang Chen was overjoyed. However, he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had powerful secret skills like the Void Meteor Annihilation and the Secret Ice Sword. Otherwise, even if he broke through to the 3rd level of the Mystic King realm, he would not be Humo's match. Speaking of which, Huemo was only an ordinary 7th level Mystic King realm martial artist. If it was not for the mace, no one would have noticed him. Playing with the mace in his hand, Fang Chen grinned. After laughing for a while, he regained his composure. Although I have a level 2 divine weapon, I can't use it. Fang Chen said softly. He did not want to stir up trouble when he first came to the sky Sword Mansion. Once people knew that he had the mace, they would know that he was the one who killed Huemo. The force behind Huemo would definitely take revenge. With his current strength, any 8th level Profound King realm martial artist would be able to kill him. After the assessment, I'll think of a way to sell it, Fangchen said. A level 2 divine weapon could be exchanged for countless purple crystals. Coincidentally, he was lacking purple crystals. Putting away the mace, Fangchen continued to look for demonic beast cores. Time passed in a blink of an eye. Finally, after a bell chime, the 3 days were up. The sound of the bell ringing was incessant. All the cultivators in the Sword Peak mountain range heard it. Some martial artists were extremely excited when they heard the sound of the bell, as if they had just survived a calamity. There were also some cultivators who complained that the time was too short and that they were unable to obtain more demonic beast cores. All participants quickly withdraw from the Sword Peak mountain range. A vigorous and powerful voice transmitted into the Sword Peak mountain range. In the next moment, countless martial artists flew out like a swarm of bees. When Fangchen came out, he bumped into Genie Dao. "How's your harvest?" Genie Dao asked. "It's all right," Fangchen said modestly. Genie Dao nodded, then turned and left. On the vast plains, the old man in charge of recruitment stood in the air and looked down. In just an hour, all the martial artists had come out. When they entered, there were close to 40,000 people. But now, the martial artists that came out were actually less than 30,000 people. In other words, in these 3 days, the death toll was as high as 10,000 people. Fangchen couldn't help but sigh when he heard this number. The Outerverse was boundlessly vast. Profound Kings didn't count for much. "Everyone, hand over your demonic beast cores," said the old man in charge of recruitment. Then, everyone began to hand over their demonic beast cores in order. For this reason, the city lord's mansion had dispatched a large number of guards to collect the demonic beast cores. Even so, it still took an entire day for the demonic beast cores to be completely collected. "Elder, the demonic beast cores have been collected. This is the name list." A martial artist walked over to the old man in charge of recruitment and handed him the name list. The old man in charge of recruitment nodded and then looked around at the crowd. "Everyone, after a day of counting, the name list has been revealed. Now, I will announce the top 1,000 martial artists." After that, the old man began to read. First were the 5 great experts, followed by some of the martial artists who were only second to them. Genie Dao, Fairy Chiyu, Han Luo, Dai Hongxian, Jianhen. One name after another appeared. Some people were disappointed, while others were excited. When the 100th name was read, Fangchen's name appeared. 100, Fangchen. After reading Fangchen's name, the old man in charge of recruitment was a little surprised. He glanced at Fangchen and then continued reading. "Amazing!" Genie Dao said to himself. The crowd was discussing Fangchen. Soon, all 1,000 names had been read. "Those whose names are not read, quickly leave," said the old man in charge of recruitment. Instantly, over 20,000 people left the plain. In an instant, the plain became much quieter. Only 1,000 martial artists remained. Among these 1,000 martial artists, aside from Fangchen, they were all high-level Mystic King realm martial artists. This Fangchen, what kind of dog's hit luck did he have? He actually passed the test. Damn it! I worked so hard to only obtain 3,000 demonic beast cores. This kid actually obtained more than 10,000. His strength is so low. Could it be that he had other methods to obtain demonic beast cores? For a moment, everyone was discussing Fangchen. Even the 5 experts had taken notice of Fangchen's presence, especially Dai Hongxian and the young master Jianhen. They exchanged a glance. Could it be that he obtained the 3,000 demonic beast cores on the mountain peak? Thought the young master Jianhen. After a period of time, the young master Jianhen and Dai Hongxian quietly returned to the mountain peak. They discovered that the demonic beast cores had disappeared. The black scale devil panther had also disappeared. This made them suspect that some other martial artists had come here after they had fled. At first, they suspected that the other 3 great experts were the targets. But now, they began to suspect Fangchen. How could a low-level Mystic King realm martial artist obtain more than 10,000 demonic beast cores? There had to be some secret behind it. Facing everyone's gazes, Fangchen remained silent. "The 1,000 of you will compete for 200 spots," said the old man in charge of recruitment. This recruitment had a total of 3 trials. These 1,000 people had already passed the first 2 trials. As long as they passed the final trial, they would be able to join the Heavenly Sword Mansion. The final trial tests potential. The people of my Heavenly Sword Mansion not only need to be strong, but also have unparalleled potential, said the old man. Follow me. After saying that, the old man led the 1,000 people into the city. Soon, they appeared in front of a continuous mountain range within the city. This mountain range has 9 peaks. Whoever can climb the 9 peaks can directly join the first army. As for the others, it depends on their ranking. The old man's words caused all the martial artists to cry out in alarm. "Isn't it too easy to climb the 9 peaks?" said a warrior. "That's right. Isn't this a competition of speed?" Many martial artists thought so. Of course, there were also some martial artists who thought that this mountain range was extraordinary. "Thinking about it, these 9 peaks definitely won't be so easy to climb," said Genie Dao. The other experts also nodded. "All right, let's begin." "Climb the mountain," said the old man in charge of recruitment. Who? The 1,000 martial artists instantly circulated their spiritual qi and flew towards the first peak. Fangchen was also among them. When he stood at the foot of the first peak, he suddenly felt a pressure. Many martial artists forcibly landed on the ground. They were unable to fly. There's a limit. Soon, some martial artists discovered that the peak was not ordinary. The ones at the front were 5 experts. When they reached the middle of the mountain, they seemed to have realized something. Then they sat down cross-legged and seemed to be comprehending something. When Fangchen saw this, he stopped in his tracks. He did not frown and sat down to comprehend. In the sky, the old man in charge of recruitment nodded and said, "The prefecture lord has personally placed restrictions on these 9 peaks. Only by completely comprehending them can one ascend the 9th mountain. Elder, I'm afraid that no one will be able to ascend the 9th mountain this time. How could it be so easy to completely comprehend the restrictions placed by the prefecture lord?" "The prefecture lord wants to test their potential. I'm guessing that the 5 experts should be able to ascend the 7th mountain. As for the others, the 6th mountain will be a problem," said the old man in charge of recruitment. 9 peaks, 9 layers of restrictions. Comprehending 1 layer of restriction would allow one to ascend a peak. This kind of restriction was not very powerful, but it could see a person's potential. Those with heaven-defying potential could easily comprehend the true essence of the restrictions. 3 minutes later, someone started to move. As expected of the best of the 1,000, the 5 of them managed to comprehend 1 layer of restriction so quickly, said the old man in charge of recruitment with a satisfied smile. Chapter 962. The 5 experts were the first to reach the first mountain. Then they began to comprehend the 2nd seal. For the rest of the time, Yao Yao was in the lead. The other high-level Mystic King realm martial artists also rushed up the first mountain one after another. As for Fangchen, he sat cross-legged halfway up the mountain. Spiritual qi surrounded him as he comprehended the first seal. 2 hours later, 800 people reached the first mountain. For hours later, except for Fangchen, everyone reached the first mountain. At this time, the 5 experts had already reached the 5th mountain. They were still in the lead. As for the other experts, some of them also reached the 4th mountain. In the outside world, the experts of the City Lord Mansion were all paying attention to the 5 experts at the front. They had underestimated the potential of the 5 experts. The 5 of them comprehended very quickly. They reached the 5th mountain in 4 hours. It was entirely possible for them to reach the 8th mountain. If these 5 join, the strength of the first army will definitely skyrocket, someone said. They have already reached the 5th mountain. As they spoke, someone noticed Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen was sitting alone on the 1st mountain. He was still comprehending. Even the old man in charge of recruitment, who had been optimistic about Fang Chen, shook his head helplessly. This kid can't even comprehend the 1st seal. The old man in charge of recruitment was slightly disappointed. At this time, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged halfway up the 1st mountain. He was absorbing the sealing power of the 1st mountain. This sealing power is very strong. After the golden heart absorbed it, it became abnormally active, Fang Chen said to himself. Everyone thought that he had not comprehended the 1st seal. Who would have thought that he had already comprehended it? The reason why he did not leave was that the golden heart needed to absorb the sealing power. Anyway, there was no time limit for the stage. Fang Chen was not worried. Half a day later, the 5 experts had reached the 7th mountain. Haha, they reached the 7th mountain. Someone laughed. There were still 2 more seals to reach the 9th mountain. No one knew if any of the 5 would be able to do it. Many people in the City Lord Mansion were looking forward to it. On the 7th mountain, Jin Yidao's eyes were cold. Dazzling golden light burst out from his eyes. As for young Master Jianhen, he was enveloped by sword qi. Fairy qi swirled around fairy qi. The 5 powerhouses were all using their full strength to comprehend the 8th layer of the seal. The seal is getting stronger. Before arriving at the 8th mountain, the 5 cultivators finally felt the pressure. The first 7 seals were very simple, but the 8th seal suddenly increased the difficulty by a lot. For a moment, the 5 experts were trapped in front of the 8th mountain. As for the countless powerful cultivators behind him, they could not even ascend the 7th mountain. Some were in the 5th mountain, some were in the 4th mountain, and a few were in the 6th mountain. The fact that they were able to reach the 6th mountain showed that their potential was second only to the top 5. As time passed, people with great potential gradually widened the gap between them and other martialists. Looks like the test is about to end, someone said in a low voice. Even as the words left his mouth, a powerful rumbling sound suddenly came from the 8th mountain. Next, the 5 powerful cultivators stepped onto the 8th mountain. Their faces were filled with exhaustion. After stepping onto the 8th mountain, the 5 powerful cultivators sat down on the ground, extremely excited. We were lucky to be able to unlock the 8th layer of the seal. As for the 9th layer of the seal, we can't unlock it at all with our strength, Fairy Chiyu said softly. The other 4 nodded heavily. They had already given up. Being able to reach the 8th mountain was already considered the best. Suddenly, Jin Yidao asked, However, if the 5 of us reach the 8th mountain at the same time, who will be first overall? In the eyes of the 5 of them, if they could surpass the other party in terms of ranking, it would definitely be something to be happy about. Hearing this, the others also looked at each other. It's too early to say. Let's wait until the test is over, Han Luo said. After resting for a moment, young Master Jianhen stood up and glanced at the martialists trapped in the first 6 mountains. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. When he saw that there were still people on the first mountain, he sneered. Trash! Young Master Jianhen's words attracted the attention of the other 4. When they saw Fang Chen sitting cross-legged on the first mountain, they were also a little stunned. This, under normal circumstances, as long as one had a little bit of potential, they would be able to break through the first seal. Even if they were weak, they shouldn't be trapped on the first mountain. What was going on with this Fang Chen? It wasn't just the 5 experts. The other martialists were also very curious. Outside, the old man in charge of recruiting looked at Fong Qin in astonishment. He was a little puzzled. After another 2 hours, the rankings were basically fixed. None of the martialists wanted to waste their energy trying to break through. That was because they had already reached the limit of their potential. They couldn't advance any further. At this time, Dai Hongxian looked at the old man in charge of recruiting in front of the mountain range. Senior, can the third stage of the test end? Are you all going to give up? The old man in charge of recruiting looked at the martialists below the 200th place and asked. Everyone nodded and chose to give up. Seeing this, the old man in charge of recruiting prepared to announce. However, at this time, Fong Chen on the first mountain suddenly opened his eyes. Senior, if I remember correctly, there shouldn't be a time limit for the third stage, right? Fong Chen raised his head to look at the sky. That's right. There really isn't a time limit, said the old man in charge of recruiting. Then isn't it too early to announce that it's over? Asked Fong Chen. The old man in charge of recruiting was silent, not saying anything. As for the 8th mountain's Jianhen, he was a little unhappy. You've been in the first mountain for so long. Even if you were given a year, you still wouldn't be able to enter the top 200. Brat, don't embarrass yourself here. Hurry up and scram, said Dai Hongxian. In the face of Dai Hongxian and Jianhen's mockery, Fong Chen didn't retort. Senior, Junior still wants to try. Fong Chen cupped his hands. After thinking for a moment, the old man in charge of recruiting said, All right. Fong Chen hadn't broken the rules. Although the old man in charge of recruiting didn't think highly of Fong Chen, he still agreed to Fong Chen's request. Dai Hongxian and Jianhen sneered. They had been constantly belittling Fong Chen. Even the other cultivators had a lot of complaints about Fong Chen. Fong Chen ignored them and calmly climbed to the top of the first mountain. Then he began to comprehend the second seal. 3 minutes later, the second seal was undone. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Fong Chen undid the 9 seals with lightning speed. This speed! Even the old man in charge of recruiting was extremely excited. Fong Chen's speed of removing the seal was even faster than the 5 great powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the 6th mountain. At this time, the cultivator who had just belittled Fong Chen felt his face burning as if he had been viciously slapped. How is this possible? He's undoing the seals so quickly. Many people didn't understand. Some even thought that Fong Chen was cheating. However, the old man in charge of recruiting hadn't said anything from the start. They also didn't dare to say anything. Well done. On the 8th mountain, Jin Yidao grinned. He didn't believe that Fong Chen would stop at the first mountain. As expected, Fong Chen's performance had shocked everyone. Even Fairy Chiyu and Han Luo nodded their heads. As for Jianhen and Dai Hongxian, their expressions were gloomy. What do you mean he reached the 7th mountain? Beneath the 5 experts, his potential is number 1. His potential is too heaven-defying. The potential that Fong Chen had displayed had even shocked the old man in charge of recruiting. On the 8th mountain, seeing that Fong Chen was comprehending the 8th seal, Dai Hongxian and Jianhen couldn't help but ridicule him. A toad is a toad in the end. How could it be so easy to reach the 8th mountain? Said Jianhen. That's true. Even I found it hard to comprehend the 8th seal, let alone him, said Dai Hongxian disdainfully. That's hard to say. Fairy Chi Yu's eyes flickered. Boom! Fong Chen opened his eyes. Under everyone's gazes, he climbed the 8th mountain. The 8th mountain. Fong Chen had truly reached the 8th mountain. What did that mean? It meant that his potential was already on par with the 5 experts. In fact, from a certain point of view, the 5 experts' potential was a bit inferior to Fong Chen's. Chapter 963. 6 people stood on the 8th mountain. Jin Yidao gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. Humph. As for Dai Hongxian and the Jian Scar Prince, they snorted coldly and did not say anything else. To them, Potential was only a small part of one's strength. Fang Chen's current strength was like an ant in their eyes. Outside, the elder in charge of recruitment laughed when he saw Fang Chen ascend the 8th mountain. This kid is interesting. Elder, the results should be settled now, right? A martial artist asked. The elder in charge of recruitment nodded and was about to announce the result. However, Fang Chen's next move made him hesitate. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen brushed past the Jianskar Prince and Dai Hongxian and walked towards the 9th mountain. He's going to challenge the 9th mountain. Is he crazy? Does he think that he can challenge the 9th mountain just because he reached the 8th mountain? Some martial artists cried out involuntarily. The 5 powerful experts from the 8th mountain all cried out in shock for a moment before coming to their senses. Jin Yidao, Han Luo, and Fairy Qi Yu looked at Fang Chen's back with burning eyes. The Jianskar Prince and Dai Hongxian started to mock Fang Chen. They both thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant. Did he think that his potential was the best in the world just because he reached the 8th mountain? How dare he try to challenge the 9th mountain? Why didn't the 5 experts even think about challenging the 9th mountain? That was because only the 5 great experts knew that the 9th layer of the seal had a very strong backlash. Once they failed, they would suffer a backlash. If it was light, they would be seriously injured, and if it was heavy, they would die. This was what they felt when they tried to challenge the 8th mountain. Therefore, after going through so much to reach the 8th mountain, they gave up on the idea of challenging the 9th mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely stupid in everyone's eyes. He wants to challenge the 9th mountain? The old man in charge of recruitment was also startled. Soon after, he asked. The other martial artists of the city, Lord's mansion, opened their eyes wide and looked at Fang Chen. In this recruitment, the city lord had personally said that no one in the Mystic King realm could ascend the 9th mountain. One could easily imagine how powerful the 9th layer of the seal was. Before Fang Chen arrived at the 9th mountain, he felt a strong spatial fluctuation. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His aura spread out as he made contact with the 9th seal. Is this the 9th seal? Fang Chen muttered to himself. The 9th seal was at least 10 times stronger than the previous 8 seals. Fang Chen also felt a trace of pressure. For a moment, he was unable to find a breakthrough. Seal the surroundings. Space ripples. Fang Chen studied it carefully. The 9th seal was too powerful. Even he didn't have any confidence in breaking it. However, the rapid beating of his golden heart made him make this decision. Perhaps there was something on the 9th mountain that the golden heart longed for. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would persist. Rumble Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to meditate. Time continued to pass under everyone's gaze. Knock, knock, knock. At a certain moment, the golden heart began to beat abnormally. Fang Chen was instantly awakened. It was also at this moment that he captured a trace of the true essence of the 9th seal. Space aura. Can I integrate my true intent of space-time into the 9th seal? Fang Chen made a bold guess and then tried to let the true intent of space-time into the 9th seal. Hiss! Under Fang Chen's control, the true intent of space-time quietly came into contact with the seal. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. When the 9th seal came into contact with the true intent of space-time, cracks appeared. Fang Chen's mind buzzed. In the next moment, he found a direction and continued to meditate on the 9th seal. As expected, Fang Chen was overjoyed. Under his meditation, the flaws of the 9th seal were getting bigger and bigger. The golden heart was beating faster and faster. In the outside world, the elder in charge of recruitment saw the commotion on the 9th mountain and was extremely anxious. Could he really reach the 9th mountain? If Fang Chen could really reach the 9th mountain, it would shock the entire Sky Sword Mansion. The 5 experts on the 8th mountain looked at Fang Chen in astonishment. This kid is not simple. This was what Han Luo and Fairy Qi thought. Seeing this scene, Genie Dao was the most excited. He was also happy for Fangchen. As for the Jianhen Prince and Dai Hongxian, their faces were ashen and they were silent. Rip. Finally, after the true intent of space-time was fully injected into the ninth seal, the crack was big enough for Fangchen to reach the ninth mountain. Suddenly, Fangchen opened his eyes and took a step forward to reach the ninth mountain. Whoosh! The martial artists on the ninth mountain were in an uproar. Even the people in the city, Lord's mansion, were shocked. Heavens, he really reached the ninth mountain. Didn't the mansion master say that no one in the Mystic King realm could reach the ninth mountain? Could it be that this kid's potential is so strong that the mansion master miscalculated? This kid's potential is too heaven-defying. For a time, all the martial artists on the ninth mountain were shouting in shock. The 5 experts on the 8th mountain looked at Fangchen, dumbfounded. After reaching the ninth mountain, his body was filled with an extremely majestic aura. This aura gave Fangchen a fierce and domineering feeling. This is astral essence. At this moment, Fangchen finally understood why the golden heart was beating so strangely. It was all because of the astral essence on the ninth mountain. Not only did the outer realm have spiritual qi, but it also had an aura that was of a higher level than spiritual qi. This aura was called astral essence. Under normal circumstances, astral essence was invisible. Only those who had reached the heaven realm could absorb astral essence. As for the astral essence on the ninth mountain, it was solidified, and one look was enough to tell that it was man-made. It should be the work of the expert who set up the ninth seal, Fangchen said inwardly. Above the Mystic King realm was the heaven realm. Mystic kings could not absorb astral essence, but the golden heart could. In the blink of an eye, countless thick astral essence were absorbed by the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart became even more dazzling. Rumble! At this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. Then ripples appeared in the void, and an illusory figure appeared. City Lord. Seeing this, the martial artist in charge of recruiting called out loudly. His eyes filled with respect. The other martial artists on the ninth mountain also looked up. The majestic figure in the sky was the invincible existence of the Sky Sword Mansion. The Sky Sword Mansion Master. Mansion Master. The appearance of the Sky Sword Mansion Master gave people a sense of oppression. Everyone looked at the Sky Sword Mansion Master nervously. As for the Sky Sword Mansion Master, he looked at the ninth mountain. You are the overall champion of this test. The Sky Sword Mansion Master's figure was very heavy, and his voice lingered for a long time. After the Sky Sword Mansion Master appeared and said this, his illusory figure dissipated. The pressure on everyone was reduced, but they were also shocked because of this. Even the Mansion Master was alarmed. The old man in charge of recruiting was very excited. The Mansion Master had manifested his consciousness and personally appointed Fangchen as the overall champion of this test. This was a great honor. Damn it, damn it. Jian Scar young master was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed this kid in the Sword Peak Mountain. The 5 great experts were competing with each other to be the champion. However, who would have thought that the final first place would actually be obtained by a nobody? Moreover, they had no power to fight back. What could they do? The Mansion Master had personally appointed the champion, and their resistance was futile. Jin Yidao, Han Luo, and Fairy Chiyu's eyes were filled with envy. To be appointed by the City Lord was a great honor. Dai Hongxian and Jian Scar young master were filled with jealousy, and there was even a trace of undetectable killing intent in their eyes. This is a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. The appearance of the Sky Sword Mansion Master shocked Fangchen. A Heaven Star Border Realm expert could give off such pressure just by manifesting his consciousness. What if it was his real body? Heaven Star Border Realm and Mystic King Realm were only one realm apart, but the difference was huge. When will I be able to step into the Heaven Star border realm? Fong Qin thought to himself. At this moment, the old man in charge of recruiting finally spoke. After this test, the top 200 martial artists will join the first army. The rest of the martial artists can leave. Chapter 964. There were 9 mountains in the mountain range. The city lord had personally set up the 9-layer seal. He had even said that none of the Mystic King realm martial artists in the sky sword mansion could ascend the 9th mountain. The city lord's words were proven to be true. The 5 great elites were the most popular candidates in this assessment. They were the strongest. However, even with their potential, they were unable to ascend the 9th mountain. This was enough to prove how powerful the 9-layer seal was. However, Fong Chen's appearance broke the stalemate. He had successfully ascended the 9th mountain and became the most dazzling person in this assessment. The city lord had even personally awarded him the title of number 1 in the comprehensive assessment. This was a great honor. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with passion as they stared at the imposing figure on the 9th mountain. Fong Chen stood quietly on the 9th mountain. The city lord's appearance made him feel pressured. A Mystic King realm martial artist was nothing in front of a Heaven Star border martial artist. The city lord had appeared because he could lift the 9th layer seal. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not be able to make the city lord pay attention to him. After a short moment of excitement, Fong Chen's heart gradually calmed down. Looking at the sinister eyes of Dai Hongxian and Jian Scar Prince on the 8th mountain, Fong Chen knew that some people were not convinced that he had ascended the 9th mountain. It was all because he was too weak. If his strength was comparable to the 5 great elites, who had dared to be unconvinced. However, he had passed the assessment and could join the Sky Sword Mansion. He was about to be promoted. Once he was promoted, even Jian Scar Prince and Dai Hongxian would have to think twice before attacking him. The assessment has ended. Everyone disperse. The elder in charge of recruitment calmed himself down and said in a deep voice. Instantly, the martial artists who did not enter the top 200 were dejected. They sighed and turned to leave. In the end, there were only 200 people left on the 9 mountains. These 200 people would become the new blood of the number 1 army. First of all, I represent the Sky Sword Mansion to congratulate all 200 of you. The elder in charge of recruitment said slowly. Then he continued, from today onwards, all of you are members of the Sky Sword Mansion's number 1 army. Follow me. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. 200 cultivators followed behind the old man who was in charge of recruitment and headed towards the city lord's mansion. In the crowd, Genie Dao found Fong Chen. Good boy, you're really amazing. Genie Dao was full of praise for Fong Chen. Although Fong Chen's strength was not strong, his potential surpassed that of the 5 powerhouses. Fong Chen didn't say anything. He just chuckled. Dai Hongxian and Sword Scar Young Master turned to look at the smiling Fong Chen and coldly snorted. Humph, what a lucky bastard. Before long, everyone arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. The 4 great armies of the Sky Sword Mansion are located around the city lord mansion. The first army is located in the east. The old man in charge of recruitment said. Just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed out from a mansion to the east of the city lord's mansion. The test is over. This figure had a full beard and was extremely tall and sturdy. The old man in charge of recruitment nodded and said, These 200 people are the top 200 of this test. The tall and sturdy bearded man glanced at the 200 people and then nodded. Then I'll bring them in. Old man, I must congratulate you this time. Oh, what are you congratulating me for? The tall and sturdy bearded man asked in surprise. Among them, there is one person who broke through the 9 seals that the city lord personally placed and ascended the 9th mountain. Even the city lord personally came out and declared him the number 1 of this test. said the old man in charge of recruitment. There's such a thing. The tall and sturdy bearded man's eyes brightened, and he looked in the direction the old man was pointing. However, when he saw Fong Chin, he was a bit suspicious. The first one is him. The old man in charge of recruitment nodded and said a few words to the tall and sturdy bearded man before turning and leaving. The tall and sturdy bearded man stood on the ground and loudly said, "I am the captain of the 1st Army's Guards. From today onwards, you 200 people are my subordinates. Follow me." The 200 people followed the tall and sturdy man into the 1st Army's mansion. Only after entering did Fong Chin realized that, although it was called a mansion, it was actually the 1st Army's headquarters. This mansion occupied an extremely large area. There was everything one could possibly need within the mansion. The Heavenly Sword Mansion has a total of 4 armies that protect the city. Our 1st Army has 4 guard squads. I am the captain of the 3rd Guard Squad, said the tall and sturdy bearded man. Fong Chin had already learned about this before. Each guard squad had 500 people, and they were all profound king elites. The tall and sturdy bearded man was called Hu Ming, and his cultivation base had reached the peak of the profound king realm. The 3rd Guard Squad suffered disastrous casualties in the previous mission, including the vice captain. 200 people have all died, said Hu Ming. You've just joined the 3rd Guard Squad, so familiarize yourselves with each other first. In 3 days, a new vice captain will be elected. As he spoke, Hu Ming led the 200 people behind him to a large courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard was the number 3. This is where the 3rd Guard Squad lives. There are 500 rooms here, and each person can have one. You can choose your own. After speaking, Hu Ming turned and left. The 200 cultivators began to choose their rooms, one after another. At this moment, the original members of the 3rd Guard Squad walked out from some of the rooms. There's a newcomer. These newcomers don't know the rules at all. We should teach them a lesson. Just wait. Shui Yonglong will make a move. These old people looked at the newcomers with disdain. Fong Chin scanned these seniors with his soul. He discovered that most of them were in the 8th level of the profound king realm. It seems like most of the members of the 3rd Guard Squad are in the 8th level of the profound king realm. The 9th level of the profound king realm should be the experts in the guard squad. Just as Fong Chan was pondering, a furious roar came from one of the rooms. Who's disturbing my sleep? As soon as the voice finished speaking, a figure walked out. There was a deep scar on this person's arm. He was emitting a terrifying aura, and his face was filled with anger. It's you bastards who disturbed my sleep. Shui Yonglong was a ruthless person of the 3rd Guard Squad. He loved to sleep, and he hated it when people disturbed his sleep. The 200 newcomers had just arrived, and they hadn't realized that they had disturbed Shui Yonglong. The 200 newcomers stopped and frowned. They had just entered the 3rd Guard Squad, and they had already encountered such a tyrannical person. What? You're disturbing my sleep. You don't dare to speak? Shui Yonglong was furious. Shui Yonglong, there are a few tough ones among this batch of newcomers. Be careful not to kick an iron plate. Some of the seniors deliberately provoked Shui Yonglong. Shui Yonglong snorted coldly, and his gaze fell on Genie Dao. You, fight me, said Shui Yonglong coldly. Why? Asked Genie Dao. I hate sabers, said Shui Yonglong icily as he pointed at the scar on his arm. Whoosh! Before Genie Dao could react, Shui Yonglong had already begun his attack. Shui Yonglong's entire body's strength erupted and gathered on his fist as he punched Genie Dao. Damn it! Genie Dao let out a low roar and unleashed a fierce and tyrannical saber art. The spectating seniors were all astonished by Genie Dao's attack. This kid's strength is pretty good. I've heard of this Genie Dao. He came from the mortal continent. To be able to reach this level, he's definitely someone with great willpower. I wonder if Shui Yonglong can defeat Genie Dao. Some of them recognized Genie Dao. The The peak of the 8th level of the Profound King realm was considered an expert in the 3rd Guard squad. Bang! Bang! After a series of attacks, Shui Yonglong discovered that he was unable to hit Jin Yidao. Damn it! Shui Yonglong let out a low roar and used his full strength. On the other side, Jin Yidao's saber art was even fiercer. Swish! A golden saber light cut through the air and slashed at Shui Yonglong's arm. It struck the scar on Shui Yonglong's arm. Shui Yonglong was forced back. Kid! Shui Yonglong, will remember you, said Shui Yonglong coldly, no longer attacking. Jin Yidao shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Shui Yonglong's gaze turned to Fang Qin. Chapter 965. A trash at the 3rd level of the Mystic King realm dares to join the 3rd Guardian squad. Shui Yonglong's voice echoed in the courtyard. It was only then that many old people noticed Fang Qin. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. How could a low-level Mystic King realm martial artist pass the test and join the 3rd Guardian squad? Could it be that he got in through the back door? Thinking of this, many old people looked at Fang Qin with unfriendly eyes. Shui Yonglong's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Mystic King realm. He was slightly inferior to Jin Yidao. He was filled with anger when he noticed Fang Qin. Fang Qin was helpless. He was definitely unjustly implicated. I passed the test. Naturally, I can join, Fang Qin said calmly. There was no fear in his eyes. I, Shui Yonglong, will be the first to not believe that you can pass the test with your strength, Shui Yonglong said in a deep voice. Although he had a bad temper, he had a strong sense of belonging to the 3rd Guardian squad. A 3rd-level Mystic King realm martial artist joining the 3rd Guardian squad made Shui Yonglong very angry. At this moment, Jin Yidao said, "This person is the overall champion of the test." What overall champion? Shui Yonglong sneered. He didn't believe that Fang Qin could take first place. Let me test your strength, Shui Yonglong shouted and attacked Fang Qin. Seeing this, Fang Qin used the space-time true intent. Crash! His figure disappeared into the void. Shui Yonglong's punch missed. Space-type true intent, Shui Yonglong said and continued to attack. Fang Qin constantly used the space-time true intent to dodge, but Shui Yonglong was still able to catch some traces. Bang! At a certain moment, just as Fang Qin's figure was revealed, Shui Yonglong's fist came crashing down. With a bang, Fang Qin was caught off guard and was hit by Shui Yonglong's fist. Fortunately, the Peak Saint Realm sword body was activated in time and blocked 90% of the attack. Fang Qin was forced to retreat. After stabilizing himself, Fang Qin looked at Shui Yonglong with flickering eyes. That's all there is to it, Shui Yonglong sneered. Right at that moment, Hu Ming appeared. Stop! Hu Ming was the opponent of the 3rd Guardian squad, and he possessed great deterrence. His appearance immediately stopped Shui Yonglong. Captain, you came at the right time. Before Shui Yonglong could finish, Hu Ming interrupted him. Shui Yonglong, what are you doing? Shouted Hu Ming. Captain, Fang Qin has a cultivation base. For you to attack him, are you seeking death? Asked Hu Ming. Hearing this, Shui Yonglong turned pale with fright. That's impossible. He just joined the 3rd Guardian squad and hasn't been given a rank yet. Shui Yonglong shook his head and didn't believe what Hu Ming said. The other elders nodded in agreement. Every martial artist who joined the Sky Sword Mansion could only be considered to have a rank after they were given a rank. As for these newcomers, they had just arrived at the 3rd Guardian squad. How could they have a rank? Idiot, this person was personally chosen by His Excellency the City Lord. When the test ended, His Excellency the City Lord had already given this person a rank, Hu Ming said. Shui Yonglong's heart sank. His Excellency the City Lord had personally given this person a rank, and he had even personally chosen this person to be first place. How is this possible? Shui Yonglong was unable to accept this. As for the other elders, they looked at each other in dismay. They clearly hadn't expected things to turn out like this. The eyes of the other newcomers were filled with envy. They had yet to obtain a rank, but Fong Chen had already obtained one. That was the difference. Humph! The city lord personally gave you a rank, and you still dare to question it. Hu Ming's expression was unkind. Shui Yonglong's heart gradually calmed down. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Fong Chen had a rank. If he had injured or killed Fong Chen just now, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Then, under everyone's gazes, Shui Yonglong walked in front of Fong Chen and cupped his hands in apology. "Brother, I've offended you. Please forgive me." With a rank, he would receive the Sky Sword Mansion's protection. Furthermore, this person had been personally chosen by the city lord. Even if Shui Yonglong had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare act rashly. "It's fine." Fong Chen shrugged. Although Shui Yonglong had a bad temper, his nature was still all right. Shui Yonglong was overjoyed. As long as Fong Chen didn't pursue this matter, then he wouldn't need to be punished. "Behave yourself in the future." Hu Ming looked at Fong Chen and said, "Fong Chen, come with me." After Fong Chen and Hu Ming left, Shui Yonglong returned to his room like a frozen eggplant. As for the other elders, they no longer watched and scattered. City Lord's Mansion, Conference Hall. There was a figure sitting on a black throne. This figure was surrounded by dense sword qi. Looking carefully, the black throne was covered in engravings of sword-shaped symbols. "City Lord Fong Chen has arrived." A voice rang out, "Come in." An ancient voice rang out from the throne. Creak! The door opened, and Hu Ming brought Fong Chen into the conference hall. "Greetings to the city lord." Hu Ming cupped his hands towards Fong Chen. "Not bad." The city lord nodded with a smile. "I've investigated your information. You should be from the mortal continent, right?" Fong Chen nodded. "Your cultivation is only at the 3rd level Mystic King realm, but your potential is stronger than an 8th level Mystic King realm martial artist. You can easily break the 9 layers seal that I set up. It's only a matter of time before you enter the Heaven Star border realm." Hearing the city lord's words, Hu Ming was shocked. He had been at the limit of the Mystic King realm for a long time, but he couldn't enter the Heaven Star border realm. Fong Chen was only at the 3rd level Mystic King realm, but the city lord said that it was only a matter of time before he entered the Heaven Star border realm. It seemed like Fong Chen's potential was truly heaven-defying. "You're the first in the comprehensive assessment. You should receive the reward you deserve." Suddenly the city lord said. Fong Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the first place in the comprehensive assessment would receive a reward. "The reward this time is a rank 2 divine weapon. Choose one," the city lord said. Hearing this, Fong Chen and Hu Ming were both shocked. They didn't expect the reward to be so generous. Rank 2 divine weapons were very rare in the Sky Sword Prefecture. Even in the Demon Cloud Prefecture's capital, they were very precious. Rank 2 divine weapon. Fong Chen's eyes flickered. He then looked at the city lord and said, "City lord, I have a divine weapon. It's an ordinary divine weapon, but it's something that I painstakingly nurtured. May I know what it is?" "You want me to raise your divine weapon to the rank 2 level?" the city lord asked. Fong Chen nodded. He was a little nervous. The city lord was high and mighty. He didn't know if he would agree to his request. "Okay," the city lord said. "Take out your weapon." Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and handed it to the city lord. "Come and get the sword in 3 days." After saying that, the city lord disappeared. "Fong Chen, congratulations." Hu Ming grinned. In his heart, he was very envious of Fong Chen. He, Hu Ming, had never owned a rank 2 divine weapon, but Fong Chen had obtained one with his cultivation. However, the rank 2 divine weapon was given by the city lord, so he didn't have the slightest greedy thought. Hu Ming walked out of the meeting hall with Fong Chen. Suddenly, his body shook and a voice appeared in his mind. Then, Hu Ming looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, it was the time for the third guard to choose the vice captain. 300 old people and 200 new people were qualified to compete for the vice captain position. However, some weak martial artists directly gave up. Among the new people, only 5 experts were ready to compete. Among the old people, there were many martial artists who wanted to compete. However, the one who had the most support was Hu Yanlong. Hu Yanlong's cultivation had reached the early 9th level of the Profound King realm. He was the strongest expert in the third guard, second only to Hu Ming. It was natural for him to become the vice captain. Even before Hu Ming arrived, Hu Yanlong had already challenged the 5 strongest newcomers. After defeating the 5 of you, no one will compete with me for the vice captain position. Hu Yanlong's strength was very strong. He fought 5 battles in a row and defeated the 5 newcomers in a thunderous manner. I, Hu Yanlong, am the vice captain. Is there anyone else who doesn't agree? Hu Yanlong looked around and shouted. Everyone shook their heads in agreement. However, at this moment, Hu Ming appeared. Chapter 966. Originally, Hu Yanlong had thought that victory was within his grasp. After defeating the top 5 newcomers, there was no one left to compete with him for the vice captain position. It was as if he could already see himself becoming the vice captain and being given the 8th rank position. However, this sudden voice caused a faint trace of anger to rise in Hu Yanlong's heart. Hu Ming had appeared. He had brought Fang Chen here. Everyone turned to look at Hu Ming. They didn't understand what he meant. Captain Hu, you just said that the vice captain position would be taken by this newcomer. Hu Yanlong suppressed his anger. Hu Ming nodded. That's right. From today onwards, Fang Chen will be our third guard squad's vice captain. Hu Ming's words completely infuriated Hu Yanlong. Although Hu Yanlong respected Hu Ming, he looked down on Fang Chen. A newcomer with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Profound King realm wanted to step on him and become the guard squad's vice captain. How could he accept that? Captain Hu, didn't you say that the vice captain position would be chosen from the entire squad? It hasn't even started yet, but you've already decided on him. I, Hu Yanlong, refuse to accept that, said Hu Yanlong. As the vice captain, he must have powerful martial strength. Does a 3rd level Profound King like him have that? Hu Yanlong was extremely displeased. He had just defeated the top 5 newcomers and was prepared to take the vice captain position. But now, an unforeseen event had occurred. In an instant, Hu Yanlong's displeasure was completely vented. Hu Ming didn't reprimand Hu Yanlong. He could understand Hu Yanlong's feelings, but he had no other choice. That was because this decision hadn't been made by him. It had been personally instructed by the city master. 3 days ago, when he had left the discussion hall with Fang Chen, the city master had sent him a voice transmission to tell him about this matter. Within the Heavenly Sword Mansion, the city master was the strongest decision-maker. No one could refute his decisions. Hu Yanlong, I understand how you feel, said Hu Ming. Captain, our 3rd guard squad respects you as the leader. But you can't joke about the life and death of the entire squad, said Hu Yanlong. Captain, we refuse to accept Fang Chen as vice captain. Many of the squad members began to shout out their dissatisfaction. Hu Ming sighed and said, This is the city lord's decision. As soon as Hu Ming said this, everyone was shocked. How is it possible that the governor's decision after a brief moment of shock? Everyone looked at Fang Chen seriously. It really is the city lord's decision. Hu Yanlong's face was full of helplessness, and his brows were tightly knitted. Hu Ming nodded heavily. Seeing that, Hu Yanlong's heart was filled with unwillingness. Why is he a low-level Mystic King realm martial artist, able to become a vice captain, while I, Hu Yanlong, have worked so hard for so many years? Yet I'm not even given a fair chance to compete for the position of vice captain. Hu Yanlong shouted loudly, feeling very wronged in his heart. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Fang Qin. Hu Ming could do nothing about it. This was the city lord's decision. The city lord's decision cannot be doubted. From today onwards, I hope that everyone can respect our vice captain, Fang Qin. Hu Ming said, "All right, everyone can disperse." After that, Hu Ming said to Fang Qin, follow me. Although Fang Qin did not say anything, he was quite surprised. Why would the city lord make him a vice captain? Along the way, Fang Qin was very puzzled. Fang Qin, it seems like the city lord values you. You have to know that the city lord has never made an exception to take care of others. Hu Ming grinned. Captain Hu, where are we going now? Fang Qin asked. Follow me to the First Army's headquarters. At the First Army's headquarters, the captain and vice captain of the 3 major guards were all present. When Fang Qin and Hu Ming arrived, everyone else had already arrived. At the head of the table sat 2 middle-aged men. Their auras were very heavy. Heaven Star Border Realm. As soon as they entered the hall, Fang Qin sensed that the 2 middle-aged men at the head of the table were not ordinary. Their auras were exactly the same as the city lords, but they were much weaker than the city lords. He could tell at a glance that the 2 of them were Heaven Star Border experts. Commanders, Fang Qin is here. Hu Ming cupped his hands and said to the 2 of them. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded their heads. From today onwards, Fang Qin will be the vice captain of the 3rd Guard Squad. He will now be awarded the 8th rank. Being awarded the 8th rank meant that within the Sky Sword Mansion, no 9th rank or non-ranked martial artists would be able to attack him. Thank you, commanders. Fang Qin was overjoyed. Being at the 8th rank meant that he had a preliminary guarantee in the Sky Sword Mansion. At the very least, even the Jian Scar young master and Dai Hongxian would not dare to attack him. Dai Hongxian and Jian Scar young master were at the 9th rank, so they had no right to attack Fang Qin. If they were found to have secretly attacked a high-ranked martial artist, the punishment would be severe. After the rank awarding ceremony, the 2 commanders left the hall. At this moment, the captains and vice captains of the other 3 guards looked at Fang Qin with disdain. Humph, what a lucky bastard. A low-level Mystic King realm martial artist actually became a vice captain. In my opinion, the 3rd Guard Squad must be empty. The vice captain is so weak. Don't talk nonsense. This is the city lord's order. Hu Ming snorted coldly and did not reply to the crowd's ridicule. He then left with Fang Qin. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since he joined the Sky Sword Mansion. During this period, Fang Qin had been staying in the 3rd Guard Squad. This way, he would be able to save quite a lot of purple crystals. Furthermore, his cultivation would gradually increase as well. However, it was tough on the little mouse. Because this was the 3rd Guard Squad, the rules were strict. Fang Qin did not dare to let the little mouse run around. The little mouse had been staying in the interspatial ring. These 3 months were very peaceful. Although many people looked down on Fang Qin, because of his position, they would still greet him. On this day, after the peaceful days, a mission finally came. This was the first time Fang Qin had received a mission. Hu Ming found Fang Qin in the 3rd Guard Squad. Fang Qin, this time there's a mission that requires you to lead a team, said Hu Ming. Captain Hu, what mission? After 3 months of peaceful days, Fang Qin was not used to it. He wanted to go out for a walk. The demonic blood race has been discovered in a secret place within the Sky Sword Mansion. You need to lead a team to eliminate them, said Hu Ming. When do we leave? Asked Fang Qin. Today. Hu Ming pondered for a moment, then warned, This mission is extremely dangerous. You will lead the 5 strongest newcomers and Hu Yanlong. Remember, you must be careful. In the last mission, the 3rd Guard Squad had lost 200 people. Even the vice captain had died. Hu Ming had suffered a huge blow. This mission was also very dangerous, but there was no other way. The new vice captain had to lead a team to complete the mission. This could also be considered a test for the vice captain. I know. After saying goodbye to Hu Ming, Fang Qin went to find the other 6 members. The mission assigned by the higher-ups requires the 6 of you to complete with me, said Fang Qin concisely. Genie Dao and the others nodded. Vice Captain, what is the mission this time? Asked Hu Yanlong. Although Hu Yanlong was unwilling to accept Fang Qin, he still had to follow the rules. The demonic blood race has been discovered in the northwestern region of the Sky Sword Mansion. We're going to eliminate them, said Fang Qin. The demonic blood race. Hu Yanlong's expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily. Clearly, Hu Yanlong knew the demonic blood race very well. However, after a short moment of shock, Hu Yanlong calmed down. There was no way he could refuse a mission assigned by the higher-ups. At this moment, Dai Hongxian and the sword-scarred prince's eyes flashed with craftiness. They exchanged a glance. Humph, a piece of trash wants to be vice captain? What a dream. This time, we'll go to the northwestern region and kill him. Even if the higher-ups investigate, they won't suspect me. Dai Hongxian and the sword-scarred prince had already decided that once they reached the northwestern region, they would use the demonic blood race to kill Fang Qin. Do the 6 of you need to prepare? Asked Fang Qin. The 6 of them shook their heads. Fang Qin said, all right, let's go now. Including Fang Qin, the 7 of them hurriedly set off for the northwestern region. Chapter 9, 67. The Heavenly Sword Mansion's territory was extremely vast. The 7 of them flew at full speed and took a month to reach the northwest region. The northwest region was the border of the Heavenly Sword Mansion's territory. It was close to the Demon Cloud State's capital. According to the instructions of the mission, the demonic blood tribe will appear in this mountain range. Fang Qin stopped and looked down. According to the mission, a total of 9 members of the demon blood race were found. 3 of them were at the 9th level of the Profound King Realm, while the rest were at the 8th level of the Profound King Realm. Under normal circumstances, the 7 of them should be able to kill the members of the demon blood race. But everyone knew that the demon blood race had a secret technique to ignite their bloodline. Once they used that forbidden technique, their battle power would soar. Be careful. After saying that, Fang Qin led the way into the mountain range. Just as Fang Qin and the others entered the mountain range, a major event occurred in the Demon Cloud State's capital of the Demon Cloud State. Demon Cloud State, Demon Cloud Family's meeting hall. The patriarch's expression was incomparably gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely solemn. Lian Zhou's murder has appeared. The words of the patriarch of the Demon Cloud clan caused the expressions of the elders present to change drastically. Patriarch, you sense the murderer's location? Asked an elder. Patriarch, where is the murderer? Let me go kill him. He dares to attack my Demon Cloud family? He's courting death. The elders were furious and were about to attack. The patriarch waved his hand and said, Let Mo Yin Lianlong go. When Mo Yin Lian Zhou died, a mark was placed on Fang Qin's body. As long as it was within a certain distance, the patriarch would be able to sense it. And now, the patriarch sensed that the murder wasn't far away, and his cultivation wasn't strong. Patriarch, don't worry. I will definitely kill the murderer and avenge my brother, said Mo Yin Lianlong. Fang Qin didn't know that the Demon Cloud family had already noticed him and was sending cultivators to kill him. In this mountain range, the 7 of them were constantly searching. Finally, after searching for 3 days, they found a member of the demon blood race. Kill! Fang Qin shouted. Hu Yanlong took the lead. Rumble, the members of the demonic blood clan, looked exactly like humans, but they had a pair of wings on their backs and blood-red eyes. Hu Yanlong and this demonic blood clan member instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Jin Yidao, Fairy Chiyu, and Han Luo also made their moves. Only Dai Hongxian and young Master Jianhen stood there quietly, not prepared to make a move. Why aren't you attacking? Fang Qin asked coldly with an ashen face. As the vice captain, Your strength must be extraordinary. I believe that you will be able to deal with this puny demonic blood tribe without us taking action." Young Master Jianskar sneered. Fang Chen snorted coldly and ignored Dai Hongxian and young Master Jianskar. He activated the true meaning of space-time and joined the battle. Swoosh! Gradually, the members of the demonic blood race felt the pressure. They flapped their wings and prepared to flee. "Stay!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. With a tap of his toes, the space-time aura instantly spread out. Then he silently appeared beside the demonic blood clan member. Creek space froze, and the bodies of the demonic blood race members were instantly imprisoned. "Kill!" Fang Chen roared and pulled out the hidden star sword. He used the 3 Revolution Radiance sword art and stabbed it at the demonic blood clan member. Seeing this, Hu Yanlong and the others' attacks also landed on the demonic blood clan member's body. When the demonic blood clan member regained his freedom, he let out a miserable cry. The hidden star sword was a second-rank divine weapon personally refined by the city lord. When it stabbed into the demonic blood clan member's head, it instantly shattered his soul. Crack! The demonic blood clan member's body exploded. He died instantly. Whoosh! Everyone landed on the ground and looked at the demonic blood clan member. Second-rank divine weapon. Everyone recognized Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Their eyes were filled with envy. Hu Yanlong had clearly seen the battle just now. "Vice Captain, it's all thanks to you," said Hu Yanlong. "If it weren't for Fang Chen, the demonic blood clan member would have already fled. I only blocked him for a moment." "Your contribution is the greatest," said Fang Chen modestly. "Vice Captain, your space-related true meaning is too tyrannical." Hu Yanlong grinned. Hu Yanlong was originally a sentimental person. At first, he didn't accept Fang Chen as vice captain because Fang Chen was too weak. But now, after personally witnessing Fang Chen's space-related true meaning, he was also rather impressed by Fang Chen. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. Hu Yanlong walked to the demonic blood clan member's side and picked up an eyeball, putting it into his interspatial ring. This eyeball was used to turn in the mission. Jin Yidao, Fairy Chiyu, and Han Luo were also looking at Fang Chen with smiles. They were also very happy that they had killed a demonic blood clan member in their first battle. At this time, Fang Chen looked at the sword scar prints and Dai Hongxian in the distance. "If there is a next time, go back and ask Captain Hu Ming for punishment," said Fang Chen in a deep voice. These two actually didn't listen to his order just now. Hearing this, Dai Hongxian and the sword scar prince remained silent, but the killing intent in their eyes intensified. After killing the demonic blood clan member, the group continued forward. After searching for 5 days, the team's harvest was great. They killed a total of 7 demonic blood clan members. There were only 2 9th-stage Profound King, Realm, Demonic Blood clan members left. After killing them, the mission would be completed. The happiest thing was that there were still no casualties in this mission so far. There are only 2 left. After killing them, we can go back. Hu Yanlong was very happy. After working with Fang Chen for so long, he increasingly realized how tyrannical space-related true meanings were. Every time the demonic blood clan members wanted to escape, Fang Chen would immediately stop them, buying them a lot of time. On the 10th day, the team of 7 found the demonic blood clan's lair. Here, 2 9th-stage Profound King Realm Demonic Blood Clan members seemed to be transforming. Damn humans! The 2 demonic blood clan members were awakened and were very angry. "Let's work together and kill them," Fang Chen said. Immediately, with Hu Yanlong as the leader, the 5 experts as support launched an all-out attack on the 2 demonic blood clan members. Fang Chen also used his space-time true meaning and joined the battle. The battle was very intense. The 2 demonic blood clan members were about to be suppressed. Suddenly, the 2 demonic blood clan members mutated. The wings on their back kept flapping. A bloody aura instantly filled the place. The two demonic blood clan members merged into one, and their aura skyrocketed. Not good. Hu Yanlong shouted and kept retreating. After the fusion, the demonic blood clan member's aura skyrocketed. He waved his arm and instantly sent the team of 7 flying. Heaven Star Border Realm aura. Fong Chen's expression changed. The teacher and teachers shouted, "No, it should be half-step Heaven Star Border Realm," Hu Yanlong said with a solemn expression. "Run." Without any hesitation, Fong Chen shouted. Seeing this, the team members also fled. "Humans, none of you can escape," the demonic blood clan member said with a ferocious expression. Then, the wings on his back flapped and he chased after them. "Split up and run." The demonic blood clan member was too fast. Everyone was forced to split up and run. Fong Chen's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Seeing this, Dai Hongxian and Jianhen Prince looked at each other and rushed in the direction where Fong Chen disappeared. The demonic blood clan members chased after Hu Yanlong. Bang! Hu Yanlong was hit by a demonic blood clan member during his escape. He was seriously injured, but he still ran for his life. After running for about 3 minutes, he saw a figure in front of him. His eyes widened and he hurriedly shouted, "Brother, save me!" Based on the information given by the demonic blood clan leader, Demonic Cloud Lianlong came to this mountain range to kill the culprit. But as soon as he arrived, he encountered the demonic blood clan members chasing after the humans. Demonic blood clan. Demonic Cloud Lianlong stopped and stared ahead. Dong! The demonic blood clan member attacked crazily. In the blink of an eye, he was beside demonic Cloud Lianlong. At this moment, Hu Yanlong's face was pale. His aura was weak, and he was holding on with his will. "You're courting death." Seeing the demonic blood clan member approaching, demonic Cloud Lianlong shouted and punched out. Crack! When demonic Cloud Lianlong's fist came into contact with the demonic blood clan member, his face changed. Vital essence. Demonic Cloud Lianlong's fist was crushed by the vital essence. In an instant, fear surrounded him. Demonic Cloud Lianlong wanted to run away, but the demonic blood clan member did not give him the chance. The power of a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm exploded and killed demonic Cloud Lianlong. At this moment, Hu Yanlong had disappeared. Chapter 968. The 2 9th-level Profound King Realm demonic blood clan members used a forbidden technique to fuse together and become a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm expert. After killing the demonic Cloud Lianlong, the demonic blood clan member also suffered some injuries. However, it did not matter. He turned his head and found that Hu Yanlong was no longer there, so he continued to chase. At the same time, in another direction, Fong Chen, who was flying rapidly, suddenly found that the mark on his forehead was flashing, and there was a buzzing sound in his mind. In an instant, Fong Chen's face changed. The force behind the demonic Cloud Lian state. Back then, when he killed the demonic Cloud Lian state in the ancient Sword Continent, the latter planted a special mark on Fong Chen's body before he died. Now that the mark was flashing, it meant that the demonic Cloud family was not far away. Run! Fong Chen did not say anything and flew rapidly. Not far behind Fong Chen, there were 2 figures. They were Dai Hongxian and Jianheng Young Master. The heavens are helping me. This time, killing Fong Chen was flawless. Jianheng Young Master laughed eerily. That's right. Dai Hongxian said. The 2 of them were very fast, and they were getting closer to Fong Chen. The latter also noticed the 2 of them, and his mind was constantly thinking, damn it. With Fong Chen's current strength, it was a little difficult to deal with the 2 of them at the same time. Fong Chen continued to use the space-time true meaning to escape. However, in the process of escaping, his soul found a strange place in the mountain range. There's a strong aura there. Fong Chen made a decision to lead the 2 of them to that dangerous place. Whoosh, 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 in the blink of an eye, Fong Qin appeared above a lake. This lake was very small, only about 1 meter in diameter. However, the lake was emitting a terrifying aura. Fong Chen's figure swept across the lake. Fong Qin, you're dead. Jianheng young master snorted and directly flew over the lake. Dai Hongxian followed closely behind. At this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, a majestic aura surged out from the lake. Then, a bloody mouth appeared from the lake and swallowed young Master Jianhen and Dai Hongxian. No. Dai Hongxian and Jianhen Prince struggled with all their might, but they were unable to break free. Their hearts were filled with fear. They originally wanted to kill Fong Qin, but they encountered such a crisis. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Kacha! As the bloody mouth closed, cracking sounds resounded out without end. 2 8th-level profound King Realm experts had perished here, just like that. At this moment, Fong Chun finally saw it clearly. Blood crocodile. There was actually a huge blood crocodile hidden in the lake. Looking at his aura, at least the existence of half-step, heavenly dipper realm. Fong Chen used the true meaning of time and space and fled, not giving the blood crocodile a chance to attack. Fortunately, the blood crocodile had just swallowed 2 people and needed time to digest. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Fong Chen to escape. After Fong Chen left the lake, he quickly ran, wanting to leave the mountain range. After running for a while, he encountered Hu Yanlong, who was fleeing in a sorry state. Hu Yanlong. Fong Chen called out. Hu Yanlong was battered and exhausted, his face pale. Vice Captain, the demonic blood race is chasing after us. Run. Without waiting for Fong Chen to speak, Hu Yanlong turned and fled. Even Hu Yanlong almost died. This demonic blood race is too strong. With Fong Chen's strength, he could only escape. Damned human. However, the demonic blood race would not let him escape so easily. Not long after Hu Yanlong left, the demonic blood race came whistling. He blocked Fong Chen's path. Whoosh! Using the true meaning of time and space, Fong Chen's body flickered in and out of the void, wanting to escape. Roar! The demonic blood race roared and flapped his wings, floating in the sky. His arms expanded and became incomparably thick. He then opened his hand and grabbed at the void. Kacha! The void was on the verge of collapsing. Fong Chen's figure was directly forced out. However, when the demonic blood race's big hand approached Fong Chen, it actually stopped for a moment. Crack! Time and space stop was a fatal injury to an ordinary martial artist. However, it was nothing to the demonic blood race, who was half a step to the Heaven Star border realm. Die! The demonic blood race's arm expanded, and his big hand smashed down like a meteorite. Seeing this, Fong Chen's face turned pale. There's no other way. Fong Chen had no choice but to take the risk. He gritted his teeth and desperately used the true meaning of time and space. The true meaning of time and space of peak 4th grade was pushed to the extreme. Time stop and space travel were used to the extreme. Whoosh! Fong Chen's body skillfully avoided the demonic blood race's attack. Then, he rushed toward the lake without looking back. You can't escape. The demonic blood race was furious when his attack missed and roared. Whoosh! 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 Fong Chen was not far from the lake. In a moment, he arrived in front of the lake, after which he took a deep breath. His figure flashed once again as he flew across the lake. At this moment, the surface of the lake was very calm. The blood crocodile had sunk into the lake. Whoosh! Fong Chen had just crossed the lake when he felt a terrifying aura coming from the lake. However, the demonic blood race had already caught up. Roar! An angry roar came from the bottom of the lake. Obviously, the blood crocodile's rest was disturbed, and it was furious. Splash! The water in the lake suddenly surged into the sky and formed a terrifying water column that hit the demonic blood race. Bang! The demonic blood race flapped his wings and landed on the ground, staring at the blood crocodile in the lake. Half a step to the Heaven Star Border Realm blood crocodile. Seeing this, the demonic blood race licked his dry lips and laughed eerily. The blood crocodile's body was a treasure. It was very important to the demonic blood race. This blood crocodile was emitting dense spiritual chi. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward the demonic blood race. On the other side, Fong Chen was preparing to escape. However, seeing the demonic blood race fighting the blood crocodile, his heart trembled. The blood crocodile and the demonic blood race are at the same level. Both sides should be injured. Fong Chen thought to himself, he was only one step away from completing the mission. If he could kill the demonic blood race while both sides were injured, that would be great. Fong Chen used the true meaning of space-time and hid in the void, secretly watching everything. The battle between the blood crocodile and the demonic blood race was very intense. They did not care about Fong Chen at all. Bang! Bang! The blood crocodile's bloody mouth was pierced through by the demonic blood race. The demonic blood race's wings were also broken by the blood crocodile. No one could do anything to the other. Both sides were heavily injured. Roar! The blood crocodile roared and opened its bloody mouth, using its most domineering attack. Seeing this, the demonic blood race's body was surrounded by flames. He was burning his own blood to increase his strength. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, half of the demonic blood race's blood was burned. At this time, the demonic blood race's aura was raised to the extreme. Heaven Star Border Realm. Fong Chen was shocked. The demonic blood race's secret technique could temporarily reach the Heaven Star Border Realm. A Heaven Star Border Realm against a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm. There was no suspense. The demonic blood race grabbed the blood crocodile's upper and lower lips and pulled hard, tearing the blood crocodile apart. The blood crocodile let out a miserable cry and finally lost its life under the demonic blood race's tyrannical attack. Now's the time, Fong Chen thought to himself. He then revealed his true body, and a mace suddenly appeared in his hand. Crash! Fong Chen activated his spiritual chi and injected it into the mace. He activated the power in the mace, causing the mace's aura to instantly expand. At the same time, the little mouse appeared and used its innate ability. Roar! A terrifying, attractive force enveloped the demonic blood race, preventing him from attacking Fong Chen. The self-destruction of a rank 2 divine weapon was too powerful. Even the demonic blood race was a little afraid. Damn it! The demonic blood race roared. Burning his blood to temporarily increase his cultivation had a huge drawback. At this time, the drawback began to show. His aura was constantly declining. He could no longer maintain his Heaven Star Border Realm cultivation. With a half-step Heaven Star Border Realm cultivation, he couldn't withstand the self-destruction of a rank 2 divine weapon. Dong! The entire earth trembled as a terrifying explosive force swept across the entire sky. With the demonic blood race as the center, the area within a 10-mile radius was instantly turned into ruins. When Fong Chen triggered the self-destruction of the rank 2 divine weapon, he and the little mouse had already hidden underground. Rumble! The whole earth seemed like it was going to collapse. Fong Chen, who was hiding 100 miles underground, felt a strong shock. Chapter 969. Little Mouse was a heaven-devouring divine rat, and its teeth were extremely hard. That was why it was able to drill 100 miles into the ground in such a short period of time and avoid the self-destruction of the rank 2 divine weapon. That was close. Even now, Fong Chen still felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Little Mouse, he wouldn't have been able to escape. After a short tremor, the ground gradually calmed down. At this time, Fong Chen and Little Mouse drilled out of the ground. Everything within a radius of 10 miles was in ruins. The bodies of the demonic blood clan members had long been turned into powder. Fortunately, Fong Chen found some body fragments and kept them in his interspatial ring. It's a pity about the blood crocodile's inner core. Fong Chen sighed. The self-destruction of the rank 2 divine weapon not only destroyed the demonic blood clan members, but also the dead blood crocodile. The explosion of the rank 2 divine weapon is too shocking. It will definitely alarm others. Fong Chen thought for a moment and immediately disappeared into the mountain range. At this time, the team members who were fleeing in the mountain range were all shocked. They didn't know what had happened, but they felt a great crisis. Let's go! This was what everyone was thinking. The power of the explosion here even affected the capital of the Demon Cloud State. Many Heaven Dipper Realm powerhouses flew over to explore the situation here. Outside the mountain range, Fong Chen met the team members. It's too dangerous here. Let's go back first. Fong Chen said hurriedly. The team of 5 quickly left. Not long after they left, several figures arrived in the sky and appeared above the ruins. The area within 10 miles turned into ruins in an instant. It seems that someone was fighting here. A figure said slowly. The explosion of the rank 2 divine weapon still left the power of the rank 2 divine weapon in the air. Who detonated the rank 2 divine weapon here? Many Heaven Star Border realm martial artists didn't find out anything and finally all dispersed. Fong Chen and the others hurried back and recuperated. Finally, after returning to the Sky Sword Mansion, everyone's injuries had recovered. We're finally back. Hu Yanlong sighed. Being chased by the demonic blood clan, he even thought that he was going to die. The group of people entered the prefectural city and returned to the First Army to complete their mission. In the residence of the First Army, the other 3 members of the guard team sneered when they saw the sorry state of these people. What happened? Hu Ming immediately rushed over and asked about the situation anxiously. Captain, we encountered a mutated demonic blood clan with a cultivation as high as half-step Heaven Dipper Realm. We almost died there. Fong Chen said. What half-step Heaven Dipper Realm? Obviously, Hu Ming did not expect that there would be a half-step Heaven Dipper Realm powerhouse. Are there any casualties? Hu Ming asked after recovering from his shock. Everyone looked at each other. Then Fong Chen said, Young Master Jian Hen and Dai Hongxian were killed by the demonic blood clan during their escape. Hu Ming fell into silence. The death of 2 members was not a big deal. The most important thing was that young Master Jian Hen's father was from the Heavenly Sword Mansion. Furthermore, he was extremely protective. I'm afraid I can't explain this matter to him. However, now that things had come to this, there was no other way. All right, you guys can go back and rest. Hu Ming said faintly. Fong Chen looked at Hu Ming and said, Captain, we have completed the mission. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Hu Ming was puzzled. Completed the mission. Captain, when the demonic blood clan was chasing us, they encountered a half-step Heaven Dipper Realm blood crocodile. The 2 of them fought, and both of them were injured. I took the opportunity to kill the demonic blood clan. Is that true? Hu Ming asked excitedly. Fong Chen nodded heavily. Seeing this, Hu Ming laughed loudly. Compared to completing the mission, losing 2 members was nothing. Furthermore, the target this time was a half-step Heaven Dipper Realm demonic blood clan. Let's go and submit the mission. Hu Ming was extremely excited. Hu Ming personally led Fong Chen and the rest to submit the mission. Each of them received 100,000 purple crystals. After a fierce battle, you guys must be tired. Have a good rest. I will report this matter to the commander and increase your rewards. The 3rd Guardian Squad had not completed a mission of this level for a long time. But this time, Fong Chen led the team and completed an impossible mission. Hu Ming was very excited and went to find the commander. In the courtyard, Fong Chen was resting. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed throughout the 3rd Guardian Squad. Fong Chen, get out here. This voice was extremely arrogant. As soon as the voice sounded, a middle-aged man with a full beard appeared. His aura was fierce and overbearing. The steward of the city, Lord's mansion. Someone recognized this person. He was the steward of the city, Lord's mansion. Lord Steward, may I know why you are here? Hu Ming appeared and asked with a smile. This steward had a high status in the Sky Sword Mansion. He was also a Heaven Dipper Realm expert. He was the father of young Master Jian Scar. It's none of your business. Get Fong Chen out here. Young Master Jian Scar's father said coldly. Lord Steward. Before Hu Ming could finish, he was glared at by young Master Jian Scar's father. He was so scared that he did not dare to speak. Just at this time, Fong Chen's door opened and he walked out. May I know why Lord Steward is looking for me? Fong Chen calmly asked. My son went on a mission with you. You all returned, but my son died. You have to take responsibility for this matter. It was rumored that young Master Jian Scar's father was very protective of his son. Young Master Jian Scar was killed by the demon blood race, said Fong Chen. Humph. Why were you all able to return alive, but the one who died was my son? Questioned the steward. We encountered a variant demon blood race. Their cultivation base was at the half-step Heaven Dipper Realm. The only reason we were able to escape death was because of a blood crocodile. Fong Chen gave a simple explanation of the battle between the blood crocodile and the demon blood race. But after hearing that, the steward's expression was still ashen. I don't care. You have to take responsibility for this matter, raged the steward. Fong Chen frowned, but he didn't say anything. As the vice captain, you can't even protect your own team members. What qualifications do you have to live in this world? As soon as the housekeeper finished speaking, his figure flashed and he suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Fong Chen. Heaven and Earth's astral yuan gathered in his palm, forming a terrifying sphere that shot toward Fong Chen. Not good. Fong Chen let out a cry and used the true meaning of space-time to flee. Boom! The astral yuan sphere smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Yes, a space-type true meaning. The steward sneered and pulled back his hand. Then he continued to attack Fong Chen. Being locked onto by a Heaven Dipper expert, Fong Chen's figure was instantly revealed. Die. The steward's face was filled with madness as he roared. Just as the steward's hand was about to touch Fong Chen, a fierce shout rang out. At the same time, the First Army's 2 commanders acted together to block the steward's attack. Stewardly, you've crossed the line. One of the commanders said coldly. Although the 4 armies belonged to the City Lord Mansion, they only took orders from the City Lord. They didn't have much interaction with the City Lord Mansion, and the City Lord Mansion couldn't interfere with the army's affairs. Previously, when Hu Ming reported that Fong Chen and the others had overachieved the mission, the 2 commanders had a good impression of Fong Chen. But now, the steward wanted to kill Fong Chen in the First Army's camp. How could the 2 commanders be willing to let him? My son is dead, and he must be buried with him. The steward said firmly, If you want to take action in the First Army, you have to ask the 2 of us first. The commander's attitude was also firm as he said, coldly. In an instant, the 3 Heaven Dipper experts were in a standoff. Below, Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly. Everything was because he was too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't be afraid of Jian Hen's father. Now the commanders were protecting him. But what about the future? I must become stronger. Fong Chen thought to himself. In the sky, the 3 Heaven Dipper realm experts were discussing something. After a while, the steward seemed to have compromised and left the First Army. The 2 commanders also landed on the ground and walked towards Fong Chen. Thank you for saving me. Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked them. You're a member of the First Army. How can we watch you be killed by the steward? However, the steward has determined that you're the indirect murderer of his son's death. So what? Fong Chen asked. We've reached an agreement with the steward. He's willing to give up on the condition that you complete 3 hell rank missions within a year. Complete them alone, Kama. If you find any errors in the chapter, please report it. We will fix it immediately. Chapter 970. Fong Chen frowned when he heard that. One of the commanders explained, Fong Chen, Stewardly is very strong. We might be able to deal with him if we work together. But if he wants you dead, he has hundreds of ways to do so. Once you leave the residence, you'll definitely be killed. Are you willing to stay in the residence for the rest of your life? Asked the other commander. Fong Chen's heart shook, and a trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with hatred. I know, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. The 2 commanders had compromised with Steward Li to protect him. Even if it was an extremely dangerous hell rank mission, there was still a chance of survival. And once Steward Li targeted you, you would definitely die. If a Heaven Dipper expert wanted to kill a Mystic King expert, the latter wouldn't be able to escape. However, even though Steward Li had compromised, his vicious heart could still be seen. You had to complete 3 hell rank missions in a year, or the agreement wouldn't count. What was a hell rank mission? It was a mission with a slim chance of survival. The last time the 3rd Guard Squad suffered heavy casualties was when they were carrying out a hell rank mission. Hell rank missions were terrifying. Even Hu Ming's expression would change if he heard about it. But now, Steward Li actually wanted Fong Chen, a low-level Mystic King, to complete 3 in a year. Damn it! Fong Chen cursed in his heart, but he couldn't change this fact. Fong Chen, go back first. Whenever you want to do a mission, go find Hu Ming, said one of the commanders. Fong Chen nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, the eyes of some cultivators in the courtyard were filled with schadenfreude. There were also some martial artists who were worried for Fong Chen. Vice Captain, do you want me to go with you? Hu Yanlong walked over to Fong Chen and whispered. Fong Chen shook his head. He was in a very bad mood. Fong Chen sat cross-legged in his room. Boss, this Steward Li has gone too far, Little Mouse said angrily. He's a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. In his eyes, I'm just an ant that I can't fight against. Fong Chen said softly. In 3 days, Fong Chen had figured it out. Although the 3 hell rank missions were difficult, they were also a form of training for him. Let's start today. Fong Chen brought the little mouse to Hu Ming. After he explained the reason for his visit to Hu Ming, the latter was a little shocked. Fong Chen, you want to do a hell mode quest so early? Hu Ming asked in surprise. Fong Chen nodded and said, We'll have to do it sooner or later. Completing 3 hell mode quests in a year was extremely difficult. No one in the Sky Soar Mansion or the Mystic King realm could complete 3 hell rank missions in a row within a year. Hu Ming still wanted to say something, but he hesitated in the end. He sighed and brought Fong Chen to the quest hall. The hell mode quests are all written on this panel. There are a total of 8. You can choose one, said Hu Ming. Fong Chen's gaze fell on the quest panel. Within the Sky Sword Mansion, there is an evil martial artist who has just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm. He cultivates the art of plucking yin to replenish yang and harms female martial artists. The first mission was to kill an expert who had just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. Hell mode quests were indeed very dangerous. Then, Fong Chen's gaze continued to move downwards. He looked at them one by one. At this moment, Hu Ming reminded him, Fong Chen, your cultivation is a little low. I suggest you choose this mission. Hu Ming's finger pointed at the quest panel. Fong Chen looked over. The mission's content was to find the bold worm vine. Find the bold worm vine. Fong Chen was puzzled and asked, The bold worm vine is a very powerful plant. It has a fatal attraction to Heaven Star Border Realm experts. The reason why this mission is classified as a Hell Mode quest is because the Boldworm Vine is located in the Sky Sword Mansion. It is one of the 3 most dangerous places, the sky-breaking abyss, said Hu Ming. When Fong Qin had just arrived at the Sky Sword Mansion, he had read the booklet. Naturally, he knew what kind of place the sky-breaking abyss was. When he heard Hu Ming mention the sky-breaking abyss, Fong Chen's face changed drastically. The sky-breaking abyss is one of the 3 most dangerous places. It is extremely dangerous. Before Fong Chen could finish, Hu Ming spoke again. Although the sky-breaking abyss is dangerous, you have a space-related true meaning. Relatively speaking, the danger is much lower. The other missions are much more dangerous. Hu Ming said. Fong Chen understood and nodded. After thinking for a while, Fong Chen decided to accept this mission. With Hu Ming's help, Fong Chen accepted the mission and left the Sky Sword Mansion, City Lord Mansion, in a certain study room. The City Lord sat quietly on a wooden armchair with a book in his hand. His face was filled with a peaceful smile. It was very benevolent. If one did not know that he was the City Lord, they would definitely think that he was a peaceful old man. Dang, 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 suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Come in, the City Lord said. The door opened and a figure walked in. City Lord, Fong Qin has accepted the mission to find the Boldworm Vine and has already left the city. The figure said softly. Hearing this, the City Lord nodded. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. Among those Hell Mode quests, only this one is relatively easier for him. Not bad, the City Lord said. City Lord, since you think so highly of Fong Qin, why do you still want him to take the risk? The figure asked, puzzled. The City Lord shook his head and put down the book in his hand. He then said, if you want to become an expert, you must experience life and death. Hearing this, the figure seemed to understand and nodded. What about Butler Lee? You have to defeat your enemy with your own hands. Just leave him to Fong Qin, the City Lord said. Fong Qin did not know that everything that happened to him was under the City Lord's control. After leaving the city, Fong Chen went at full speed and rushed towards the sky-breaking abyss. The sky-breaking abyss was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Sky Sword Mansion. It was said that if a Heaven Star Border Realm expert entered, they would get lost and could not come out. This time, the sky-breaking abyss was not far from the mountain range where he killed the Demon Blood Clan. After a month, he finally arrived at the sky-breaking abyss. Is this the sky-breaking abyss? Fong Qin looked at the cliff under his feet and sighed. The sky-breaking abyss was too vast. If it was not mentioned, one would not know how terrifying it was. There was only one entrance to the sky-breaking abyss, and that was where Fong Qin was standing. I want to see what is so special about this sky-breaking abyss. Fong Qin said in his heart, and then took a step forward and entered the sky-breaking abyss. When Fong Qin entered the sky-breaking abyss, in the capital of the Demon Cloud State, the Demon Cloud family, in the meeting hall, the Demon Cloud Patriarch's face was gloomy. Patriarch. At this moment, 2 men entered the meeting hall. When the Demon Cloud Patriarch saw the 2 men, he nodded and said, the murderer has appeared again. As long as it was within a certain range, the Demon Cloud Patriarch could sense it. Originally, he wanted to kill the murderer himself, but the situation in the Demon Cloud State was quite turbulent recently, so he could not leave. Therefore, he found 2 martial artists in the family who had just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm. Ice and fire dual skills. The 2 brothers were orphans since they were young. One day, an elder of the Demon Cloud family took a fancy to them and brought them back to the family. The 2 brothers grew up in the Demon Cloud family and gradually revealed their cultivation talent. In 1,000 years, the 2 brothers stepped into the Heaven Star Border Realm. In the Demon Cloud family, they were considered to have entered the Heaven Star Border Realm relatively quickly. Because one of the 2 brothers was good at ice and the other was good at fire, they were called the Ice and Fire Dual Masters. Although the two brothers had just entered the Heaven Star Border Realm, they could defeat a Heaven Star Border Realm second-level martial artist if they joined forces. Where is the murderer? The two brothers asked in surprise. The murderer was last seen in the sky-breaking abyss and then disappeared. I guess he should have entered the sky-breaking abyss, the Demon Cloud Patriarch said. Sky-breaking abyss. Hearing this, the two brothers were startled. Yes, this time I asked you two brothers to enter the sky-breaking abyss and kill the murderer, the Demon Cloud Patriarch said. If you can complete the task, you will be able to compete for the position of young patriarch. The Demon Cloud Patriarch's words completely ignited the blood in the hearts of the two brothers. The Demon Cloud family was the absolute overlord in the Demon Cloud state. Within the family, the competition was very fierce. If one wanted to be the next patriarch, one must become the young patriarch. There were too many martial artists competing for the position of young patriarch, and most of them were very outstanding. Therefore, the Demon Cloud Patriarch decided to let many outstanding martial artists compete for the position of young patriarch first. Young patriarch candidate. The two brothers were excited. Young patriarch candidate. Young patriarch, patriarch. It was as if a bright path was already in front of them. Patriarch, don't worry, we two brothers will definitely complete the task. The two brothers said in a deep voice. The Demon Cloud family also put in a lot of effort this time. To chase a mysterious king realm martial artist, they actually used two Heaven Star Border realm martial artists. However, Fong Qin didn't know all this at all. He had just entered the sky-breaking abyss. They were in a spacious area surrounded by cliffs and precipitous rock faces. On the ground, there were lush weeds everywhere. This is the sky-breaking abyss. Fong Qin couldn't believe it. The world said that the sky-breaking abyss was one of the 3 dangerous places in the Sky Sword Mansion and was extremely dangerous. However, what Fong Qin saw was completely different from what the world said. This place was simply a paradise. There were towering trees and weeds. The most important thing was the concentration of spirit chi, which was much stronger than the outside world. Boss, what's the danger here? Little Mouse rushed out, looked around, and said with a smile. Fong Qin gradually calmed down, and then said in a deep voice, even Heaven Star Border Realm powerhouses can't get out of here. There must be something special about it. We should be careful. However, just as Fong Qin's voice fell, suddenly an indistinct howl appeared in the air, as if it was the howl of a malicious spirit. What's that sound? Chapter 971. Intermittent howls entered Fong Qin's ears. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Fong Qin's expression changed as he looked around. Whoosh! At this moment, a brilliant ray of light shot out from the boundless sky. Ice sculpture! Fong Qin cried out involuntarily when he saw the dazzling light clearly. It was an ice sculpture that shot towards him. Upon closer inspection, this ice sculpture was actually a human ice sculpture with the outline of a human warrior. Buzz! A harsh sound resounded throughout the entire broken sky abyss. In the blink of an eye, the ice sculpture appeared in front of Fong Qin. The true meaning of time and space. Fong Qin could feel that this ice sculpture was extremely dangerous, so he did not choose to face it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge using the true meaning of time and space. Whoosh! The moment Fong Qin's figure merged into the void, the ice sculpture suddenly hit the ground. In an instant, the ground where Fong Qin was frozen by the ice sculpture. Seeing the scene, Fong Qin gasped in his heart. What's going on with the ice sculpture? Fong Qin was full of doubts. He revealed his true body and was ready to check it out. However, the moment he appeared, ice sculptures shot out from the sky again. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, countless ice sculptures shot out from the sky at once. The ice sculptures filled the sky as if it was snowing. In an instant, the air temperature in the sky dropped to the lowest point. At this moment, All the ice sculptures were locked onto Fong Chen's body. Damn it! The true meaning of time and space was constantly displayed. However, he could not avoid the attack of these ice sculptures. Void meteorite annihilation. Fong Chen displayed his strongest attack. He stretched out his big hand and tore the void apart, blasting directly at the ice sculptures. Crack! Some ice sculptures were destroyed by Fong Chen, while others continued to charge at Fong Chen. Buzz! When the ice sculpture covered Fong Chen's body, it directly froze the latter's body. Fong Chen, who was covered in ice and snow, kept struggling. The saint-level sword body was instantly activated. Rumble Fong Chen shattered the ice and came out. Human, you trespassed into my territory. You deserve to die. A furious voice came from the sky. Then a golden-winged rock flew over. What? Seeing the golden-winged rock, Fong Chen was shocked. Could it be that those ice sculptures were created by the golden-winged rock? The golden-winged great rocks are adept at fire-type techniques. Why are they able to create ice sculptures? All of this puzzled Fong Chen. While the golden-winged rock spread its wings and flew. In the blink of an eye, it was floating above Fong Chen's head. Its pitch-black eyes locked onto Fong Chen as it laughed sinisterly. Escape without any hesitation. Fong Chen pushed the true meaning of time and space to the extreme and fled. You want to escape? Seeing Fong Chen escape, the golden rock sneered. It flapped its wings and chased after him. The golden-winged rock was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the golden-winged rock caught up with Fong Chen. Then it opened its big mouth and shot out a thick ice sculpture. Suddenly, Fong Chen felt a chill on his back. Ice secret sword. Void meteor annihilation. Fong Chen used 2 cultivation techniques in a row in an attempt to block this thick ice sculpture. Crack! When the thick ice sculpture collided with the 2 rays of light, it paused for a moment. Then, with a vast aura, it continued to attack Fong Chen. Time acceleration. Seeing this, Fong Chen gritted his teeth and used time acceleration. Time acceleration allowed him to control the flow of space around him and increase his speed. Of course, with Fong Chen's current cultivation, he could not fully use time acceleration. Swoosh! Fong Chen's speed suddenly increased by a lot, and he dodged the attack of the thick ice sculpture. Roar! Seeing this, the golden-winged rock roared and continued to chase. It spread its wings, and a gust of wind blew past. The golden-winged rock followed closely. I can't go on like this, Fong Chen said anxiously as he fled. The golden-winged rock kept chasing after Fong Chen, and the latter was also desperately escaping. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. If it were anyone else, they would have died at the hands of the golden-winged rock. However, Fong Chen was still persevering. Dong! Just as Fong Chen was desperately escaping, the interspatial ring suddenly vibrated. Then, Fong Chen's face was filled with joy. Withered bone vibration. In Fong Chen's mind, the words of the soul cultivator senior before he dissipated suddenly rang out. He said that when he stepped into the extraterritorial area, Withered Bone would lead him to a mysterious place. Could that mysterious place be the sky-breaking abyss? Fong Chen thought to himself and immediately took out Withered Bone. Suddenly, ripples spread out around Withered Bone and directly wrapped around Fong Chen, shooting into the depths of the sky-breaking abyss. Buzz! When Withered Bone wrapped around Fong Chen, the golden-winged rock's face changed drastically, and its body suddenly stopped chasing. Dangerous aura! The golden-winged rock felt the dangerous aura and stopped chasing after Fong Chen. Instead, it turned around and left. Fong Chen, on the other hand, continued to move forward under the guidance of Withered Bone. After an unknown period of time, Withered Bone trembled more and more violently. At this time, Fong Chen had already entered the depths of the sky-breaking abyss. The sky-breaking abyss was extremely dangerous. As soon as he entered, he was chased by the golden-winged rock. If not for the true meaning of space-time, he would have died long ago. At a certain moment, Withered Bone trembled a few times, and Fong Chin stopped in his tracks. Withered Bone left his palm and floated in the air. "Is it here?" Fong Chin muttered to himself. Buzz! The ripples around Withered Bone spread out. Suddenly, the entire earth trembled, and then skeletons broke out of the ground one after another. These skeletons exuded a strong soul aura. Soul cultivator. Fong Chin could tell at a glance that these skeletons were all soul cultivators. Scanning with his soul, Fong Chin found that in the blink of an eye, the number of soul cultivators that broke out of the ground was actually as high as 100. Over 100 soul cultivators died here. Fong Chin was shocked. Soul cultivation was considered a special cultivation path in the outer realm. The conditions to become a soul cultivator were very harsh. Ordinary people couldn't become a soul cultivator at all. It was also the first time Fong Chin saw over 100 soul cultivators die in the same place. Voila! The skeletons of over 100 soul cultivators suddenly moved their bodies and constantly changed. In the blink of an eye, these soul cultivators set up an array formation. What kind of array formation is this? Fong Chin was a divine array master, but he had never heard of or seen such an array formation. Fong Chin was shocked. At this moment, the withered bone floating in the sky directly inserted into the ground in the center of the hundreds of skeletons. Immediately, the array formation was activated, and the hundreds of skeletons exuded a powerful soul cultivator aura. Fong Chin felt a strong suction force that forcibly sucked him into the array formation. When he reached the center of the array formation, the withered bone vibrated and sent out a message. "Little guy, when you hear me, it means that you have successfully arrived in the outer realm and activated the array formation." Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes locked on the withered bone and listened carefully. This heaven-shattering abyss used to be a sect, a soul cultivator sect. However, a long, long time ago, they were massacred, and all of them died. The withered bone's voice came out. "You have activated the array formation, and an opportunity is in front of you. Absorb the soul power essence of over 100 soul cultivators and then integrate it into your body. It will be very beneficial to you." Then a message was sent to Fong Chen's mind. This was the method to absorb the soul power essence. Fong Chen's heart trembled. Did the withered bone already calculate this step? Sure enough, the withered bone's next words made Fong Chen's heart tremble. "If you absorb the soul power essence of over 100 soul cultivators, I hope that when you have the chance in the future, you will avenge our sect." The withered bone's ancient voice came out. Fong Chan was startled, but he immediately said, "This junior has received a favor from senior. If I have the strength, I will definitely avenge senior." Back in the ancient sword continent, Fong Chin had received a favor from that senior. If it was within the scope of his ability, he would not mind helping. The withered bone no longer spoke. The hundreds of skeletons kept rotating, and the array formation was completely activated. Wisps of soul aura constantly gathered in the center of the array formation. What a strong soul aura! Chapter 972. In the following time, Fong Chin used the method taught to him by dry bones to absorb the soul power essence. What was soul power essence? At first, Fong Chin didn't know, but after dry bones' explanation, he understood. Soul power essence was condensed from the soul power after the death of a soul cultivator. As everyone knew, when a martial artist died, their soul would directly shatter. But soul cultivators were different. After they died, their soul could still be maintained for a period of time before collapsing. During this period, the soul would constantly transform, fuse with the soul power, and finally form soul power essence. This soul power essence was the life crystal of a soul cultivator. When ordinary soul cultivators absorbed soul power essence, their soul level would increase by leaps and bounds, and their soul cultivation level would also increase. Fang Chen's hands were constantly forming seals, and his soul was rotating in his mind. A rich soul aura wrapped around Fang Chen's body. As time passed, the soul power essence of hundreds of soul cultivators began to gradually pass to Fang Chen. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Fang Chen was fully prepared, and then the first soul power essence was instantly attracted. In the void, a soul aura that was so rich that it was about to materialize appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen stretched out his palm, and the soul power essence instantly fell on his palm. Is this soul power essence? Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The density of this soul power essence was thousands of times stronger than ordinary soul power. If he could keep absorbing soul power essence, his soul cultivation level would definitely increase rapidly. Hiss! Fang Chen's soul was actively absorbing the soul power essence, and the soul power essence didn't resist at all. It cooperated with Fang Chen and drilled into his mind, and then merged with his soul. Dong! After fusing with the first soul power essence, Fang Chen's soul became stronger and stronger, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Continue fusing. After fusing with the first soul power essence, the next fusion was much more convenient. Time passed in a flash. After 6 hours, Fang Chen had already fused with 60 soul power essences. At this time, Fang Chen's soul was already at the middle stage of the Cyan rank, and it was still improving. However, as more and more soul power essence was absorbed, the speed of the fusion became much slower. The final fusion took a long time. The first 60 strands of soul power essence only took 6 hours. As for the remaining 40 or so strands of soul power essence, it took a full half a month's time. Half a month later, the skeletons of over 100 soul cultivators shattered, and the spell formation stopped working. Fang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. A terrifying light shot out from his eyes, only to see that his head was surrounded by dense green souls. Peak Cyan level. After absorbing over 100 strands of soul power essence, Fang Chen's soul directly jumped from the early stage of the Cyan rank to the peak of the Cyan rank. This kind of improvement made Fang Chen exclaim in surprise. As expected of the essence of soul power, only after personally experiencing it would one understand how precious soul power essence was. Right now, Fang Chen was very glad that he had chosen the heaven-splitting abyss mission. Otherwise, he might have missed out on this soul power essence baptism. Since his soul had reached the peak of the Cyan rank, Fang Chen's soul cultivation had also reached the terrifying late stage of the 5th level. Let's try the secret ice sword. Fang Chen grinned and laughed. With a thought, the peak of the Cyan rank soul instantly spread out, and then quickly condensed into an secret ice sword. Whoosh! Under the control of Fang Chen, the secret ice sword shot towards a cliff in the distance. Rumble! The gravel on the cliff continued to fall, and the entire ground was trembling. So strong! With just the power of a soul cultivator, I'm not afraid of a 9th level Mystic King, realm martial artist. Fang Chen thought to himself. However, if it was a 9th level Mystic King, realm martial artist who specialized in the soul, it seemed to be a little difficult to deal with. Fang Chen was very excited. He had just entered the heaven-splitting abyss, and he had already obtained such an opportunity. Buzz! The skeletons stuck in the ground suddenly floated up and then shattered. A voice entered Fang Chen's mind. Our sect is called the Soul Kill Sect. The murderer who destroyed our sect is the Sky Sword Mansion Master. When he heard this voice, Fang Chen was stunned. The Sky Sword Mansion Master is the murderer. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. The Sky Sword Mansion Master was the high and mighty city lord and a Heaven Star border realm martial artist. How could he destroy the Soul Kill Sect? After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen still could not figure out the reason, and could only shake his head in the end. If the Sky Sword Mansion Master is the murderer, will I be discovered when I use the power of a soul cultivator? Suddenly, Fong Qin realized a very serious problem. The means of a Heaven Star border realm martial artist is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Fong Qin thought to himself. In the end, Fong Qin decided that it was best not to expose his identity as a soul cultivator when he returned to the prefecture city. Otherwise, it would attract unnecessary trouble. After absorbing the soul power essence, Fong Qin's strength skyrocketed, and now he began to look around, preparing to look for the Bolong Vine. According to the information, the Bolong Vine is in the depths of the broken sky abyss. Fong Qin muttered to himself. He gazed into the distance. Let's continue forward. The soul aura here was strong, and there were no demonic beasts around, so there was no danger. Fong Qin moved forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, he left the area where he had just absorbed the soul power essence. When Fong Qin went deeper, the golden winged rock was fighting with two human martial artists in the periphery. Damn humans! The golden winged rock opened its bloody mouth and constantly spat out ice sculptures, shooting at the two. Unfortunately, the two of them were not afraid of the ice sculptures. Idiot! We Ice and Fire Duel Masters are the least afraid of ice sculptures. One of the Ice and Fire Duel Masters sneered. The Ice and Fire Duel Masters worked together and firmly suppressed the golden winged rock. This made the latter furious, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, the golden winged rock no longer stopped them, and the Ice and Fire Duel Masters successfully entered the broken sky abyss. In a short while, the two brothers came to the place where Fong Qin absorbed the soul power essence. Big brother, the spirit energy here is chaotic, and the soul aura is very strong. It seems that someone has cultivated here before. The two of them looked at each other and then searched carefully. After searching for a while, they found nothing and finally continued forward. At this moment, Fong Qin entered the depths of the broken sky abyss and also encountered a demonic beast. However, this demonic beast was a 9th level Profound King realm demonic beast, and Little Mouse wanted to attack. Boss, let me do it. The little mouse was drooling as it grinned. Then he used his innate ability and directly devoured the demonic beast. Crack! He bit the demonic beast's corpse bit by bit and then swallowed it. After eating, Little Mouse's stomach was bulging. He was satisfied and his face was full of smiles. Seeing this scene, Fong Qin couldn't help but smile. The godly rats were really a magical race. They could actually devour everything to cultivate. The more they devoured, the stronger their cultivation. Little Mouse usually didn't cultivate, but his strength was not much different from Fong Qin. Let's go, Fong Qin said. Boss, this broken sky abyss doesn't seem to be as dangerous as the legends say. Little Mouse grinned. Fong Qin was silent. The deeper they went, the more uneasy he felt. This meant that there was definitely danger in the broken sky abyss, but Fong Qin didn't know where the danger was. Big brother, is that kid in front the murderer? Big brother pondered for a moment and then said, even Heaven Star Realm experts don't come to the broken sky abyss, let alone Profound King Realm experts. This person's Profound King Realm cultivation, and he appeared in the broken sky abyss. He's most likely the murderer. Then what are we waiting for? Chase after him and kill him. Second brother's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly. Big brother waved his hand and stopped second brother. Big brother, why are you stopping me? This kid is only a Profound King. Killing him is like crushing an ant. Second brother didn't understand. Have you ever thought about how a Profound King Realm expert avoided the Golden Rock's pursuit? Big brother slowly asked. Big brother, you mean? If my guess isn't wrong, this person definitely has a supreme skill. What are you afraid of? With the two of us working together, what can he do? Second brother said. Big Brother shook his head and said softly, "This is the broken sky abyss. Anything can happen here. We have to be careful." Even Heaven Star Realm experts would get lost in the broken sky abyss, although they hadn't encountered any danger up until now. Chapter 973. Fang Chen had never understood why this dangerous place was called Broken Sky Abyss. Now he finally understood. He even felt a sense of terror in his heart. At this moment, Fang Chen was standing in the deepest part of Broken Sky Abyss. The empty land stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, sand and dust would pass by like a desert. It was the opposite of the places Fang Chen had been before. This was the most terrifying part of Broken Sky Abyss. It separated the sky. This was the origin of the name, Broken Sky Abyss. Stepping on the scorching soil, Fang Chen looked solemn as he stared ahead. In front of this empty land, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like this all year round. The lightning seemed to have merged with Broken Sky Abyss. What a terrifying lightning! Fang Chen's body couldn't help but tremble. The lightning in the void in front was too terrifying. The power released from the lightning made Fang Chen's soul tremble. This power could easily kill a Heaven Star Realm expert. In the middle of the sky, a dark thunderbolt flashed constantly, releasing a peerless power and forcibly blocking the contact between the sky and the earth. Broken Sky Abyss. Fang Chen muttered the 3 words Broken Sky Abyss in his heart. When he accepted the task of finding the Bolong Vine, Fang Chen paid attention to Broken Sky Abyss. At that time, Fang Chen was very wary of Broken Sky Abyss. However, after entering Broken Sky Abyss and experiencing a series of things, Fang Chen had an illusion that Broken Sky Abyss wasn't as terrifying as people said. However, at this point, Fang Chen even felt a bit of regret. The power of nature is too terrifying. The power of lightning exploded and separated the sky. Above the sky, silver light sprinkled down, but it couldn't penetrate the barrier of the power of lightning. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the scorching soil suddenly changed strangely. In the next moment, Fang Chen found that his body was moving quickly. No. After sensing the scene, Fang Chen roared loudly. Immediately, he continued to struggle. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Crash in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen was sucked into the lightning and disappeared. At this moment, the Ice Fire Duo brothers rushed over. "Boss, what is that?" Second brother asked in a low voice when he saw the terrifying lightning. "That brat has been sucked into the lightning. He's dead for sure." Boss also felt the terror of the lightning and said in a low voice. As they spoke, the Ice Fire Duel Masters roared at the same time. "Retreat!" The 2 of them pushed their speed to the limit and fled at the first possible moment. However, it was already too late. Swoosh in the distant sky. Terrifying lightning bolts suddenly shot out. Tens of thousands of lightning rays instantly shot towards the Ice and Fire Duel Masters. Bang, sensing the terrifying lightning behind them, the Ice-Fire twin brothers' faces turned grim. Gritting their teeth, they executed their forbidden techniques, causing their speed to soar once more. Crack. Even so, the Ice and Fire Duel Masters were still struck by the lightning. However, he managed to avoid the vital parts. After escaping from the danger zone, the Ice and Fire Duel Masters fell to the ground, their scalps tingling as they cried out miserably. Their bodies were covered in blood, and they were battered and exhausted. Their hearts were filled with fear. If they had been just a little slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Second brother, are you all right?" Boss opened his mouth and asked with difficulty. Second brother raised his head from the ground and looked at the terrifying lightning in the distance with fear. Then he said, "Boss, I'm fine." Fang Chen appeared in an independent space. The entire space was filled with terrifying lightning bolts. Lightning space. Fang Chen looked around and muttered to himself. Terrifying lightning constantly exploded, but it didn't come close to Fong Chin. This made Fong Chin very puzzled. Brett, do me a favor. Just as Fong Chin was in a state of shock, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. It was deafening. Who is it? Fong Chen's face changed greatly when he heard this. He hurriedly asked. Fong Chin looked around. Other than the lightning force, he didn't find anything else. This made him very puzzled. Who was talking to him? Crash! Just as Fong Chen was puzzled, an old man appeared in the terrifying lightning, sitting cross-legged. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Fong Chen with a smile on his face. Who are you? Fong Chen asked in a deep voice. Thunder Freer. The old man said, Thunder Freer. Fong Chen was puzzled. He had never heard of this name. Seeing this, the old man continued. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of my name. I need your help. Senior, where is this? Fong Chen asked. First, he had to confirm where he was. This is the lightning space, Thunder Freer said. In fact, it's the terrifying lightning you saw just now. Fong Chen was shocked when he heard this. That terrifying lightning could kill a Heaven Star Border Realm expert. This Thunder Freer was actually sitting cross-legged here. How strong was he? Moreover, Thunder Freer had actually moved him here. A series of questions made Fong Chen even more curious about Thunder Freer. Kid, do you know what's the scariest part of the heaven-breaking abyss? Thunder Freer asked. Fong Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The real danger of the heaven-breaking abyss is the terrifying lightning that separates the sky, because there's a thunder dragon hidden in the lightning. This thunder dragon has already gained initial intelligence and is extremely terrifying. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert can't capture it, Thunder Freer said. Thunder Dragon. Fong Chen was shocked. This thunder dragon grew up in the midst of the frightening lightning. It wanted to evolve, so it used the frightening lightning to cut off the sky and absorb all of the silver aura that sprinkled down from the sky. It hoped that it would be able to evolve and break through its bottleneck. Thunder Freer continued. Fong Chen listened carefully. What Thunder Freer said was definitely a secret. Even the Sky Sword Mansion Master did not know. Everyone knew that the heaven-breaking abyss was dangerous, but they did not know what the real danger was. And now, Fong Chen accidentally came to the lightning that separated the sky and was discovered by Thunder Freer. Then he entered the sky lightning space. Senior, what are you doing here? Fong Chen asked. Hearing this, Thunder Freer's face showed a complicated expression. He then said slowly, 10,000 years ago, I just stepped into Heaven Star Border Realm Level 9. I was very competitive and thought that I was invincible in the Heaven Star Border Realm. However, one day, a mysterious expert appeared. He told me that there was a terrifying thunder dragon with spiritual intelligence in the heaven-breaking abyss. It was the invincible existence in the Heaven Star Border Realm. After hearing this, I became competitive and entered the heaven-breaking abyss alone. I found the thunder dragon and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Thunder Freer said. What happened in the end? Fong Chen was surprised. He did not expect Thunder Freer to have entered here 10,000 years ago. After I fought with the thunder dragon, I knew how terrifying it was. In the end, I tried my best to suppress the thunder dragon, but I was trapped here for 10,000 years. Thunder Freer's words were filled with helplessness. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm Level 9 Thunder Freer could not kill the thunder dragon. One could imagine how powerful the thunder dragon was. Fortunately, Thunder Freer sacrificed himself to suppress the thunder dragon. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the past 10,000 years, I wanted to get out, but there was nothing I could do. Until you appeared. Thunder Freer stared at Fong Chen with burning eyes. Fong Chen spread out his hands. He did not think that he could help Thunder Freer leave this place with his own strength. Senior, You can't get out of here even though you're a Heaven Star Border Realm Level 9 martial artist. I'm just a weak, mysterious king realm martial artist. How can I help you? Fong Chen whispered. Hearing this, Thunder Freer shook his head. Look here first. Finishing his words, Thunder Freer raised his head and looked at the sky above the sky lightning space. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded in the sky lightning space. The violent power of thunder was wreaking havoc. Above the sky lightning space, there were countless silver rays of light that sprinkled down. After 10,000 years of accumulation, these silver lights were like a river, accumulating above the sky lightning space. These silver lights. Fong Chen finally noticed the abnormality of these silver lights. His soul entered the silver lights and was mercilessly devoured. Roar. Chapter 974. It was too shocking. At this moment, Fong Chen's heart was filled with nothing but shock. That silver radiance was too powerful. It was much stronger than the vital spirit of a Heaven Star Border Realm. There's still an aura stronger than the vital spirit of heaven and earth in this world. Fong Chen's mind went blank. What he saw today was the most shocking thing he had seen in all these years. After a long time, Fong Chen retracted his gaze. He could not help but sigh. It was indeed the outer universe. Anything could happen. Senior, what is that silver radiance? Fong Chen asked curiously. The silver radiance from the sky is the power of the stars. A Heaven Star Border Realm martial artist can only break through the bottleneck by absorbing the power of the stars. Thunder Freer said. Now, Fong Chen finally understood. Why did the terrifying Thunder Dragon pay such a huge price to separate the sky and monopolize the power of the stars? It turned out that it wanted to break through the bottleneck. The power of the stars was a terrifying force born from nature. It was much stronger than the vital spirit of heaven and earth. In the vast universe, there were countless stars. The power of the stars was formed by these countless stars. The power of the stars was terrifying. Even a mysterious king realm martial artist would die if he touched it. As for Heaven Star Border realm martial artists, only those who stood at the peak dared to absorb it. At this moment, the power of the stars was like a river in the sky above the sky lightning space. It was too vast. Fong Chen had never seen such a vast power of the stars. This scene was too shocking. Heaven and earth naturally produced the power of the stars. It constantly falls down and blends into the air for Heaven Star Border realm martial artists to absorb. This is also the law of heaven and earth. Thunder Freer said. That terrifying Thunder Dragon was too ambitious. It wanted to monopolize the power of the stars, which caused this place to become the sky-breaking abyss. Thunder Freer continued. When you came in, did you notice that the air in the sky-breaking abyss is very different from the outside world? Hearing Thunder Freer's words, Fong Chen carefully recalled. Suddenly, the scene from before appeared in his mind. No wonder. At the beginning, Fong Chen felt that the air was very strange. He could not understand why. Now the truth was revealed. The air lacked the power of stars, so it was naturally different from the outside world. Cutting off the sky and absorbing the power of the stars. Perhaps only Lei Long would dare to do such a thing. If a normal martial artist uses this kind of method to steal the heavens and change the earth to monopolize the power of the stars, they will definitely be punished by the heavens. However, the Thunder Dragon is different. It was born in thunder and lightning, so even if it is punished by the heavens, it will be able to skillfully avoid it. That's why it wanted to monopolize the power of the stars, Thunder Freer said. Fong Chen looked at Thunder Freer with a burning gaze. Needless to say, one could imagine how horrifying the lightning dragon was. However, Thunder Freer was able to suppress the Thunder Dragon all by himself. With such strength, who in the Heaven Dipper realm could defeat him? Senior, since absorbing astral energy can help you break through your bottleneck, why don't you absorb it? Fang Qin pointed to the river of astral energy above the heavenly lightning space. Hearing this, Thunder Freer's wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. Do you think I don't want to absorb it? Thunder Freer said, I am in the heavenly lightning space. There is not a trace of lightning here, and it is all related to the Thunder Dragon. As long as I absorb the power of the stars, the Thunder Dragon will definitely take the opportunity to absorb the power of the stars. At that time, even I will not be able to suppress it. Then, little guy, I know what you are worried about. I want you to help me. Although it will be difficult, it will not be life-threatening. After saying so much, they finally got to the point. Senior, what do you want me to do? Fang Qin asked. The Thunder Dragon has been suppressed by me and entered my body. I used a secret technique to seal myself so that the Thunder Dragon cannot come out. I need you to buy time for me, Thunder Freer said. Buy time? Fang Qin was even more surprised. What time could he buy for him? When I remove the seal, the Thunder Dragon will rush out, and you will be the carrier to guide it into your body, Thunder Freer said. Fang Qin was shocked when he heard this. Senior, the Thunder Dragon is very terrifying. My body will be instantly blasted into pieces. As a carrier to guide the Thunder Dragon into his body. What a joke! If it was easy to suppress the Thunder Dragon, why would it take Thunder Freer 10,000 years? This was obviously using his life to buy time. Fang Qin would not put himself to death. Why me? Fang Qin asked. For so many years, there were many martial artists who entered the Broken Sky Abyss, and there were even Heaven Realm martial artists. Why did it choose him? Do you know how the martial artists who entered the Broken Sky Abyss died in the past 10,000 years? Thunder Freer asked. Before Fang Qin could answer, Thunder Freer continued. Some were killed by the golden winged rocks outside, and the rest were killed by the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Freer had tried, but those martial artists could not bear the Thunder Dragon at all. The latter exploded as soon as it entered their body. Senior, you are sending me to my death. Hearing this, Fang Qin's face turned pale and he said unhappily, Little guy, you are the first martial artist I can't see through in the past 10,000 years. Although your strength is a little weak, I feel that you can succeed. Thunder Freer said. Fang Qin shook his head and refused directly. It was too dangerous. If he could not bear it, he would die. I am afraid I can't help you. Fang Qin said respectfully. Boom! At this moment, in the sky thunder space, countless thunderbolts were constantly bombarding. The deafening sound resounded through the sky. What's going on? Fang Qin asked in confusion. The Thunder Dragon is angry. After 10,000 years, my body is exhausted. I am afraid I can't hold on much longer. Thunder Freer sighed. The sky thunder space was shaking and the power of thunder was raging. Fang Qin's face changed and he stared at Thunder Freer. Dong! All of a sudden, the golden heart started beating rapidly. Then, Fang Qin found that the golden heart was quietly absorbing the power of thunder in the sky, thunder space. What's going on? Fang Qin carefully observed the golden heart and found that it was very happy after absorbing the power of thunder. The power of thunder is helpful to the golden heart. Fang Qin said to himself, Buzz! The essence blood of the ancient divine beast undying bird that had merged with the golden heart also spread. A blood-red light instantly spread out. Around the golden heart, traces of flames appeared. This was the first time he had seen the essence blood of the undying bird and the golden heart move at the same time. Could it be that they want to absorb the power of thunder in the sky, thunder space? Little guy, you only need to bear it for 3 seconds. At that time, I will definitely be able to kill the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Freer said. 3 seconds. Fang Qin's eyes flickered and he asked, That's right. The reason I am looking for a carrier to bear the Thunder Dragon is to absorb the power of the stars in the River of Stars. With my speed, I can absorb it all in 3 seconds. At that time, even if I can't break through, I will definitely be able to kill the Thunder Dragon. This is the last chance. Once the Thunder Dragon breaks through my body, you and I will both die here. As long as you can agree to my request and help me get out of here, I will agree to all your requests. Thunder Freer said hurriedly. Fong Chen's heart moved a little. If it was before, he would definitely not have any thoughts of helping. However, the golden heart and the essence blood of the undying bird moved him a little. If I don't agree to Thunder Freer's request, I'm afraid I can't leave here. Fong Chen said to himself. If he agreed to Thunder Freer's request, he could still try. Once he won, he would not be afraid of the Sky Sword Mansion Master, let alone Steward Lee. Thunder Freer, how can I believe you? Fong Chen looked up and asked. I can make a martial Dao oath. With that, Thunder Freer swore an oath of martial arts. Then, a faint trace of his aura entered Fong Chen's mind. A martial Dao oath was very binding on a martial artist. Once they violated the oath, they would be punished by God. Even a Heaven Star Border Realm expert would not dare to make a martial Dao oath casually. It was obvious that Thunder Freer had been driven crazy by the Thunder Dragon. After getting Thunder Freer's martial Dao oath, Fong Chen gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I promise you. Thunder Freer was overjoyed. Roar. Chapter 975. What do I need to do? If he succeeded, he would benefit immensely. As for failure, Fong Chen did not think about it, nor did he dare to think about it. When I inject the Thunder Dragon into your body, you just have to resist it with all your might, Thunder Freer said. Fong Chen nodded heavily when he heard this. Then Fong Chen activated his Peak Saint sword body, and sword chi surrounded him. The sword will of the 7th grade was also released instantly, and his body's defense reached its strongest state. Are you ready? This was a matter of great importance, and Thunder Freer did not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he only had one chance. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fong Chen nodded and prepared for the strongest challenge. Seeing this, Thunder Freer suddenly stood up. When he stood up, the power of thunder in the entire sky, thunder space, was raging. Whoosh! Fong Chen could clearly feel that the power of thunder was becoming more and more terrifying. Come out. Thunder Freer exuded a terrifying aura. 9 strands of vital spirit of heaven and earth appeared from within his body, and then directly surrounded him. Thunder Freer's strength was raised to the peak, and his aura was fierce and overbearing. Along with Thunder Freer's roar, a shocking thunder aura suddenly surged out from his body. Then a horrifying Thunder Dragon appeared. Roar! The Thunder Dragon was struggling. It also felt that this was an opportunity. Thunder Freer was already prepared. Before the Thunder Dragon completely appeared, it was directly injected into Fong Chen's body by his supreme means. Suddenly, Fong Chen felt the power in his body swell, as if his body was about to explode. Ah! Fong Chen let out a cry. He used all his strength to resist the power of the Thunder Dragon. Crash! When Thunder Freer finished the last hand gesture, the Thunder Dragon completely entered Fong Chen's body. Roar! The Thunder Dragon seemed to have found that it was free from Thunder Freer's suppression. It was overjoyed and immediately started to charge crazily. Puchi! Fong Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he was dying. At this moment, Thunder Freer could not care less. His body floated above the sky thunder space. Then, with a wave of his hand, a terrifying power instantly shattered the barrier above the sky lightning space. Then, the star power swooped down like a flood, like a long river. The majestic power of the stars surged down, its aura shaking the sky. Well after 10,000 years of baptism, Thunder Freer's comprehension had become stronger and stronger. The power of the stars that swooped down was instantly absorbed into his body. Dong, the entire sky thunder space, was trembling. The impact of the astral energy was too strong. Thunder Freer bathed in the power of the stars, baptizing his body. At the same time, he was madly absorbing the power of the stars to break through. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. At this point, Fong Chen could no longer hold on. Senior. Fong Chen screamed as if his life depended on it. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out from the cracks. His forehead was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Ah! Fong Chen screamed miserably. The sword body at the peak of the saint level could not resist the power of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. Crack! The power of the Thunder Dragon was too strong. Being able to hold on for 3 seconds was enough to show how powerful Fong Chen was. Oh no! Thunder Freer, who was absorbing the power of the stars, was shocked when he saw the scene below. He had underestimated the power of the stars that had accumulated over the past 10,000 years. He had thought that he could finish absorbing it in 3 seconds. But now, 3 seconds had passed, and he had only absorbed more than half of it. Boy, hold on for 2 more seconds. At this moment, 2 seconds felt like 2 years. It was too long. I can't hold on any longer. After Fong Chen said the last sentence, he fell into a coma. At this time, the Thunder Dragon in his body was even more powerful. Buzz! Just as the Thunder Dragon was about to break out of his body, a strange aura suddenly spread out. The golden heart beat at the fastest speed. The golden light shone brightly and covered Fong Chen's body. At the same time, the golden heart was rapidly absorbing the power of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. Not only the golden heart, but also the undying bird's essence blood that had merged with the golden heart. A sea of fire appeared around Fong Chen, and the power of thunder in the sky thunder space could not get close. Yes, Thunder Freer, who was absorbing the power of the stars, also saw this scene. He was overjoyed and accelerated the speed of absorbing the power of the stars. The undying bird's essence blood burst out, and the golden heart's strange movement actually stopped the attack of the terrifying Thunder Dragon. What is this? In Fong Chen's body, the terrifying Thunder Dragon's attack weakened a lot. Its consciousness was constantly shouting, as if it was a little afraid of the undying bird's essence blood. The undying bird was an ancient divine beast. The essence blood left by it contained its life's work and was extremely powerful. The undying bird's essence blood automatically protected his body and the golden heart. Fong Chen's body, which was cracking apart, immediately stopped cracking, after which it gradually healed. 1 second, 2 seconds. 2 long seconds finally passed. At this time, Fong Chen had already fallen into a coma. After a short period of fear, the terrifying Thunder Dragon launched an even fiercer attack. Boom! Fong Chen's body could not bear the power of the Thunder Dragon and was about to collapse. Roar! The Thunder Dragon let out a long roar and was very happy that it could finally escape. However, just when the undying bird's essence blood and the golden heart could not bear it, Thunder Freer finished absorbing the power of the stars. Come out! Thunder Freer's body was surrounded by the power of the stars, and bits of starlight surrounded his body. In just 5 seconds, Thunder Freer's body had undergone a tremendous change. At this time, Thunder Freer was like a star in the vast universe, vast and boundless. Crash! Thunder Freer directly pulled the Thunder Dragon out of Fong Chen's body with his bare hands. The terrifying Thunder Dragon faced Thunder Freer, opened its bloody mouth, and was ready to fight. Bastard, die! Thunder Freer raised his palm, and the light formed by the power of the stars shot directly at the Thunder Dragon. Roar! Lei Long, who was originally incomparably powerful, suddenly had a drastic change in expression as he attempted to flee. However, the light formed by the stars was too powerful. Puff! Without any resistance, it directly penetrated the Thunder Dragon's neck. Then, the light merged into the Thunder Dragon's body, and finally, the Thunder Dragon's body exploded. Dong! If it was not for the thunder space, the power of the thunder dragon's explosion was enough to destroy the entire sky-breaking abyss. In the thunder space, the thunder rolled, and the power of the thunder dragon's explosion shook for a long time before it gradually dissipated. When the last trace of the power of the thunder dragon dissipated, the entire thunder space was in a mess and turned into ruins. Whoosh! Above the sky, a ray of silver light passed through the ruins of the thunder space and landed on the ground. Suddenly, the desert-like ground was restored to life. Weeds broke out of the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, the place was full of life. Crash! Thunder Freer dragged Fang Chen's body and landed on the ground. Looking at the thunder space that was gradually dissipating, Thunder Freer's face was full of excitement. After being trapped for 10,000 years, I, Thunder Freer, have finally appeared. Ha ha ha! Thunder Freer laughed wildly. After a moment of excitement, Thunder Freer looked at Fang Chen. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. There is a mysterious power in this boy's body that saved him and me. Thunder Freer said in a low voice. The original plan was 3 seconds, but it took 5 seconds. If Fang Chen had not successfully resisted the power of the Thunder Dragon, the 2 seconds would have been enough for the Thunder Dragon to kill him. Fortunately, he succeeded. Thunder Freer's heart was filled with joy. After checking, he found that Fang Chen's life was not in danger. It was just that his body was seriously damaged because of the incredible power. Boy, it's all thanks to you this time. Thunder Freer put Fang Chen on the ground and grinned. Then he took out a small bottle, opened the cap, and pointed the mouth of the bottle at Fang Chen. A trace of liquid flowed into Fang Chen's mouth. Thunder Freer made the right bet, and so did Fang Chen. Chapter 976. The outside world had no idea what happened in Broken Sky Abyss. They didn't even know that the most dangerous and terrifying lightning dragon in Broken Sky Abyss had been destroyed by Thunder Freer. Broken Sky Abyss as usual. Thunder Freer sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly waiting for Fang Chen to wake up. Bearing the terrifying lightning dragon this time, Fang Chen's body was severely damaged and couldn't be healed in a short time. 3 months later, Thunder Freer found that Fang Chen's soul had completely healed and could move on its own. He was overjoyed. It seemed that Fang Chen's recovery was coming soon. Originally, he thought that Fang Chen would definitely wake up in 1 or 2 months. However, he waited for a year. For a whole year, Thunder Freer kept waiting. However, compared to being trapped in the heaven thunder space for 10,000 years, this was nothing at all. After a year, Fang Chen finally woke up. His body had completely recovered, and was even stronger than before. Kid, you're awake. Thunder Freer saw Fang Chen open his eyes and grinned. Having just woken up, Fang Chen was still a little weak and couldn't stand up. He looked around and asked, "Where is this?" "Broken Sky Abyss," Thunder Freer said. Broken Sky Abyss." Fang Chen was a little surprised that there was such a peaceful place in Broken Sky Abyss. After listening to Thunder Freer's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood what was going on. He looked at the sky in the distance. Streaks of silver light scattered on the ground. The heaven thunder space had long disappeared. "Senior, you killed the lightning dragon?" Fang Chen asked. Thunder Freer nodded and said, "This time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill the lightning dragon." No matter how dangerous the process was, it was fine as long as the result was not dangerous. After resting for a long time, Fang Chen stretched his body and then stood up. "Senior, you." At this time, Fang Chen found that Thunder Freer's aura was stronger, and the power of stars surrounded him. "Little guy, after cultivating for 10,000 years, I've absorbed the power of the stars and broken through the bottleneck. I've reached the level that cultivators yearn for even in their dreams, the heavenly body tier." Thunder Freer chuckled. The heavenly body tier was the cultivation level above the heaven dipper tier. Fang Chen didn't know much about the heavenly body tier, but he knew that the heavenly body tier was many times more powerful than the heavenly dipper tier. Congratulations, Senior, for reaching the heavenly body tier. Fong Chen clasped his hands in greeting. Thunder Freer waved his hand and said, I still don't know your name. Junior is Fong Chen, said Fong Chen. Fong Chen, the reason why I was able to leave the heavenly lightning space and reach the heavenly body tier was all because of you. I, Thunder Freer, am a man of my words. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. As he spoke, Thunder Freer took out a jade pendant and handed it to Fong Chen. This jade pendant contains my will, Thunder Freer said. If you encounter any danger, crush the jade pendant, and I will rush over as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Senior, Fong Chen said. At this moment, Fong Chen suddenly paused and let out a soft cry of surprise. My physical body. Fong Chen discovered in surprise that his physical body had actually broken through the Saint tier and reached the higher level of the Immortal tier. You brat, you can be considered to have profited from a disaster. The terrifying lightning dragon attacked your physical body, and it can also be considered to have tempered your body, Thunder Freer said. Of course, the bone demon liquid I gave you also played a big role. Hearing this, Fong Chen's face was filled with surprise. Then he hurriedly asked, Senior Thunder Freer, the bone demon liquid you mentioned, could it be the spiritual liquid taken from the bone marrow of a heavenly dipper tier elite? Thunder Freer nodded. Bone demon liquid was the spiritual liquid taken from the bone marrow of a heavenly dipper tier elite. This spiritual liquid was very precious and was an excellent material for tempering one's body. Thunder Freer actually gave him the bone demon liquid. Fong Chen felt a wave of gratitude in his heart. Fong Chen, you've helped me so much. A mere bone demon liquid is nothing. Thunder Freer waved his hand and grinned. To Thunder Freer, the bone demon liquid was completely incomparable to him stepping into the heavenly body tier. One had to know that in the vast universe, countless cultivators were trapped in the heavenly dipper tier for their entire lives, unable to step into the heavenly body tier. Although he was trapped for 10,000 years, it was a blessing in disguise, and he stepped into the heavenly body tier. Heavenly body tier on Scar Island was considered an elite. Trying hard to suppress the joy in his heart, Fong Chen clasped his hands in Thunder Freer's direction. All right, you've also woken up. We should also go, Thunder Freer said. Fong Chen nodded, and Thunder Freer grabbed Fong Chen and quickly left the heaven-breaking abyss. Senior Thunder Freer. Fong Chen hurriedly stopped him. What's the matter? Thunder Freer asked. I've come to the heaven-breaking abyss, this time to search for bolted dragon vines, Fong Chen said. Oh, I see. After saying that, Thunder Freer took Fong Chen and changed their direction, leaping continuously. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a mysterious place in the heaven-breaking abyss. The bolted dragon vines are here, Thunder Freer said as he stood in the air. Fong Chen looked over and shockingly discovered that there were 2 bolted dragon vines under his feet. The vine leaves wrapped around the main body, almost as tall as a cliff. Fong Chen said, bolted dragon vines are very precious and not common in the universe. Unfortunately, they're useless to me. How many do you need? Go get them yourself, Thunder Freer said. Fong Chen nodded and then landed on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The bolted dragon vines seemed to have discovered that someone was approaching, and the vine leaves wrapped around the main body began to stir, ready to attack Fong Chen. However, at this moment, a terrifying power of stars instantly enveloped the bolted dragon vines. In an instant, the bolted dragon vines stopped moving. Fong Chen looked up and found that Thunder Freer had released the power of stars to suppress the bolted dragon vines. He cupped his hands at Thunder Freer and then activated his immortal level body to forcibly uproot one of the bolted dragon vines. After putting it into the infinite space ring, Fong Chen returned to Thunder Freer's side. Thunder Freer nodded at Fong Chen with satisfaction and said, Fong Chen, I like your character more and more. It's very difficult to survive in this world. There are 2 bolted dragon vines here, and you only took one. Ordinary people can't do that, Thunderfreer said. Fong Qin smiled honestly and didn't say anything. When Thunderfreer took Fong Qin to the periphery of the heaven-breaking abyss, the golden-winged rock instantly swooped down, trying to attack Fong Qin and Thunderfreer. I'm just missing a mount. Thunderfreer waved his hand, and the power of stars emerged, enveloping the golden-winged rock. Instantly, the golden-winged rock felt panic and wanted to break free but couldn't. In the end, the golden-winged rock obediently came to Thunderfreer's side and was put into the infinite space ringed by him. At the side, Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. Heavenly Body Tier elites were too powerful. Their every move exuded an indescribable pressure. The two of them quickly came out of the heaven-breaking abyss. At this moment, on the cliff outside the heaven-breaking abyss, the two brothers were chatting. Big brother, the culprit is definitely dead. Why are we still waiting here? The second brother asked, puzzled. This matter concerns whether we can get the position of young clan leader, so we can't lose it. If he's alive, I want to see him, and if he's dead, I want to see his corpse, the eldest brother said solemnly. We've already waited for a year. How long more do we have to wait? The second brother said impatiently. Let's go in and take a look. If we still don't find anything, we'll go back and report, the eldest brother said. However, just as the two brothers were about to enter the heaven-breaking abyss, they suddenly saw two figures walking out calmly. This is the culprit. In an instant, the Icefire Dual Marshall brothers discovered Fong Qin. Brett, you're actually not dead, the eldest brother said coldly. Since you're not dead, then let us kill you, the second brother said. Thunderfreer and Fong Qin had just come out when they heard the shout. Hearing this, Thunderfreer frowned slightly and said, You have a grudge with them? Fong Qin nodded and looked at the two brothers. Ice and fire duo noisy. Thunderfreer turned to look at the two brothers and sneered. Suddenly, a burst of star power shot out, and the two brothers were instantly turned into ashes. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned into nothingness. This was the ability of Heavenly Body Tier elites. Thank you, Senior, Fong Qin said. Fong Qin, I've just regained my freedom, and there are some things I need to take care of. We'll part here. If you need anything, just crush the jade pendant, Thunderfreer said. Fong Qin nodded, and the two of them separated. Chapter 977. A few days later, Fong Qin returned to the Sky Sword Mansion. From the time Fong Qin accepted the mission to his successful return, it had taken him 1.5 years. It had already exceeded the 3 hell-level missions that Butlerly said he could complete in 1 year. When Fong Qin returned to the First Army, Hu Ming came immediately. Fong Qin, you're back. After not hearing from him for more than a year, Hu Ming thought that Vice Captain Fong Qin had died. Who would have thought that Fong Qin would return? After careful observation, Hu Ming was overjoyed to find that Fong Qin was fine. I didn't expect you to come out of the broken sky abyss alive. Hu Ming laughed. Fong Qin nodded his head when he saw Hu Ming. By the way, have you completed your mission? Hu Ming suddenly asked. Yes. As he spoke, Fong Qin took out the bolong vine. This is the bolong vine. Hu Ming stared at the bolong vine with burning eyes. His face was filled with excitement. It was his first time seeing the bolong vine. Legend had it that the bolong vine was a very precious treasure. It was very tempting even to Heaven Star Border Realm experts. On the contrary, it was much less tempting to Mysterious King Realm experts. Let's go and submit the mission, Hu Ming said. Then Fong Qin and Hu Ming quickly went to the mission hall to submit the mission. The reward for completing the hell-level mission was very generous. Just the purple crystal alone was 1,000,000 pieces. Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. The bolong vine was too valuable. City Lord Mansion in the garden. The City Lord sat cross-legged, as if he was sensing the power of the stars. However, right at this moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the garden. City Lord. The servant cupped his hands and greeted. Hearing this, the city lord slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of displeasure between his brows. The servant noticed the city lord's displeasure and hurriedly said, "City Lord, Vice Captain Fong Chin of the First Army's 3rd Guardian Team has completed the mission to find the Bolong Vine." "Completed? Quickly bring the Bolong Vine to me." The city lord's eyes lit up and he said directly. Not long after, the servant brought the Bolong Vine and handed it to the city lord. The Bolong Vine had shrunk to the size of a palm. Holding it in his hand, the city lord smiled. "I really didn't expect that this brat actually came out of Duan Heaven Abyss alive, and even brought out the Bolong Dragon Vine," City Lord His Excellency said with a grin. City Lord, Housekeeper Li received news that Fong Chin had returned and went to the First Army, the servant said cautiously. When the City Lord heard this, he nodded and said, "I understand." The first troop, the 3rd troop. Fong Chen's return also caused a sensation. All the martialists walked out of the courtyard and surrounded Fong Chen. "Vice Captain, I knew you would come back." Hu Yanlong laughed. Ever since he had experienced that mission with Fong Chen, Hu Yanlong's attitude towards Fong Chen had changed greatly. This time, he was also very excited to see Fong Chen return. Jin Yi Dao, Fairy Chiyu, and the others also nodded slightly. "Everyone, Fong Chen has just returned and is a little tired. Let him rest," Hu Ming said. However, at that instant, a strong aura suddenly spread across the place. Then, everyone felt a burst of pressure. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone kept retreating, but Fong Chen stood still on the ground. Hu Ming's expression changed drastically. Not good. Hu Ming knew that Housekeeper Li had come. "Brat, you're finally back?" For more than a year, Housekeeper Li thought that Fong Chen did not dare to come back and escaped. But he still said that he was back. As long as he was still in Sky Sword Mansion, he would definitely die, and no one could stop him. Whoosh! The vital essence of heaven and earth around Housekeeper Li rotated, and Fong Chen felt great pressure. Housekeeper Li had always wanted to kill him, and now that the 1-year deadline had passed, Housekeeper Li would not let go of this opportunity. "Housekeeper Li, stop." The 2 commanders of the First Army appeared. They scolded loudly. They also knew that Fong Chen had completed the mission and brought back the news of the Bulin Dragon Vine. A mystic king realm martial artist could safely return from the sky-breaking abyss and bring back the Bulin Dragon Vine. It was enough to show that Fong Chen's strength was outstanding. They would not allow Fong Chen to be killed by Housekeeper Li. He did not fulfill the original agreement, and you still want to stop him. As he spoke, the aura around Housekeeper Li surged again. Seeing this, the 2 commanders' expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! Housekeeper Li attacked, and the vital essence of heaven and earth gathered on his palm, and suddenly blasted towards the 2 commanders. Bang! 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 The battle between Heaven Star realm martial artists was terrifying. Every move of the 3 Heaven Dipper realm masters would suffocate the many martial artists below. Is this the power of a Heaven Star realm martial artist? It's too powerful. Even a 9th-level Mystic King realm martial artist would not be able to resist it. Heaven and earth vital essence at his fingertips. Many martial artists were shocked. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes, and his heart was filled with hatred for Housekeeper Li. Crash! Unknowingly, a jade pendant appeared in his palm, and he used a little strength to crush it. "Senior Tianlei, I've encountered danger in the Sky Sword Mansion." The moment the jade pendant was crushed, this sentence was transmitted out. Then, Fong Chen's eyes flickered and he looked at the sky. At this moment, the 3 Heaven Star realm martial artists were fighting fiercely in the sky. Fortunately, the 3 of them had used a secret technique to conceal their strength. Otherwise, the aura that leaked out would be enough to destroy the entire First Army. Bang! After fighting for about 15 minutes, Housekeeper Li finally revealed his trump card. When Housekeeper Li stretched out his palm, a blood-red maple leaf suddenly appeared. This maple leaf shot towards one of the commanders at lightning speed. Then, the majestic vital essence exploded. The commander could not dodge in time, and his body was directly overturned and sent flying. The other commander could not withstand Housekeeper Lee's attack alone, and was suppressed by Housekeeper Lee. You! The commander who was sent flying landed on the ground, and his face was solemn as he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Are you all right?" Another commander hurried to his side and asked worriedly. They had originally thought that the two of them would be able to block Housekeeper Lee's attack, but now it seemed that the two of them had failed. "Housekeeper Lee, you've really put in a lot of effort," said one of the commanders. "Humph! As long as I can kill this brat, a mere scarlet maple leaf is nothing," sneered Housekeeper Lee. The scarlet maple leaf was a spatial container that could store energy. Of course, if it were a simple container, the two commanders wouldn't be so shocked. That was because this scarlet maple leaf could store vital essence. When a martial artist cultivated to the Heaven Star realm, they would be able to condense vital essence and absorb vital essence. But some martial artists would store their vital essence within the scarlet maple leaf. When the battle reached the most critical moment, they would directly detonate the scarlet maple leaf. That kind of destructive power was extremely great. The reason Housekeeper Lee was able to defeat the two commanders was because of the scarlet maple leaf. Crash! Housekeeper Lee walked step by step towards Fong Chin. His pitch-black eyes looked down on Fong Chin as if he was looking at a dead man. "You killed my son. Today, I'll definitely kill you," said Housekeeper Lee whoosh. Housekeeper Lee waved his hand, and a stream of vital essence instantly shot towards Fong Chin. Seeing this, Fong Chen's expression changed. He used the space-time true meaning and hid his body in the void. Insignificant skill. In the eyes of a Heaven Star realm expert, Fong Chen's action was too stupid. Sure enough, when this stream of vital essence approached Fong Chen, it instantly turned into countless vital essence and blasted towards the space. Puff! Puff! The dense bombardment made it impossible for Fong Chen to dodge. With a bang, Fong Chen's body was hit by one of the vital essence. He spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed his true body. Landing on the ground, Fong Chen's expression was grave. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, ready to fight at any time. "Too strong. I can't resist at all. I hope Senior Thunderfreer can come soon," said Fong Chen to himself. Right now he needed to stall for time. As long as Thunderfreer came, he would be safe. But would Housekeeper Lee give him time? Just as Housekeeper Lee was about to attack a second time, Fong Chen spoke. Chapter 978. Steward Lee's hand froze in the air as he stared at Fong Chen. "Your son, young Master Jinhen, was killed by Dai Hongxian. I saw it with my own eyes," said Fong Chen. This was the only way to stall for time. "Do you think I'll believe you?" sneered Steward Lee. He was laughing at Fong Chen's stupidity for trying to use such a method to deceive him. How laughable! "No matter what, you'll definitely die," said Steward Lee. In the next moment, Steward Lee attacked. The vital energy of heaven and earth raged in the void as the faces of the two commanders turned gloomy. They had finally found such a good seedling, but Steward Lee had killed him. Enough! However, just when everyone thought that Fong Chen was dead for sure, suddenly, a deep voice rang out from the City Lord's mansion. "City Lord." Then the air rippled and an illusory figure appeared. This was the City Lord's will. "This matter ends here," said the City Lord. "City Lord, this person killed my son. I want revenge," roared Steward Lee. He had fallen into madness. The City Lord had appeared at this critical juncture, and even sided with Fong Chen. He was unwilling to accept this. "Your son wasn't killed by Fong Chen," said the City Lord. The City Lord was the strongest and most authoritative figure in the Sky Sword Mansion. No one dared to go against the words of the City Lord. But now, the City Lord was saying that his son wasn't killed by Fong Chen. The city lord's illusory figure looked thoughtfully at Steward Lee, and then dissipated. The crowd below was silent. The angriest one was Steward Lee. He had thought that he could kill Fong Chin, but the city lord had interfered. Damn it, not only did I not kill him, but I also wasted a scarlet maple leaf. Steward Lee was furious. However, this was the city lord's order, and he didn't dare to go against it. Steward Lee, the city lord said that Fong Chin isn't the murderer, said one of the captains. Humph. Steward Lee coldly snorted and left. After Butler Lee left, everyone cheered. Hu Yanlong and the others were especially excited. Fong Chin, you're really something. Even the city lord has personally stepped forward for you. You sure have a lot of face. The entire 3rd Protector Squad cheered, and Hu Ming was also very excited. And in the city lord's mansion, after the city lord's consciousness returned, he immediately announced that he would go into seclusion. With the Bolong Vine, he might be able to take that step. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Only Housekeeper Lee knew that the city lord was in seclusion. That day, Steward Lee's heart was once again filled with killing intent towards Fong Chin. The city lord is in closed-door training and will not come out for a while. This is the best opportunity to kill Fong Chin, Butler Lee said to himself. However, he could not openly kill Fong Chin. In the end, Butler Lee thought of a way to disguise himself. Crash-dark clouds covered the sky above the First Army, and the astral essence of heaven and earth was in chaos. The majestic power instantly swept down and engulfed the entire 3rd Guardian Squad. Boom! A figure appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a fierce and domineering astral essence shot towards the 3rd Guardian Squad. The terrifying, explosive power instantly overturned the 3rd Guardian Squad. Miserable screams came from the 3rd Guardian Squad's courtyard. The astral essence explosion injured countless people. All the martial artists hurriedly left their rooms and appeared in the courtyard. Hu Ming was the first to rush over. When he saw the terrifying figure in the sky, his face turned pale. What's going on? Besides Hu Ming, the 2 captains also appeared. Thief, you dare to cause trouble in my Sky Sword Mansion. The 2 captains joined hands, preparing to capture this person. However, when they saw a scarlet maple leaf appear in this person's hand, they instantly stopped. I only came here to kill one person. It has nothing to do with you, the person said coldly. What do we do? One of the captains' face was gloomy. This is the Sky Sword Mansion. If you kill the innocent, the city lord will definitely not let you off. The 2 captains were intimidated by the scarlet maple leaf and did not dare to act rashly. However, this person found Fong Chun in the crowd, and a fierce astral essence instantly swooped down. Not good, run. When the crowd saw this, they all shouted and scattered in all directions. However, when Fong Chen wanted to escape, he suddenly found that he was locked on by this expert and could not escape. Why did he lock onto me? Could it be? In an instant, Fong Chen guessed the identity of this person. Steward Lee, since he came to the Sky Sword Mansion, only Steward Lee had the intention to kill him. This person must be Steward Lee. Could it be that he even dared to go against the city lord's words? Activating the divine level sword body, Fong Chen swung the hidden star sword in his hand. The strongest attack, void meteor annihilation, and the secret ice sword were all used. Crack! However, in front of a heaven star border expert, it was not worth mentioning. After coming into contact with the astral essence, the secret ice sword and void meteor annihilation were instantly shattered. Then, the astral essence locked on to Fong Chen and swooped down. Not good, his target is Fong Chen. Seeing this, the 2 commanders' faces changed and they immediately attacked. Steward Lee had already thought of a countermeasure. In order to kill Fong Chen, he did not hesitate to waste another scarlet maple leaf. Crash! The scarlet maple leaf exploded and forced the 2 commanders to retreat. At the same time, The two commanders were injured. Die. Steward Li stared at Fang Qin and laughed eerily. The terrifying astral essence had already touched Fang Chen's body. As long as the astral essence hit Fang Qin, he would die without a doubt. At this time, in the sky outside the prefecture city, a figure was flying rapidly. Damn it! I'm so unlucky to meet that old monster. Thunder Freer's face was full of helplessness. After Fang Qin crushed the jade pendant to ask for help, he rushed here at full speed. He did not expect to meet that old monster on the way and fight with him for a long time before letting him go. I hope I'm not too late. As he spoke, Thunder Freer entered the prefecture city. He spread out his soul and instantly discovered what was happening above the First Army. Seeing that Fang Chen was in danger, Thunder Freer was instantly enraged. You're courting death. Crash! In the next moment, Thunder Freer appeared above Fang Chen out of thin air. At this time, the terrifying astral essence had already touched Fang Chen. Am I going to die? Fang Chen's eyes were full of unwillingness. Break. While everyone was still in shock, the vital spirit of heaven and earth that came into contact with Fang Chen's body shattered and disappeared into the void without even causing a ripple. How is this possible? Steward Li was shocked and cried out, How dare you attack my brother? Do you want to die? Thunder Freer landed beside Fang Chen. After confirming that Fang Chen was fine, he turned to stare at Steward Li and said coldly, Buzz! Around Thunder Freer, the power of the stars surged. The wild aura enveloped the First Army, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The two commanders were the most shocked. That's a heavenly body tier elite. How does Fang Chen know a heavenly body tier elite? The appearance of a mysterious heavenly body tier elite made Steward Li's heart tremble. Heavenly body tier. Steward Li's heart was filled with fear. A single look from a heavenly body tier elite was enough to make him extremely terrified. He also didn't expect that there would be a heavenly body tier elite behind Fang Chen. Senior, this is my fault. I am willing to bear all the consequences, Steward Li said hurriedly. What a joke. Heaven Dipper tier elites were like ants in front of heavenly body tier elites. Bear all the consequences, Thunder Freer said with a sneer. If he had come a little later, Fang Chen would probably have died at his hands. Without Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm willing to give Fang Chen a scarlet maple leaf as an apology, Steward Li said. 1. Thunder Freer glared at Steward Li. No, 10. This is all the wealth I've accumulated over these years. I'll give it all to Fang Chen. I hope this matter will end here, Steward Li begged in fear. Give it to me. Thunder Freer waved his hand, and 10 scarlet maple leaves flew out from Steward Li's body. Then Thunder Freer handed them to Fang Chen and said, Keep these. Steward Li was overjoyed, thinking that Thunder Freer would let him go. However, Thunder Freer's next words made him despair. Chapter 979. These aren't enough to exchange for your life. Thunder Freer's words made Steward Li's face turn ashen. 10 scarlet maple leaves. These were all the wealth he had accumulated as a steward of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. However, 10 scarlet maple leaves were still not enough to satisfy a heavenly body tier elite. His body was trembling. A heavenly body tier elite could kill him with a flip of the hand. In front of Thunder Freer, he didn't dare to act rashly. The hearts of the two commanders were also filled with astonishment. Heavenly body tier. That was a heavenly body tier elite. Even the Heavenly Sword Mansion Master was not worth mentioning in front of a heavenly body tier elite. I didn't expect Fang Chen to have the support of a heavenly body tier elite. Yes, looks like this steward will be skinned alive, even if he doesn't die this time. The two commanders sighed. The other cultivators were even more stunned. This was the first time they had seen a heavenly body tier elite. Killing you will dirty my hands. I'll leave your worthless life to my brother. As he spoke, Thunder Freer stretched out his hand and directly pressed down. No! Steward Lee screamed in horror. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Thunder Freer's suppression. Gotcha! Thunder Freer's hand pressed down, and Steward Lee instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body fell to the ground. His aura was weak, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Housekeeper Lee's aura was rapidly diminishing. In the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth around Steward Lee gradually dissipated. In the end, the heaven and earth in Steward Lee's chi-si were all shattered. I'll spare your life and let my brother kill you personally. However, you're not allowed to attack my brother for 3 years. Otherwise, who couldn't deal with the threat of a heavenly body tier elite? Steward Lee's body trembled. Although his heart was filled with hatred, he didn't dare to speak. A heavenly body tier elite was too powerful. Just a casual strike had shattered the heaven and earth in his chi-si, causing his cultivation to fall to the early stage of the Heaven Dipper tier. It was extremely difficult for Heaven Dipper tier elites to condense even one strand of heaven and earth. After suffering such a setback, he probably wouldn't be able to condense another strand of vital essence for the next 3 to 5 years. In other words, within 3 to 5 years, his cultivation base will stay in the Heavenly Dipper realm initial stage. Thank you for your mercy, Senior, Butler Lee said in a deep voice. Thunder Freer snorted coldly. He then turned to Fong Chin and said, I will leave him to you. You better train hard. After that, Thunder Freer took Fong Chin and left the residence of the First Army. In a certain restaurant in the Sky Sword Prefecture's capital city, Thunder Freer restrained his aura and sat down with Fong Chun in the restaurant, drinking. Senior Tianlei, thank you so much. Fong Chin cupped his hands in thanks. If it were not for Thunder Freer showing up in time, he would not have been able to make it out alive. If it weren't for you, I would still be trapped in the heavenly lightning space. Moreover, I wouldn't have been able to advance to the heavenly body tier. Compared to stepping into the heavenly body tier, this was nothing. Moreover, the more he interacted with Fong Chen, the more Thunder Freer realized that Fong Chen's personality was very suitable for him. If you don't mind, call me Big Brother. Thunder Freer laughed loudly. Fong Chen was stunned. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Big Brother! How could he not hug such a thick thigh? A heavenly body tier elite was considered an elite on Scar Island. Even the master of a province on Scar Island would not be able to compete with him. After drinking for a while, Fong Chen asked, Big Brother Thunder Freer, where did you go before? To tell you the truth, I am the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture. I returned this time to deal with the matters of the Sky Thunder Prefecture, Thunder Freer said. Hearing this, Fong Chun was shocked. He did not expect Thunder Freer to be the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture. The Lord of a prefecture. That was the master of a prefecture. He had great power. The Sky Thunder Prefecture was adjacent to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. Fong Chin did not know how big the Demon Cloud Prefecture was. The Sky Sword Prefecture was so vast, and there were 8 prefectures in the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The Sky Thunder Prefecture was almost the same as the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The master of a province had a lot of authority on Scar Island. So Big Brother is the Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture, Fong Chin said with a smile. Thunder Freer waved his hand and said, That was a long time ago. I disappeared for 10,000 years, and the Sky Thunder Prefecture has changed hands. However, the current Lord of the Sky Thunder Prefecture is my disciple. What do you plan to do next? Thunder Freer asked. Fong Chin pondered for a moment, and then said, I plan to continue cultivating in the Sky Sword Prefecture. When my cultivation increases, I will go to other places. The outer verse was too big, and there were many elites. With Fong Chen's strength, he could only be cannon fodder if he went to other places. It was better to cultivate in the Sky Sword Prefecture. After joining the First Army, there would be no danger for the time being, and other cultivators would not dare to act against him. This was a good time to cultivate. Your potential is very high. Within 3 years, you will definitely be able to rival Heaven Dipper tier elites, Thunderfreer said. Big brother, what are you going to do next? Fangchen asked. I have already stepped into the heavenly body tier. This small sky, Thunder Prefecture, has no more attachments. I plan to go to the center of Scar Island to temper myself, Thunderfreer said. After stepping into the heavenly body tier, it was too difficult to increase one's cultivation level. Brat, if you have time, go to the Sky Thunder Prefecture and mention my name, Thunderfreer said. In the end, Thunderfreer chatted with Fangchen for a long time, and then quietly disappeared. When Fangchen returned to the First Army, the whole place was in an uproar. All the cultivators looked at Fangchen with eyes full of fear. If it was only Fangchen, they would not be afraid at all. However, there was a heavenly body tier elite behind him. Captain Fang. On the square, cultivators greeted Fangchen wherever he went. Fangchen nodded, and then returned to his room. After the appearance of the heavenly body tier, Thunderfreer, the storm of Housekeeper Li gradually died down. Now, Fangchen had become famous in the First Army. All the cultivators would unconsciously think of that heavenly body tier elite when they mentioned Fangchen. And time also slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Fangchen had been cultivating in seclusion. Although there were occasional missions, most of them were simple. One day, Fangchen suddenly opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by aura. The spiritual qi was very dense, and there were ripples in the air. 5th level of the Mysterious King tier. In half a year, Fangchen had broken through from the 3rd level of the Mysterious King tier to the 5th level of the Mysterious King tier. This kind of cultivation speed made people despair. I've already cultivated the Void Meteor Annihilation to the transformation level. It's time to go to the Heaven Connecting Peak. Fangchen mumbled to himself. Then his figure flashed and instantly entered the Heaven Connecting Peak. Master. Seeing Fangchen, the Tool Spirit and Half-Beast clasped their hands and called out, I've already cultivated the Void Meteor Annihilation to the peak. I want to cultivate the Heavenly Star technique. Fangchen directly stated his purpose. Congratulations, Master. The Tool Spirit and Half-Beast grinned. Fangchen's figure flashed, and he arrived at this mysterious place. Then he suddenly stretched out his hand and instantly grabbed a ball of light and then took it away. Voila! All the information of the Heavenly Star technique entered Fangchen's mind. Fangchen sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Heavenly Star technique. However, after about 3 minutes, Fangchen opened his eyes, and there was a bit of displeasure on his face. What's going on? Fangchen was very confused. Master, it's very difficult to cultivate the Heavenly Star technique. Your current cultivation is only at the Mysterious King tier. If you reach the Heaven Dipper tier, it'll be much easier to cultivate, the Tool Spirit said. Hearing this, Fangchen instantly understood. No wonder he felt that the Heavenly Star technique was very obscure and difficult to understand. So it was because his cultivation level was too low. After pondering for a while, Fangchen stopped cultivating. He said a few words to the Tool Spirit and Half-Beast, and then turned to leave. When he left, Fangchen's soul scanned and found that his disciple, Tianxan, was still wandering in the Heaven Connecting Peak. Now his cultivation had reached the spiritual whirlpool realm. Not bad. Fangchen was very satisfied with his disciple. Tianxan had the sky desolate sword body, which was stronger than his sword body. He was born to be a sword cultivation genius. Chapter 980. At Fangchen's level, his understanding of the sword principle had reached a level that ordinary people could not reach. When the time was right, he had to guide his disciple. After doing all this, Fangchen's figure flashed, and he left the heaven-piercing peak. Although the heaven-piercing peak world was very small, it was a world of its own. There were many martial artists living here. Some were the disciples of the heaven-piercing island lord, and some were from the heaven-piercing island. They lived carefree lives in the heaven-piercing peak world. On a mountain peak that reached the clouds, Tion-Xan sat cross-legged and was cultivating. Suddenly, the void tore and a light flashed. Seeing this, Tion-Xan's face turned serious as he stared at the light. Whoosh! Tion-Xan was actually unable to block this beam of light, and it instantly entered his body. Immediately, Tion-Xan's mind was filled with the aura of the sword principle. Tion-Xan was shocked. In the blink of an eye, his understanding of the sword principle had increased greatly. Master's guidance. Instantly, Tion-Xan understood that the light just now must have been left by his master. Back then, after the ancient sword continent was unified, Tion-Xan chose to enter the heaven-piercing peak to cultivate. Now his cultivation was too weak and he could not go out to explore. Once his cultivation reached the mystic king realm, he would go out to explore. As soon as Fang Qin appeared in the heaven-piercing peak, Hu Ming came looking for him. Fang Qin, you broke through. Seeing Fang Qin's aura, Hu Ming grinned and said, Captain Hu, why are you looking for me? Fang Qin knew that Hu Ming must be looking for him for something. Fang Qin, in 7 days, the first armies for Guardian teams will hold a competition that is held once every 3 years, said Hu Ming. Competition? Fang Qin was a little confused. Actually, it's just a competition between the Guardian teams. Of course, there's also a competition between the Guardian captains, said Hu Ming. After listening to Hu Ming's explanation, Fang Qin understood. Fang Qin, this is the information of the other 6 Guardian captains. Take a look carefully. Hu Ming put down the information and left. Fang Qin casually flipped through the list. The 6 captains of the other 3 escort groups were basically martial artists at the 9th level of the Mystic King realm. Among them, the captain of the first guard team was at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound King realm. He was only 1 step away from the half-step Heaven Dipper realm. He was also the champion of the First Army's chief guard captain in the previous captain competition. If I don't use the secret soul technique, it shouldn't be hard for me to deal with an early 9th level martial artist. If I use the secret ice sword, I should be able to fight a late 9th level Profound King realm martial artist. Fang Qin thought to himself. With his current strength, he was still at a disadvantage against the head guard captain. However, he did not care about this. What he cared about was the improvement of his cultivation base. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Today, the residence of the first troop was extremely lively. The members of the 4 great Guardian teams were all gathered in the square. Captain Fang, you've come. In the 3rd Guardian team area, many members nodded and greeted Fang Qin when they saw him arrive. Fang Qin nodded in response and sat in the front row of the 3rd Guardian team area. The 4 great Guardian teams were in 4 different directions. At the front, there was a rostrum where 2 commanders sat side by side. Everyone, today is the triennial competition of the First Army. The 2 commanders stood up and introduced the rules of the competition in detail. Then the competition officially began. First, the members of the 4 great Guardian teams took turns to compete. I am Hu Yanlong of the 3rd Guardian team. Who wants to fight with me? At a certain moment, Hu Yanlong stepped onto the martial stage. His aura surged as he looked around and shouted, Let me. A voice came from the 1st Guardian team. A person leaped onto the martial stage and fought with Hu Yanlong. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between the 2 was very intense. However, Hu Yanlong had been suppressing his opponent from the start. Finally, after fighting for more than 30 rounds, Hu Yanlong found an opportunity to send his opponent flying with a punch. Hu Yanlong won. In the following battle, Hu Yanlong defeated dozens of martial artists with lightning speed. After that, no one from the 4 great Guardian teams dared to challenge Hu Yanlong. Seeing this, Hu Yanlong felt bored and walked off the martial stage. After Hu Yanlong left, the other members all went onto the stage. In the blink of an eye, it was already late. For the entire day, the 4 great guardian teams competed with each other. Generally speaking, the members of the 3rd guardian team were on the weaker side. The strongest was the 1st guardian team. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of fierce battles, a victor was finally decided between the 2 people on the martial stage. This also indicated that this year's competition had come to an end. One of the commanders stood up and looked around. Then he grinned and laughed. This year's competition has come to an end. Everyone's performance was very good. I hope everyone will continue to work hard. The 3rd guardian team's Hu Yanlong has obtained 1st place in this year's competition. He is rewarded with 3 astral essence pills. Hearing that Hu Yanlong had been rewarded with 3 astral essence pills, everyone's eyes were filled with envy. In the 3rd guardian team area, everyone cupped their hands and congratulated him. Hu Yanlong, congratulations. Haha, Hu Yanlong, you've brought honor to our 3rd guardian team. The reward is too generous. It's actually 3 astral essence pills at once. What a generous reward. Fang Chen, who was sitting in the front row, revealed a smile on his face. The astral essence pill was a fatal temptation to 9th level Mystic King realm martial artists. Ordinary 9th level Mystic King realm martial artists couldn't absorb the astral essence of heaven and earth. However, after consuming the astral essence pill, they could absorb the astral essence of heaven and earth. This way, it would be beneficial for martial artists to enter the Heaven Star realm. Thank you, commanders. Hu Yanlong cupped his hands and thanked them. The 1st guardian team's overall strength is ranked 1st. He is rewarded with 5 astral essence pills and a special pardon for a hell-level mission. Crash! The square was in an uproar. The 1st guardian team was excited. The 5 astral essence pills were already shocking enough. They didn't expect to be rewarded with a special pardon for a hell-level mission. As everyone knew, hell-level missions were extremely dangerous and had a high mortality rate. Every time the Guardian team was forcefully assigned to a hell-level mission, everyone would be terrified. As for the special amnesty reward, he would be able to reject a hell-rank mission at a critical moment without any punishment. Congratulations, Captain Yahoo! Several captains congratulated him. Nia, who was the 1st Guardian team's captain and also the 1st Guardian team's captain. Nia, whose face was full of smiles. After the rewards were distributed, one of the commanders said, "It's already late today. The competition between the captains will continue tomorrow." After speaking, everyone dispersed. Fang Chen bid farewell to Hu Ming and returned to the 3rd Guardian team. Late at night, an unexpected martial artist appeared in Fang Chen's room. "Captain Fang Chen, you're still awake." "Yes, Captain Yahoo. Why are you here?" Although Fang Chen had met Nyahu before, he wasn't familiar with him. He didn't understand why Nyahu would look for him so late at night. "Captain Fang Chen, I have indeed come to find you because I have a favor to ask of you," Nyahu said with a smile. "Please speak, Captain Yahoo," Fang Chen said. "Captain Fang Chen, I also know that there's a heavenly body tier elite behind you." Nyahu paused and then said, "If Captain Fang Chen can introduce him to me, I'm willing to give up the position of head captain to you tomorrow. Captain Fang Chen." Fang Chen frowned slightly and didn't say anything. "Captain Fang Chen," Nyahu said, "the rewards for becoming head captain in every competition are very generous. Your cultivation level is too low now, and you need a large amount of resources. This position of head captain is very important to you." "Captain Yahoo, I'm afraid I can't help you." Fang Chen spread his hands. How could he not know that Nyahu wanted him to act as a go-between, get to know a heavenly body tier elite, and then become his disciple? Not to mention that big brother Tianlei had already left. Even if he was here, Fang Chen wouldn't do this. This Nyahu was very scheming. In order to get to know a heavenly body tier elite, he didn't hesitate to give up the position of head captain. "Captain Fang Chen, Such a small matter shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Nya, who looked a little displeased. He thought that Fong Chen was deliberately declining. It's not that I don't want to, but that Heavenly Body Tier Elite has already left, Fong Chen said. Captain Fong Chen, are you really not going to help? Captain Nya asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 981. Fong Chen shrugged and stood up. It was obvious that he was going to send him off. However, Fong Chen's actions angered Nya. It seems that Captain Fong is unwilling to help, Nya said, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Fong Chen did not say anything else and turned to look out of the window. Seeing this, Nya nodded and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Goodbye, Captain Fong. Nya turned and left in a huff. This Nya actually wants me to build a bridge for him, Fong Chen muttered to himself with a smirk. The next day, the captain competition was the highlight of the day. In the entire square, all the team members had arrived early and were waiting for the exciting battle. Not long after, the 2 commanders arrived. The 4 escort teams and 8 captains had all arrived. Today, there will be a competition between captains. First, there will be a competition between captains, and then there will be a competition between vice captains, said the commander. The 8 captains were eager to have a go. After the announcement of the rules, the 2 commanders sat on the rostrum. The battle between the captains had begun. The first to go up was the captain of the 1st escort team, Nya, and the captain of the 2nd escort team. Damn it! The captain of the 2nd escort team was a little helpless when he saw Nya. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not give up directly, so he could only bite the bullet. Bang, bang, bang. Before the 2nd captain could make a move, Nya had already made his move. Go. Nya growled and clenched his fists. Spiritual energy surrounded his body. The majestic aura made Nyahu's fists full of lethality. As everyone expected, Nyahu's fist landed on the captain of the 2nd escort team. Immediately, the captain of the 2nd escort team was sent flying. Nyahu wins, the commander announced. A smile appeared on Nyahu's face. When he left the martial arts arena, he looked at Fong Chen thoughtfully. Fong Chen, I'll go first. Hu Ming patted Fong Chen's shoulder and said, On the martial arts arena, Hu Ming and the captain of the 4th escort team were fighting. The 2 of them were evenly matched, so it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he watched the fierce battle on the martial arts stage. Captain Fong, do you think Captain Hu Ming can win? Asked Hu Yanlong. Fong Chen pondered for a moment, then said, The 4th guard captain's fist strength is very fierce, but he can't maintain it for too long. Captain Hu Ming's palm technique is very tricky. If nothing goes wrong, Captain Hu Ming will win. After listening to Fong Chen's words, Hu Yanlong laughed heartily and no longer spoke. On the martial arts stage, Hu Ming suddenly stretched out his palm. Suddenly, a huge handprint appeared in the sky. It contained an extremely majestic aura. So strong! Everyone in the square was shocked. Even the 4th guard captain's expression changed greatly. He let out a low roar and punched out with all his might. A deafening sound rang out as palm techniques clashed against fist techniques. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena began to shake. When the chaotic spiritual energy dissipated, 2 figures stood facing each other on the martial arts stage. There was a smile on Hu Ming's face. Opposite him, the 4th guard captain's expression was extremely gloomy. In the end, after his expression changed several times, he clasped his hands and said, I admit defeat. Since the 4th guard captain had said this, it meant that Hu Ming had defeated him. In the battle of the 4 captains, Hu Ming and Nya had won. Next was the battle of vice captains. The battle between the 1st and 2nd vice captains was within everyone's expectations. After a fierce battle, the 1st vice captains defeated the 2nd vice captains. Fong Chen, it's your turn. I have high hopes for you, Hu Ming said excitedly. Fong Chen leaped onto the martial arts stage. Fang Chen, I've heard of your great name long ago. Although you have a great elite of the heavenly body tier behind you, we're competing in personal battle prowess, not background. The fourth vice captain said in a low voice. In his opinion, Fang Chen's strength was only SOSO. Then let's battle, Fang Chen said. Voila! Extremely majestic spiritual energy surged out of the fourth vice captain's body. Then, spiritual energy surged in his chi si. A battle saber appeared in the fourth vice captain's hand. Sky extinguishing saber. The fourth vice captain shouted in a low voice, and the battle saber in his hand spun violently. In an instant, saber chi filled the martial arts stage. It could be seen that the fourth vice captain was an expert of the saber Dao. His saber techniques were superb. Xiao. The true intent of saber swept across the entire martial arts stage and instantly enveloped Fang Chen. 5th grade. Seeing this, Fang Chen smiled. The fourth vice captain's saber intent had reached the 5th grade. In the eyes of outsiders, it was already very terrifying. On the rostrum, one of the captains said, 5th grade saber intent, he can be considered a genius of the saber Dao. Yes, this person needs to be nurtured well. The two captains were curious about how Fang Chen would deal with this 5th grade saber intent. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen stood quietly, not saying a word. Some people even thought that Fang Chen was scared silly. Boom! The majestic saber intent all gathered in front of Fang Chen, squeezing Fang Chen. Get lost, Fang Chen reprimanded softly. In the next moment, the sword will of the 7th grade realm instantly spread out. Hiss! Visible to the naked eye, the saber intent was swallowed by the sword intent. In the square below, there were exclamations. Fang Chen's sword intent actually swallowed the saber intent. How is it possible? Is his sword intent stronger than the fourth vice captain's saber intent? What a tyrannical sword intent! Not only the crowd exclaimed, but even the two captains were slightly shocked. 7th grade, at such a young age, his sword intent has reached the 7th grade. It's really rare. Yes, this kind of sword Dao talent in the entire demon cloud state, I'm afraid no one can match him. The more they came into contact with Fang Chen, the more shocked the two captains were. Fang Chen's sword Dao talent was too heaven-defying. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the menacing saber intent was completely swallowed by the sword intent. Now, on the martial arts stage, the sword intent permeated and shrouded the fourth vice captain. How is it possible? The fourth vice captain's face changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily. Then, the saber in his hand suddenly slashed out. The strength to pick up mountains and the spirit to conquer the world. The fourth vice captain's saber slashed out, and its power was tyrannical to the extreme. 3rd revolution, radiant, sword technique. Fang Chen took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the 3rd revolution, radiant sword technique. Whoosh! The radiant sword light suddenly suspended above his head, and then collided with the fourth vice captain's saber. Bang! A deafening sound spread out in an instant. With a bang, the two men separated in an instant after a brief contact. No, I must defeat you. The fourth vice captain was aware of Fang Chen's strength, and he fell into a frenzy. The sky extinction saber was urged to the extreme, constantly slashing out a powerful saber light. However, no matter how the fourth vice captain attacked, Fang Chen could easily deal with it. In the end, Fang Chen defeated the fourth vice captain with the space-time meteorite strike. Fang Chen wins. When the commander announced the result, there was a burst of cheers in the 3rd guard group area. Congratulations, Captain Fang. Everyone laughed. You're getting stronger and stronger, Hu Ming said. Fang Chen just smiled and said nothing. The two commanders looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully, then stood up and said, The battle continues. First, the 1st vice captain and Fang Chen's battle. fist shaking heaven and earth. The first vice-captain displayed his most powerful attack as soon as he came up. However, Fang Chen was still able to face it calmly. The first vice-captain's cultivation was at the middle stage 9th level, Profound King Realm. Fang Chen could easily crush him with the space-time meteorite strike. Boom! Fang Chen defeated the first vice-captain. Suddenly, Fang Chen became the most dazzling existence in the entire square. In the first guard group area, a trace of killing intent flashed in Yahu's eyes. He was very unhappy. The two commanders were also very happy. A peerless genius. This was the two commanders' evaluation of Fang Chen. To be able to defeat a 9th-level Profound King Realm Martial Artist as a 5th-level Profound King Realm Martial Artist. It was enough to show how heaven-defying Fang Chen's strength was. Big brother, I've heard that in the vast universe, there are some heaven-defying geniuses who are strong enough to fight across a realm, the second commander said. Hearing this, the first commander nodded solemnly and said, although fighting across a realm sounds shocking, there really are such existences. There were all kinds of strange things in the vast universe. However, there were very few geniuses who could fight across a realm. At least, there were none in the Sky Sword Mansion.